fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Built in 1958 by William Francini, Daytona International Speedway has fast become one of the most recognizable tracks in the world, and today it plays host to the iRacing.com Daytona 500. 43 of the world's best NASCAR sim racers will be doing battle over the next few hours over 200 laps or 500 miles, running 2-3 wide at speeds of over 200 miles an hour on banking 31 degrees, and you know what, you put 1 foot wrong, we could have absolute carnage. Will Vincent alongside Aaron Likens, David Ward, Paul Jenkins and Ben Rothberg. And Paul, I'm going to come to you first. We had one of these races yesterday. This is a big race here this evening, and oh my god, it's going to be amazing.
A lot of people have been preparing all the time for this race, and it's all on the line here. This is 200 miles. It is a very long race. And, I mean, it's chess at over 200 miles an hour. These cars are going to be running literally inches away from each other for pretty much the entire race. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fast-paced. And I'm looking forward to this.
And, David, we commentated the Talladega 500 about 4 months ago. And, you know, that track, a lot wider than Daytona. The banking's steeper than Daytona. Here, you know, you can run 3 wide. However, to do so, you've really got to be careful. And we've seen already in practice, in testing, a lot of these drivers putting, you know, their car maybe a couple of inches too far to the left or the right. We've seen just how easy it is to cause a big wreck here today.
Oh, yeah, the cars are going to be running so close. It is literally bumper to bumper, pushing each other around. As for spinning people, it's so hard for the guy in front, the guy behind, to see exactly what's going on. So he's got to be inch perfect. If he's got his car too far to the left on the bumper, too far to the right, it's going to cause a big wreck and take everyone out.
And Aaron, what that means is there's a chance for these drivers to have many different strategy options. Some of the people want to lead this race from the front. Other people would want to be, you know, staying in the back. Others will need to see how their car works in traffic by themselves when they're being pushed, when they're pulling other drivers. And over the course of this first 150 laps, there's a lot of things that you've got to get down. The most important of those, however, is making sure that you keep that car pointing in the right direction without any damage.
That most certainly is. I had the chance to race in the top split last night, and yeah, many different strategies. Definitely many different strategies. A lot of drivers are going to go to the back in the start. I saw some people that were starting front 5 rows pull over to the side. They want no part of that front pack early in the race. We will see many different strategies, and the thing here is trouble can happen anywhere. It can happen in the front, as we see many times, and it can happen if everybody has the idea to go in the back. Eventually, that's where the pack's going to be. So many different strategies, and the fun thing is, any strategy can win this race today.
Any strategy can win this race. And let's turn our attention back, David, to the Talladega 500 back in October. And it was so close. We had cars going 5 wide to start finish line. We're going to have our in-race reporter, Ryan Norton, for this race. He won that race last time around. But at Talladega, it came to that run past the tri-oval down to that final straightaway. Here is going to be, right in the center of the tri-oval, and in some ways you've got to make that move a little bit earlier here today, but also because this track is a lot narrower, it also means that you've got to pick your moment perfectly.
Yeah, you've definitely got to have a pushing partner for the last lap, otherwise you're just going to be left in no man's land. I mean, Ryan last year, 4 months ago at Talladega, he got an absolute monster push which gave him the victory. Can he repeat that this time? Who knows? This race is as much about luck as it is skill, because if you get caught up in someone else's accident, your night's going to be over.
And also like to welcome in Ben Rothberg into the booth. And Ben, we talk about Daytona really kicking off the NASCAR season. And of course, this is the last race in the Gen 5 car before we move over to the Gen 6 car, which will be released on iRacing this coming Monday. And for a lot of these drivers, it's going to be a farewell. For some of these drivers also, it's seeking out their competition for the next 12 months, especially drivers who'll be racing in the NASCAR World Championship Series. And we're going to see a lot of big names try and battle it out here today.
That's exactly right. Well, we've got a lot of big names racing in this race today, especially because we've got the World Championship Series sanctioned by NASCAR on the oval side. We've also got the NASCAR calendar, which we run race by race as the real-life NASCAR runs. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see the Gen 6 car out on track. They've only raced it once in real life, or they're going to tomorrow my time at Daytona, and it's just going to be amazing racing.
And Paul, the important thing is this is the final farewell for the Gen 5 car. We've had so much fun of it over the last couple of years here on iRacing, but let's look forward. We release the Gen 6 car on Monday, and Ben alluded to it. We're going to have ourselves a week-by-week series following the real-life NASCAR series, and I talk about how this is kicking off iRacing's 2013 NASCAR program. It really is.
Yeah, this is an exciting time for iRacing, and for the iRacers that are into the NASCAR car with the Gen 6 car coming out. It's going to be a bit of an equalizer. We've been dealing with this car for so long now, and people have been working with the setups for so long. It's almost to the point where you pretty much everything you can out of this car. With the new Gen 6 car coming out, it's going to be very interesting to see how people react. You have to relearn how to do all the setups and all that. So some people are going to react faster than others, but it's going to be interesting as you go on through the year to see who adapts.
Indeed, who adapts and who adapts the quickest. And we saw this, Paul, David and I, we race in the IndyCar quite often, Aaron does as well. And we had that back in March to build up to the 2012 Indianapolis 500. Who could adapt the quickest to the changes they made to that car? We'll see the same with the Gen 6 car over the coming weeks here on iRacing. Let's turn our attention back to this race, however, and we've got a lot of different strategies going. Of course, we have that mix of pack racing and tandem racing here today, Ben. And packs might be the order of the day in the first half of the race. Those last 20-30 laps, you're going to need to find yourself a dancing partner.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the NASCAR drafting's like in real life. I haven't watched personally a lot of NASCAR races, but I do enjoy running the Class A car around Daytona, a lot of the super speedways and the 1 mile tracks like Michigan. It's hard to say what they're going to do, because I know that the model and the update recently in iRacing has allowed the cars to blow up a lot easier when you're pushing and stuff. A lot of these guys will just run around at the back. I think that's what I would be doing personally, just running around at the back, because it's Daytona, anything can happen, and we're here for 200 laps.
Anything can happen indeed. In fact, Journey, back when you raced in this race yesterday even, it feels like last week already for me. Of course, you're doing the cameras here today, but you had an inside look of how this car ran. Of course, I ran yesterday as well, but you were running with one of your teammates all race long, and just take us through the emotions that you had to go through over the course of that race.
Well, not exactly a teammate, but yeah, clubmate. At Teemu Ivonen was with my drafting partner. The whole 200 laps, or most of it. I was wrecked out 30 laps before the end. But outside of that, yeah, we started cautiously for the first 100 laps. We were just pacing and coasting and just trying to stay on the lead lap, stay away from the first 5 or 6 crashes. And after that, it was like when we got past 100 laps, we had one green pit stop. We just practiced to nail the pit stops perfectly, because the most important thing is that when you have a tandem, you have to exit the pits and enter the pits as close as you can to other, so not to lose time. But then we decided to just keep on in the mid pack and just do tandem racing when it's necessary, so to keep up. And after that, we just keep the car cool and went purposely too wide with each other to just try to stay out of trouble, and that worked for most of the time. But in the end, it was all about sprinting when it became down to cautions and the last 30 laps.
And of course, GlacierTV today will be launching its 2013 graphics package. I'll keep you here for the moment, Yoni. And we spent a lot of time building this from the ground up, our 2013 package. We're going to launch it in, about 2 minutes? But we're looking to bring some new features, some new excitement to the fans, of course, over the course of 2013. We're still bringing you 3 of the remaining World Tour events for this year: the Pocono 400, the Talladega 500, and also the Grand Prix of Brazil. And on top of that as well, bringing you all but 2 of the races of the iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series. So new features, new things, trying to bring it closer to fans once again. We are going to get yourselves live pictures from Daytona as quickly as we possibly can. We're expecting the green flag at about 13 minutes past the hour. And a number of drivers are ready now, getting ready to do their practice, to do their warm-up. But I'm going to come back to you, Aaron. And right now, these drivers are going through the motions, getting ready for a very, very long race. And importantly, they've just got to make sure they keep everything going for those first 150 laps and make sure they get themselves into position that they can race at the end.
Certainly there, Will. I too competed last night, and it was really interesting. We went caution-free the first 110 laps, and unfortunately I was in that first yellow, but there was a real sense of, even though the front 6 broke away, I was in the second pack, and you know, this is one of the biggest races of the year. There was no mentality of get to lap 150. Every lap was raced like it was the last lap. They were running for positions 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, just like it was the last lap. And it's going to be interesting to see today if we get that same sort of thing, or if drivers get in line and pace themselves and get to the money lap, because lap 110, lap 120 means nothing. You got to be there at lap 200 if you want a chance to win what is perhaps one of the biggest races on the calendar of the year.
Indeed, yeah, but at the same time, Ben, these drivers, you know, they are some of the best NASCAR sim racers in the world, so they will do things that you and I would normally look at and think, oh my god, how are they doing this? But they, especially at super speedway tracks, they practice so much. They practice the tandeming, they practice the packs, they figure out exactly where they can place their car and when, and they do it because of the fact, you know, they do race in one of the biggest NASCAR sim racing series in the world.
That's exactly right. And sorry, Ryan, but this NASCAR series that we have going here on iRacing is just so competitive. The whole top split tonight, I promise you, the qualifying will be so close when you see the results. There'll be only a couple of hundredths in it between 1st and 10th. There is just a ridiculous amount of people, especially from America, and even I know guys from Australia here in my home country who love this car. And even when the Gen 6 car comes out with the Chevy, because it's based off a Commodore in Australia here, which is our car, a lot of our guys are going to run in that series because we've got a car there that we can relate to.
Indeed, and let's not forget that for the first time ever, there's going to be 2 different makes of cars for the Gen 6. We're going to have the Chevy, and we're also going to have the Ford. And Paul, that really does bring in that whole kind of brand allegiance thing. Ben talks about how in Australia they have the link between the Chevy and the Commodore. A lot of people are Ford fans, a lot of people are Chevy fans. So we're going to really see a lot of that come into the fray over the course of the next few months.
Indeed, with both of these cars coming up with the Chevy first, there is certainly a contingency. We've been assured by iRacing that the 2 cars are identical in pretty much every respect. But it remains to be seen. You know, there are subtle differences, and as the season goes on, we'll see some guys try and exploit those differences, and you know, a little technology race, if you will.
So you're now getting live footage from Daytona International Speedway. These guys are currently on their practice lap. They've got themselves about 5 minutes and 10 seconds left before they go to the grid. Having a look at Benjamin Burnmeister in the 28 car, he's getting himself a little bit of a push down the back straightaway. The important thing is we're going to have 43 cars here today. That means a very busy pack at the start of this race. For Burnmeister, it looks like he's working right now with Robin Mendelek in the 30 machine as they're working themselves out of turn at number 4 down the front straightaway. Let's see what times they do as they come past start finish line. It's a 44.5 for Mundek and a 44.5 also for Benjamin Burmeister. And right now it really is about sizing yourselves out for these next 2-3 laps. You see if you've got yourself a backup dance partner perhaps later on, but a lot of these guys will come in with perhaps 2 or 3 different people who they will try and work with throughout the course of this race.
Indeed, and you know, as the dynamics of the race change, you've got a plan, but then you've got to have a backup plan, and then you throw that backup plan out. As soon as the green flag falls, you know, you've got your alliances sorted out, but as the race plods on, you're going to have to make new friends in a hurry and on the fly. So the people that you thought we weren't going to be working with, you might end up having to work with to get to the front. There's going to be some alliances made and broken at 200 miles an hour here.
So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you once again to GlacierTV's presentation of the 2013 iRacing.com Daytona 500. Daytona International Speedway, measuring 2.5 miles in length. It's got itself 31 degrees of banking in the corners, 18 degrees of banking in the tri-oval, and 2 degrees of banking on the back straightaway. And of course, Will Vinson, Ben Rosberg, Paul Jenkins, Aaron Likens, along for the ride in the booth. Yoni Backman will be the guy on the cameras. Don't forget, you can keep in touch with us all race long. Use the hashtag iRacingWT or iRacingDaytona500 to keep in contact with us all race long on Twitter. You can also stay in touch with us on Facebook, facebook.com/GlacierTV, or alternatively, you can use our links on livestream as well. And I know it's a little bit early on, guys, but let's try and pick a winner for this race. And I'm going to come to you first, Aaron.
Wow, picking a winner of this race, that's always a fun one to do, because really any one of these drivers in this race can win this race. We have 43 drivers that all think they have a chance at this race, and they do. Lots of strong people though, and wow, you know, I'm expecting, I think Jeremy Kazaka has a good chance at it. Our pole center, Eugene oh boy, I'm going to slaughter that name. Eugene Mozganov. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. A little race for me me today. But wow, I'll put those 2 people. But really, at this race, when it comes down to it, sort of like playing roulette, because anybody has a chance at this win.
Ben?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people who are the big top names in the NASCAR series here. It's again, as Ron said, it's going to be very hard to pick on. I just honestly, I can't pick
Choose
anyone.
someone.
It's Benjamin Burmeister. He's got the same name as me.
Oh, go.
Yeah, I agree. You know, there are quite literally 43 drivers that have the potential to win this race. That is how tight it's going to be the entire show. You know, this race takes a lot of skill, but it takes a tremendous amount of luck too. So it's going to be hard to pick a winner, but I think that Mozganov is going to be a driver to watch. If he can stay up front and stay out of trouble, I think he's going to be someone to contend with. Of course, IndyCar driver Ryan Norton is expecting this deal. We'll see how he does with cars with fenders. Keeping an eye on him. And yeah, Dwayne Vincent is going to be a deal later. Well.
And David, at least be quicker than all the others. Go.
Patrick Baldwin.
There we are. Nice and simple there from David Ward, the Englishman.
What? No one remembers Ryan Norton.
No one remembers.
I'm gonna say Ryan Norton.
Okay, well, we are going to bring in Ryan Norton, our in-race supporter for this race, of course. He is the guy who won the iRacing.com Talladega 500 back in October. Ryan, of course, Daytona, different animal to Talladega in some ways, very similar in others. You raced yesterday, you're racing here today. What's your thoughts going into this race?
Basically, it's just stay out of trouble. You know, Talladega 500, I stayed in the back most of the race and just try to make my way forward towards the end of it and avoid all the wrecks. And Daytona's narrower, and 3 wide here is not as easy as it is at Talladega, so it becomes an issue of just trying even harder to stay clean. I struggled with that late in the race last night, so going to try to see what happens today and avoid the big one.
And we've got a question from our guys on live stream. When you compare Talladega to Daytona, how much more difficult is it to make that move on the last couple of laps here on a track that is at least a lane narrower than, Talladega Superspeedway?
You know, I think it's actually a little bit tougher. I noticed when I was racing up front yesterday that it seemed like the pack really just kind of got 2-3 wide and nobody could really go anywhere, so it puts people in bad situations, and you gotta maybe put it in holes that aren't exactly quite as wide as you'd like, and try to make something happen.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ryan. We'll talk to you at some point over the course of this race, and very good luck to you.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
And now to run through your starting grid for the iRacing.com Daytona 500, row number 1, Eugene Mozganoff with a time of 47.046, exactly the same time as the second place guy Alex Calm. Well, because Mozganoff set his time early on in the week, he was able to take pole position here today. Alex Calm will line up alongside him in row number 1. Nicholas Morse and Tyler Loggin will line up in row number 2, and then Robin Medalek and Jeremy Nakoska will line up in the 3rd row. Nicholas Gordson and Kenneth O'Keefe will line up in row number 4, with Stephen Ozeni and Kevin King in row number 5. Adrian Duncan and our in-race supporter Ryan Norton will line up in row number 6. And then in row 7, Richard Desai and Joey Smith. Row number 8 will be Dwayne Vincent and Malik Ray. Row number 9 will be Benjamin Burmeister and Carson McLeod. In row number 10 will be Brandon Schmidt and Clayton Shusky. The rest of qualifying results coming up on your screen momentarily. And before we go green, Paul, final thoughts.
Well, this is going to be the way the race is. This is about as far apart as you're going to see them pretty much the entire race on this pace lap, because we're going to be nose to tail, 200 laps. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. There's going to be strategy. This is the whole package right here. This is going to be quite a show.
And, of course, as Larry Mack says, reach down and pull those belts tight one more time. We're racing for 200 laps, 500 miles around this 2.5 mile, 31 degree banked oval that is Daytona International Speedway. These guys, when they raced yesterday, there was a lot of excitement, high speeds, high drama. You'll see these cars going over 200 miles an hour while they're working in the tandems. Pit road, they'll have to get themselves down to 55 miles an hour. Don't forget also, you can keep in contact with us all race long. The Twitter hashtag will be iRacingWT. Alternatively, you can use the hashtag iRacingDaytona500. If you're in one of the races here today, or you're just spectating, let us know your thoughts, let us know your opinions. Who is going to get themselves down into Victory Road here today? Will it be Eugene Mozganoff? Will it be Alex Kahn? Will it be Ryan Norton making back-to-back victories in the NASCAR World Tour event? Or will it be someone down the field as well? Let us know your favourite driver as the course of the race will run through them as well. The pace car about to make that turn down towards pit road. Eugene Mozganoff now beginning to build up the pace, and as he does so, the iRacing.com Daytona 500 is green, and you see that a bit of a sluggish start there by Alex Carr on the outside one. He's already getting freight trained by 2 cars that work themselves down into turn number 1, but all of a sudden Mozganoff spurs himself now to the outside line. It looks like we're going to have 2, perhaps 3 wide racing band of pack as they work themselves down into turn number 2.
Yeah, lousy start by Alex there brings him into the 3rd place, but he's recovering nicely, coming back on the outside here. That's what you're going to see a lot with this draft. You're going to see the outside doesn't work very well here, but a nice tight group of about, looks like a dozen cars or so starting to close up here.
Ashley Miller there deciding to go to the back of the pack early on, and Ben, it looks as though that Malik Ray's got some black flag on that start, jumping down a little bit too early. He's going to have to bring himself down pit road, and that is going to be difficult news for him early on in this race.
Yeah, that's something that sets you back so early in this race, which is not good for the end of the race. You've now got to make up that half lap because you don't have the draft and everyone else is so much quicker than you. You will go a lap down, unfortunately. So he's going to have to try and make it up. There is a long way to go, but it's hard to make a lap up here.
And also, David, it looks as though, very quickly, it looks as though that Kenneth O'Keefe actually hit the wall on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, I was watching him and he just seemed to drive into the wall. Maybe he was making some last-minute adjustments to his car.
3 wide, and meanwhile, the battle for the race lead, the number 7 car, trying to work himself through the middle there. Looks like he's going to get himself to the outside line. He'll be first in line there. That is Nicholas Morse in the 7 machine. However, your new race leader, as they're going to put 2 laps in the book, is Tyler Lawrence. He's currently being pushed by the 19 car of Eugene Mosinoff as they work themselves down into turn 1 once again, but 3 wide behind him as they work themselves down into the corner. You've got yourself on the inside, the number 30 car of Rodden Mundek. You've got Nicholas Morse in the middle, and then Alex Khan working all the way on the outside line. But some of these guys right now, though, Ben, Aaron even, they just need to find themselves a little bit of space. And some of these guys, you know, at the front, they might have their teammates at the back of the field, and they've got to try and find a way to get back together.
Yeah, teammates here can be very important. If you're by yourself, it can be very hard to work through those packs. But if you can find somebody that you're comfortable with and you can push yourselves, you can make your way through a pack and break out. It's when you get into the middle of the packs, that's where really, I feel, the danger zones are. When you have a whole bunch of people, a whole lot of really loners out there just trying to find somebody to work with. Boy, you get a whole bunch of people just trying to find that right partner, and you're swapping around, you're passing, you're 2 wide, 3 wide, and everybody's just trying to find that spot, and if you can't find that sweet spot, it can get very hectic in a hurry.
Jeremy Lacosta in the 8 car, Ben, is getting a big push right now by the 21 car as he works themselves down into turn 3. Lacosta is going to take the race lead. Will he work with the 21 car? He's flatly going to have to go side by side once again. It looks like those two are disconnected, and you see the way the pack comes back in the top of them, Ben, as they work themselves down to the start-finish line. But it shows 2 cars are faster than 1 when you're pushing. As soon as you disconnect, the pack is going to swarm up and catch you.
Yeah, it actually looks like there's a front pack and a rear pack now at the moment. It looks like they have spread themselves out. I saw one of the guys on the first lap jump down below the yellow line and let most of the field go. As Aaron said, there is a danger zone in these packs. You don't want to be in the middle of these packs. That's where wrecks happen. That's where they start and that's where they finish pretty much. So you want to be either all the way up the front or you want to be pretty much down the rear just for about 150 laps. There is massive long distance.
Massive long distance indeed. Go on, Yanni.
Yeah, I want to commentate on that. That several guys in the start of the warm-up lap, they pull over to the pit stalls in order to drop back to the line. But in the last race we had last night, there was a funny situation where half the field just wanted to be the last guy to get out of the pits, which actually caused half of the field to get a green flag while we're in the back stretch. So several guys had the same policy of taking it cautiously, but that was almost too cautious.
Yeah, and indeed, if you get too many cars trying to be too cautious early on, you end up with just a huge wad of cars all going off the pace below that yellow line, trying to find gaps before they come down into turn number 3. However, I'm going to keep ourselves on that 8 car. Olchin Pikoska, he's got himself now back to the race lead. He's being pushed right now by the 30 car of Robin Mundlek, as in fact they are going to be out to get clear as they work themselves now down the back straight away. You see them now pull down into the inside line. So Jeremy Lakoska is your new race leader. He did try to work with the 26 car early on. That didn't work out for him, but now they're going to sort themselves out, and Mundlek is giving himself a nice little push there to the 8 car of the Costa. They've got themselves about a 4 car length advantage, but importantly, Paul, as soon as they have to switch, the pack's going to come right back up on them.
Well, and that's the advantage you're trying to get as much gap as you can now, because inevitably they are going to have to switch. The number 30 car, Robin Munhek, the car is starting to get hot. And the longer he sits back there, the hotter it gets. So you do, every couple of laps, have to switch, and that's when the rest of the pack is going to reel you in. So they need to make as much space as they can right now, try to do as smooth of a switch as they can, and lose as little time as they can. So the next couple of laps, keep an eye out for that and see how much time they lose.
And important news as well, it looks as though Steven Azenier has had issues. He is no longer in the race. He will try and get himself back in at some point soon. But this is the guy who won the top split of the race yesterday, David. And that's going to be hugely disappointing for him as he's trying to make back-to-back victories. Meanwhile, it's the pack also swarming now right back up to the 13 and the 8 car as they've had to make that switch.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping for a lot of cautions and trying to get back on the lead lap so he can get get a wave around just so he can get back in the race. But if he can get onto the back of the pack, I'm sure he'll be able to work his way through again, no problem.
So as the cars come past the start-finish line, we're going to have 8 laps scored complete, working themselves 3 wide as they come through the trioval once again. The 2 car off Kevin King, though, trying to do the switch with a 19 car as they work themselves, but then they got the 6 and the 7 working themselves right down the middle, and the 2 car off Kevin King is on all the way back here. But meanwhile, your top 10 as it stands, Robin Mundalek is your race leader, Jamie Lakuska in 2nd, Tyler Lawlin in 3rd, Brandon Schmidt in 4th, Eugene Mosganov in 5th, Kevin King in 6th, Nicholas Mawson 7th, Nicholas Gotson in 8th, Richard Desai in 9th, and Anderson Pierce running out your top 10. Aaron, so far we've been green the entire way, but these guys are on it.
They are on it. Lots of, it's looked pretty hectic so far, but there has been lots of give and take. When cars have tried to merge up high, you know, the car behind has sort of just lifted up just a little bit and let them in. As this race progresses, that's going to go away. Last night's race, top split, we went caution-free first 110 laps, and in the end, the race finished with 11 cautions. So 1 yellow for 110 laps, then 9 or 10 yellows for the final 90. Maybe we'll see something like that here as well. And also, as the race progresses, one thing to look for is mistimed switches. When the leaders switch after that second car heats up and has to switch, when they do make the switch, the back of the pack, those that are still drafting, get a huge run. In this track, when those leaders are side-by-side switching, there's really nowhere to go. And if you're in the middle of that pack and you don't know that they're slowing up, all of a sudden you're running over cars. So far, it's been great racing, but as this progresses, it's going to be a lot more take and a lot less give.
You're exactly right. I'm sorry, Will. I'm just saying that the low line at the moment, the one closest to the inside, they're not pushing each other at all. They're just sitting there and riding where that, you get a tandem on that high line. I've seen it twice happen now, and it looks like there's a tandem on the outside going of the 21 and the 34. They can get to the front and they can take over from that inside line and take the lead. I just saw the 29 and the 6 do it, and before that I think it was the 8 and the 30 did it. So that outside line, I wouldn't give that out. I think 2 wide racing may be the go.
2 wide racing may be the way to go, and of course these tandems, you will try and put yourselves wherever you can on the racetrack. If you're on the outside line, you've got 2 cars hooked up together, the cars on the inside line aren't working as closely, then you will have to challenge. But you see these cars are still being rather cautious. I'm having a look at Richard Desai in the 21 car and Carl McCormick in the number 34 Energizer Target car, and they are really not doing too much pushing. As the 29 car, Tyler Lawlin there, now dropping down into the middle at the same time. Richard Desai work themselves now to the race lead. We're going to have 12 laps scored complete at the line. 3 wide racing here. And once again, in the iRacing.com Daytona 500 presented by GlacierTV. And 3 wide, 3 deep now.
And they're going to catch a lap car. Mike Skinner, this isn't going to work.
4 wide. Not going to work. They are 4 wide, and they're almost touching then. You see 3 into 4 does not work. 4 into 5 definitely doesn't work. And the 6 car gets hugely held up there, but they all managed to carry on going, and they were still 3 wide all the way back. But our first 4 wide here today at Daytona, everyone, Paul, manages to get through okay.
That was unbelievable. That's a very scary moment there. And it's who's going to blink. And the problem with this too is if you lift too much, you blink too much, you're going to lose touch. It takes a lot to get the momentum back in these plate restricted cars. So if you try to lift too much to get out of that situation, you're either going to get run over or just freight trained. And both of those bad. Obviously, you get run over, terrible. I wanted to make a quick mention. Your second place runner, Alex Can, back in 16th now. Maybe a little bit of strategy, but he's in the second group now, and it may have fallen back, and might be playing a strategy game.
And David, this is what I was talking about earlier on. Some guys would want to lead up front and want to see how their car works in the pack. But then after that, for these first 100 laps, you just want to keep that car clean. And some of these guys will just drop to the rear of the field. We see so many guys do it in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. They will see how their car works, then drop to back. They'll do so later on in the race as well, just to see whether the car's still handling okay. But right now, we've got ourselves a little bit more lap time. 5 car there going down a lap early on here as well. The important thing, however, is though, David, that you cannot lose the draft. Otherwise, you're almost 2 seconds lap slower than the rest of the field.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like once you lose the draft with this, you might as well just park it up because you're going to be a lap down in no time. But going back to the guys running up front and testing their cars, that is exactly what they're doing. They're just seeing how their car performs in the tandem, and then just dropping back, going for the fuel saving, because a lot of this is going to be about strategy and making sure that you get to the end of the race, because this we know there's like 200 odd laps here and you're not going to win it on the first 10 laps. It's all about the last 10 laps.
So we currently have ourselves 19 cars in the front pack. It is Devon Hall even in the 11 car, who's currently at the rear of that pack. Then we've got ourselves about a second gap to the second pack, which is being led right now by Joe Schmidt and Adrian Duncan. And Ben, those two, Schmidt and Duncan, when you go to super speedways, they are always drivers who you can never discount. Right now they're leading the second pack. We do expect them to close back up, perhaps, once we get our first quarter of the day.
Yeah, they certainly will. That 4-car train there in that second pack, there's actually 3 packs now. The second pack, the one, they're working together quite well as a 4-car train. You can see the 41 pushing the 40 now. I'm not sure if they're teammates or whatnot, but they may catch the back of the leading pack guys, and these guys can catch up without a caution. It just all depends. Like, we may get green flag pit stops or not. These guys just have to find someone to work with. But I did see in that backpack that there are a lot of NASCAR or oval World Championship drivers. About half of the third pack have that black stripe on their car, and that is a very strategic game. A lot of them are just hanging back, they're lifting off, probably saving a little bit of fuel as well. But I just see it's very interesting to see that they're not up the front and challenging for the lead early.
Indeed. The important thing, as I said earlier, though, is you need to make sure you don't go a lap down. And for some of these teammates as well, David, you get one car who loses that draft, you almost expect, one of their teammates to drop back and work with them. We're still working on lap number 17 of 200. We've still got a lot of time here. And the worst thing you can have is one of your dance partners late on in the race being scored multiple laps down, not able to help you out later on.
Yeah, or even actually being wrecked out of the race completely, and then you're going to have to create a new partnership, and you don't know how good they are when you're doing the switch. So, these guys all know the game. I think they are all just playing it safe at the moment, sticking with their partners so they can do the switch rounds, make sure that that's working properly. Because the last thing you want is doing the switch with someone that you've never done it before with, because that could be a recipe for disaster.
Meanwhile, we're having a look on board now with the number 7 car of Nicholas Moore as they work themselves under the triangle once again to put 18 laps into the book. You see, the visibility of that car really is zero when you touch from behind. You cannot see anything except on the rear of that car. You're trying to align that car and hope that the car ahead of you knows what he's doing. Coming into the corner, you can see perhaps the drone move to the right-hand side just a little bit to get a peek of that, and also pull that engine down as well. Meanwhile, the 9 car and 34 are trying to work on the outside line. That is Stephen Gilbert and Carl McCormick. They're going to go to the point as they work themselves down the back triangle once again. But we haven't seen too much of these guys, doing good things for more than 2 laps. Get themselves into the race lead, get themselves a bit of clean air bed, and all of a sudden, they just think, good back off and catch them off again.
Yeah, as I pointed out before, these guys understand this 200 laps. They are going to strategy if they either want to go up the front or they want to go in the back. No one wants to be in the middle, and you can see that with that outside line. They're just working together, 2-car draft, they push up to the front, make a change, swap, pull down, and then they just let that low line catch up to them, and then they just go right.
Of course, we've got ourselves many onboard cameras here today. In fact, we might even show you a little bit of a gyro cam later on in this race. But that battle for now, what is essentially 3rd and 4th position on the racetrack continues. This right now is the 33 car of Brandon Coppinger being pushed by the 13 of Dwayne Vincent. Those two actually just disconnect. The 13 car just able to tuck in ahead of the 30 machine of Robin Mundek. But now these two are disconnected, you see, it's now the 34 car is going to get himself a big push by Brandon Schmidt. Almost looking as though he's going to go 3 wide as he comes through the tri-oval. But now it is Schmidt pushing that 34 car of Carl McCormick to the point as they're working themselves now on lap number 21. But so far, it really has been good, clean racing, Paul, if a little bit energetic.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of twin right now in close quarters racing. But you see, there's a lot of give and take, and these guys do realize it's a 200-mile race. We're only 22 mile or 21 laps into it on this lap. So, these guys realize there's nothing to be gained by really mixing it up right now. And you know, just kind of bide your time and stick with the group and just wait.
And Aaron, for the time being, these cars, you know, they've got themselves into about 3 different packs. We are only, however, about 15 laps away from potentially our first round of green flag pit stop. And with cars, you know, in packs of 15, 20 trying to pit together, that will be the first big challenge of the day as they all try and come themselves down on pit road. The important thing when you come to that, however, is you've got to make sure you've got your dance partner as you come out of pit road. You cannot come out of pit road by yourself, otherwise you're just losing time every single straightaway.
Certainly, you do not want to come out by yourself, and by this point in time, we've been 22 laps green. As a driver, you almost become desensitized to having your spotter say, Carlo, 3 wide, you're in the middle. You just sort of become desensitized. You become used to it. But then you get the warning, 5 laps of field left. The most terrorizing time for these drivers, probably until the end game of the race, is coming into the pits. Especially if you're on the outside, you're going to have to figure out, how do I get to the inside? I need to pit this lap. And lots of times you'll see issues, or maybe even an issue that will bring out a yellow flag, people trying to get on pit road. Also, people have different braking points. Some people are better than others. So, yeah, you may have a dance partner. You may come into the pits at the same time, but if that driver is 2-3 seconds slower getting on pit road, or the one thing no driver wants today, a speeding penalty, then all of a sudden your best laid plans, bye-bye. You're going to have to find a new partner.
Indeed. Meanwhile, having looked back at this middle pack, and one of the drivers who was out front earlier, Jeremy Koska, in the 8 car, he's now fallen back to this second pack. In fact, he's fallen all the way down now outside the top 20, as ahead of him Joe Smith and Adrian Duncan are working in the 19th and 20th positions. And for Koska right now, he's got himself a bit of an issue that Smith and Duncan have been tandeming together. These two, of course, are teammates for F&D Racing. Lakoska hasn't been able to stay with those guys, and right now he really is in no man's land, Aaron.
Yeah, I don't know how he got so far behind, but if you're that last car in a pack, if there's a bobble, if you have to lift for any reason, if you're that last car, it is rather easy to all of a sudden go, where'd my draft go? And you're just going to fall back, and eventually you're going to be in the clutches of the pack that will eventually catch you, as is the case for Jeremy. Long race though, but running 21st after leading this race earlier, I'm sure he... I'd have to think that wasn't by choice. The racing up front hasn't been that wild that I'd want to go that far back. So we'll see if he stays to the front of this pack, or if maybe something's wrong.
And he's now fallen into the clutches of, to say, in the 21 car. He's giving himself a push right now, which is to say, in the JDR graphics machine, currently working himself in the 22nd spot. And he's now fallen into that third pack, whereas Joe Smith and Adrian Duncan, in fact, have now caught up this first pack. We really have now got ourselves 2 packs of about 20 cars each. We still have 37 cars on the lead lap. Pete Bennett, Manny Gray, Mike Skinner, Kenneth O'Keefe and Stephen Azenyi are all scored laps down. And let's go back to Manny Gray having that black flag on the first lap there. You know, he got himself that black flag. It really has cost him. He scored 1 lap down and is now working with Stephen Azenyi to try and get himself back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, he's lucky that he's got Stephen down there. Stephen's now 5 laps down after a couple of issues earlier. But Malik, he needs Stephen to stay there, and he's hopefully, I hope for the racing sense and for his sense that he can get back up there and challenge in the lead. But it's going to be a tough race for him from where he is at the moment.
It is going to be a tough race, go on.
Oh yeah, what Malik needs, he needs a yellow right now. Everybody else should pit. He would get the wave around, and then he's going to have to gamble that there's going to be a quick yellow that he is then going to be able to pit and refuel. So he's really at the mercy of a yellow flag and everybody else coming in, and then playing the gamble that there's going to be a yellow before he needs to refuel.
Well, as they say, cautions breed cautions.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. Go on, Yoni.
Just to mention on that that strategy, yeah, the gamble, it's always a gamble, but you could also, if you want to risk it, when everyone makes a pit stop, you get the wave around, but then as soon as it goes green, if you're dead last in the line, you could pit as soon as you go green, and that's where you would not lose a lap, and you could still get the full tank of fuel.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, if you're at the end of the line and make sure there's no cars behind you. But you've got to make sure that you can still get back out ahead of the leaders. The important thing, of course, is because we're running with Strokes to play, these cars get up to speed a lot slower than you see it, for example, the 1.5 mile tracks with Atlanta, Texas, places like Michigan as well. And Paul, it really is another part of the strategy here at Daytona. That these drivers, they've worked through every single different eventuality, and we're sure that people like Malik Ray and Izeni, who are still back now, will do everything they can to get themselves at least back onto the lead lap.
Well, the important thing is to not go any further down. You know, Malik at least still has a shot with being 1 lap down, but he is at this point about 0.7 seconds slower than the front runners. So on a long enough timeline, he is going to get overrun here. So he's really just praying for a yellow at this point.
Well, we are working ourselves on lap number 29 of 200 here. Stephen Gilbert is currently your race leader. He had a little bit of push there from Carl McCormick. They became disconnected as they worked themselves through turn number 1 and 2. However, now as they work themselves down the back straightaway, they are connected once again. You've got Brandon Schmidt and Nicholas Morse, however. They're going to look to the outside line. You see the block there by McCormack in the 34 car. He's going to try and go for the race lead himself as they work themselves out of turn number 4 now. We know that McCormick might have got his engine overheated a little bit, and we haven't talked about that yet, David. You can push another car, like we've seen in the tandeming, for about 2.5 laps. After that point, you've got to get yourself some clean air, and this is why we're seeing all these switches today.
Yeah, exactly. Running behind these cars. But you'll also see that they kind of move out just to the right. Into a big strategy later on. I mean, with your tandem partner and you're coming down to the last lap, who's going to push you across the line? Because that's how this race is going to be won.
Do you think it's going to be who's going to push whom across the line, or do you think who's going to find the gap on the last lap?
No,
Yeah,
but Norton still won it because he had someone pushing across the line. It's not. That's the only way you're going to win this race. If you try and go out on your own, it's not going to work. So you got to make sure whoever's in front, you've got to be in front on the last lap and be pushed. That's it. There's no two ways about it.
Paul, do you agree with that?
I think so. I mean, you know, again, a lot of it has to do with, you know, Ryan alluded to earlier, this is a much narrower track than Talladega. So you're not going to be able to take a run on somebody and be able to pass them up. You need help. You have to have help. So, I mean, I think it's going to come down to the last turn.
It will come down to at least the last lap, of course. Let's not forget, last year in the IC.com Daytona 500, both of the races ended under caution. For those of you who want to check out those races, of course, you can go to GlacierTV's YouTube archive, youtube.com/GlacierTV archive for that. Meanwhile, working ourselves on lap number 32 of 200 here at Daytona International Speedway. For those of you who are just tuning in, hello, where have you been the last 22 laps? It is the 2013 Daytona 500 on iRacing, presented by Glacier TV. We have been caution-free since the start of this race. We still have ourselves a total of 37 cars on the lead lap. First to 37th is only separated by just 8 seconds on the racetrack. We've got ourselves 2 packs of cars. And right now, this front pack actually right now, Ben, is starting to look rather racy as they're trying to get themselves positioned for this first pit stop.
They've been racy all race. Like, for 33 laps now completed, we've got like these guys at the front have been 3 wide, a section where they were 4 wide coming through the trioval. There's these guys, I think, personally need just to settle down, get into a rhythm. Well, they're probably doing that. They've probably done this for so long. They're all Class A drivers, and they've probably done it before. But look, personally, I'll just be getting into a rhythm, trying to find people who I can work with, get partnerships up. And I've just been watching the 34th Carl McCormick, and it looked like he had to go to the high side and drop back as his engine was getting a little bit hot, but he's trying to find his partner at the moment, and they're 3 wide at the front.
3 wide in the battle for the race lead, and this is where things get interesting once again. We saw them, of course, go 4 wide on the front straightaway about 15 laps ago, but you've got the 7 car hanging out to dry on the middle line. That is Nicholas Morse. He's now got himself a little bit of help from Stephen Gilbert. As they work themselves now out of turn number 2, you see them all of a sudden getting back down to single file. But Gilbert is still trying to look on the outside line. He's trying to find himself a partner, but right now no one is wanting to go with him. This is probably the most single file we've had this race, all race long, especially in this front pack. Brandon Schmidt is currently hooked up with Carl McCormick. They're trying to get themselves working on the outside line, but I have to say, Paul, that 34 car Carl McCormick has been a great pusher so far here today.
Yeah, doing a great job so far, staying ahead of everything. And, you know, we were talking about drafting partners. It's very very impressive how fast this car will slow down if you get it out into the clean air. And you've seen these people get caught, like the car number 7, the car of Nicholas Morse, got caught up in kind of no man's land for a second, and went backwards in an awful hurry.
Notice now that the whole pack's kind of bunched up again, getting ready for these pit stops, because they're doing a lot of battling up at the front, like going 3 wide, so they're definitely being slowed up.
You know what the important thing is as well? We've now got ourselves 34 cars separated by 3.5 seconds. We pretty much have ourselves one pack, and this is the worst thing you could ask for as we're coming towards green flag pit stops.
Yeah, and, especially when the green flag pit stops come into play, you do not want to be too wide when you're in the outside line and trying to make your pit stop. So right about 2 laps before you start actually making the pit stop, you'll see probably guys giving up positions just to get into the inside line so they can then get into the pits, because if you try to break yourself into the pits going to the outside line, that's surely going to be a carnage.
Yeah, you can see now that they're all getting down to the inside, getting ready for this, because the guys, basically they're all going single file.
They are going single file, and this is a point of the race where they just want to find a closing space and say 36 laps. We've not had a caution yet here today. The front to about 15 cars are still working double file on the racetrack. We've still got some guys trying to get themselves towards the front of the field. Of course, the front of the field is possibly the safest place to be when you come onto pit road. You either want to be at the front, so you can dictate the pace coming onto pit road, or at the back of the pack. The guys in the middle, however, they're going to have to be very, very careful on those brakes. And we saw this yesterday as well. You know, pitting here at Daytona is tough, and you've got to get yourself straight onto that apron, and going down to 55 miles an hour at the last second, it can be tough. These cars aren't really designed to brake.
No, they are not designed to brake. And another thing, tire strategy here is important as well. These drivers are not going to want to really lock up that right front. Some of these drivers may try to go no tires, but if they lock their brakes up, they're going to wear those tires out and may have to do 2 or even 4 tires. And doing four tires here will take you about 2 seconds longer, and you can't really afford that. So not only do you have to get your car down, not only do you have to hit 55 miles an hour, now you have to conserve your tires while slowing down from 200 miles an hour to 55 miles an hour with maybe 3-4 wide onto pit lane. So it's about to get interesting.
As they're still going 3 wide for the race lead, and this is Ryan Lowe now pushing Brandon Coppinger to the point for the first time in this race. The 33 car of Brandon Coppinger will be scored as your new race leader with 38 laps scored complete. You see Ryan Lowe there, his car's getting hot, so now he's going to have to try and get himself a push. They're 2 wide, 2 deep behind him as they come to the start-finish line, and in fact it's not going to be the 33 car next lap. It is in fact going to be Ryan Lowe in the 43 car, the last of the guys to make this race on iRating. So the lowest iRating guy now leads the race in that 43 front and hunger car, and Ben, it really does show that anyone has a chance of winning this race here today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm still watching a couple of guys back in the pack. I can see Patrick Baldwin and Carson McCullen working together, just drafting themselves. Also Chad Coleman and Kevin King just in a tandem draft. Now these guys are about 5-7 seconds off the end of that front pack, and they're working nice together. Another group is Kevin O'Keefe and Peter Bennett, and these guys are just getting ready for those green flag pit stops. They're going to pit together, they know they can work together. These guys are all professionals, they've worked together before. These guys are thinking ahead, not like that front pack at the moment.
And
hey, Will, speaking of Ryan Lowe, we talked qualifying times are going to be really close, and indeed they were, but Ryan Lowe, he started 43rd in the race, and now he's leading.
Indeed, and so he's come all the way from the back of this pack to the front. We had 29 guys set themselves a qualifying time for this race. Everyone from Patrick Baldwin, who started this race in 30th back, did not set the qualifying time, as Lee Heron there on Twitter saying, look, a plane. You see a lot of planes do land here at Daytona International Speedway. Pit stops commencing. 2 cars now coming down. Early on, Benjamin Burmeister is onto pit road. He's got himself a dance partner to come in with him as well, and that is going to be important for him, as Burmeister is the first of the cars to make that trip on pit road in this race. And we'll see how they do. They're going to probably get themselves 4 fresh tyres and top up with Sunoco race gas as well. But they start a bit early.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, important. They decided to pit early, and that is important because you pit early, you get yourself out of the melee, and the time that you might lose, you might actually gain up, as everyone in this front pack are going to have to try and pit together. And that, everyone's slowing down, you're going to lose yourself half a second. You might not get yourself the optimal braking point as they come down into pit road. Let's see who comes down this time. Is there anyone going to make that trip? It looks as though not in the front pack, at least in the middle pack. Yeah, four cars. Dennis about also coming in, and he's speeding a bit there.
Sorry guys, looks like the 30 had a massive issue in the pit lane. They made it be in the speeding penalty or whatnot. But now, Benjamin Burmeister and the 30 have both gone a lap down, unfortunately.
So we've got ourselves right now Jeremy McCusker onto pit road, Richard Desai on pit road, Jason Jacoby on pit road, Michael Johnson on pit road, and Devon Hall. He has just exited his pit box in that number 11 Nexus Esports car. So these guys will probably all come back out together. You see, Hall was at the rear of this pack as they came in, and he's got himself Richard Desai and Jeremy McCusker right ahead of him as they come back out. And this is exactly what these guys need. They've come in together, they pretty much come out together. But Michael Johnson, however, lost the pack as the leader's now coming down onto pit road. Ben.
Nicholas Morse now onto pit road with the 6 of Brandon Schmidt. These guys, I think they'll be working together as they've both come off together. We also have Jamie Walker on pit road. So there's 3 cars on the pit road at the moment. This may be a little bit difficult for these guys to work together.
It might be, and the thing is, if there's 4 cars and one of them comes out by themselves and another car comes up behind, they can work together. However, if you've got it like this, when you've got, just 3 cars coming in, you're always going to have someone losing out. This meanwhile, Ryan Lowe back down to the inside line, over Tyler Law then.
Nicholas Morse did get a speeding penalty. He did get a speeding penalty coming in.
So
the 7 car speeding.
So he's going to have some big issues. He's going to try and get himself back into contention, but we're still green as working ourselves now on lap number 44 off 200. Tyler Lawman, he's dropping back right now. He had a dance partner a couple of laps ago. Now he's tucking in behind Carl McCormick. Very close there to running over Dwayne Vincent in the 13 car. But we expect these guys to come down pit road at some point soon. Of course, and one of these guys would have saved a little bit of fuel in the pack. If they were conservative, they might have saved themselves anywhere up to 2 laps worth of fuel. So we expect these guys to come down any time now.
Yeah, that's with Patrick Baldwin, with the guys running at the back. They were running a really conservative pace. They probably weren't even running flat out. So they're going to be back. They're going to be back up at the front very soon.
McCormick's in, Tyler Lawman is in as well. Lawman struggling to get that car down to 55 miles an hour. Did so. Clayton Shifsky is also on pit road. So these guys aren't coming in the pack for 20 that we expected, as Michael Johnson, getting very loose, was able to save it there in the 23 cars. They worked themselves through turn number 1 and 2. But as the cars get back onto the racetrack, this is where things get difficult as well. You've got to try and find yourself a place to blend in as you work yourself out of the apron onto the back straight away. But it looks like so far everyone's been able to do so. We are expecting still a big gaggle of cars to pit together. We see them, some of them looking down to the inside. No one else is coming down pit road at the moment. Now we've got Andrew Linsky down on pit road and Stephen Gilbert. They're going to make their first pit stop of the day. And it looks as though that 31 car is going very wide.
Wow, 31 almost lost it out on the grass. Good job.
King, all the guys at the back, Patrick, King, Chad, they're all coming in now. Those 4 cars are running really close all race, so I expect them later on to come pushing through to the front.
Oh, and Ryan Norton went way past his pit stop and pit stall rather.
And we've seen this before.
It looks like those guys in that backpack, Ted Coleman, Kevin King, those guys have run this tank out completely. They're going to fill it with gas. They're just going to go again. But they're minding their own business. I like their strategy, what they're working on.
Yeah, I think it's a smart game plan. Those 4 guys have obviously got together and said, right, this is what we need to do, and then they're going to race at with the last 25 laps to go. They're going to be pushing them.
Trouble! Turn 2. We got a crash.
And it's going to be our first caution of the day. Yes, our first caution of the day here at Daytona International Speedway. They trouble down into turn number 2. And Aaron, take us through it.
Yeah, cars were merging onto the track, pit exit, and with the visibilities here, looks like a target car.
Kyle McCormick.
Yeah, looks like it caught him off guard. He got up and he just got loose, went around, and unfortunately for the drivers behind him here, when a car goes sideways, there's nowhere to go. So looks like 7, 8, 9 cars involved in this one.
Yeah,
looks like Kyle McCormick on Kyle McCormick on the cold tires. He was initially he was in the middle lane. It looks like the car just stepped out a little bit, and he did not have the room to get down to the lower lane because obviously there was a car there merging. So unfortunately, back end just steps out and hits that.
Yeah, it looks like he hit the apron as well, so that's not going to help him either.
So we're going to get ourselves a replay of Kyle McCormick. You can see he was working himself down into turn number 1. You have cars back out onto the racetrack, but his car just got loose all by himself. He tried to save it, but as soon as he got himself down onto that apron, he saw it just spun around there, and the 21 car and the 8 car immediately slammed into the wall. They had nowhere to go, and around them, other drivers as well, struggling to find themselves somewhere to go. A couple of drivers actually had to go all the way down into the grass to get out. That was, I believe, Eugene Moscow from the 19 car, who went down all the way onto the grass. But we got ourselves about 9 cars involved. Our first caution of the day here at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to get ourselves another look at this. And it did look as though it was a single car crashing, just had the air taken out from underneath that car.
No, I don't know what the ruling is on like joining the track, but someone joined the track straight out of the pits, and that's kind of like what made him check up and move up a lane, and his car just got loose. Nothing he could do about it. Not his fault at all.
Well, you had 3 cars who were all running on that inside line as they came out of pit road. There is no official ruling as to whether you have to join on the back straightaway or you can just come straight out into the racetrack. In many ways, it did actually do the right thing. They stayed all the way down to the inside line. I just think that, working that back, I don't think he saw it until the last moment. He overcorrected that car. And I talked to one of my teammates, John Goat, yesterday about this. And some of these setups are very loose when you have to make rapid direction changes. And it looks right there, Ben, that it just didn't work for him. You talk about cold tires, talk about full fuel, it just didn't work.
I'm not sure. Maybe it is a setup thing, but it kind of. I don't blame the guys who were coming out of pit lane. What are they meant to do? Like, they sit on that low line. They were on the low line. There was plenty of room above them, but it looked like he just got loose and then hit the apron and it shot him back up the track. It's really unfortunate for the other guys on the high side who were just stuck there.
So will I
Go on.
have a bit of a carnage report for you when you're ready? So involved in that accident, number 34, Kyle McCormick, number 21, Richard Dissett was caught up in that. Also car number 8, that's going to be Jeremy Lukaska. And number 10 is Wes Weidman, also involved in that incident. The 36 car of Nicholas Gordson, also involved. 35 is Brandon Thrasher so far.
And we're going to bring in Yoni Backman into this conversation. It's all about pitting when you come out of pit road. And we have seen some of these guys, work on that inside line as soon as they come out of pit road. Of course, the apron is very slippery here. It's flat compared to the banking at Talladega, which is banked, so you can run it flat out here. You've got to do perhaps a little bit of a lift through turn 3 and 4 as everyone's coming back down towards pit road. But take us through your opinion on the whole pit out incident.
Well, that's exactly what I told Demo in the last race, last night, what not to do. We practiced the pitting like 100 times, and I'm not kidding. We literally, every second lap we did, look at that, with the tandem, we just practiced the braking and the exiting, so it's the worst thing that you can screw a race on, running a 500-mile race. But what we also tried to learn, and actually learned, is that when you get out of the pits, you hit the F3 button to get the relative gaps towards the guys coming behind you. And if there's a 5-second gap, we much rather went to the highest line possible and just graze the wall while accelerating, so we can be flat out and still get away from the too wide situations that leaders are struggling, instead of risking it going below the at the apron where you cannot go flat out, and you always risk it of touching the apron, and if you do that, that's what happens right there.
And thoughts, of course, of Michael Waltrip come back to me in last year's Gatorade Jules, of course, now the Budweiser Jules. When he lost it on the apron, he tried to come back onto the track, got it wrong, ended up spinning his car out of the race, and he didn't make the 2012 Daytona 500. Meanwhile, Brandon Schmidt, Robin Murdoch, Jeremy Koska, Nicholas Gortson, Kevin King, Richard Desai, Michael Johnson, Joey Schmidt, Benjamin Burmeister, Jason Jacoby, Carson McLeod, Clayton Shevsky, and Devin Hall and Jeremy Walker all made the trip down towards pit road that time. We've got ourselves about 2 laps before we go back to green flag racing, probably actually about a lap and a bit. But our first caution of the day. Until that point, however, we had some very clean racing, guys. We're expecting, the same thing here again, but for some of these guys, they are laps down. We've got Adrian Duncan, Brandon Thrasher, Malik Craig, Kenneth O'Keefe, Mike Skinner, all scored laps down, and they've got to try and get themselves back into the lead lap over the course of this run.
Now, someone can fill me in here and fill everyone else in. It is correct that in all iRacing World Tour events that we have resets?
Yeah, there will be one chance for these guys to get repairs from their car. So that will come into play. But as far as the guys who are laps down are concerned, they still get themselves back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, so
sorry,
Yoni.
Yeah, I have to say about that reset thing, that last night I experienced that if you get at least a 0x, which means a normal car contact during the tandem push, if you get the 0x before your first pit stop, and you go to pit stops with perfectly intact car, there goes your reset.
Yeah, I've also found that in a lot of series in iRacing, which is unfortunate, but I guess when you are pushing someone or you do just slightly tap the wall, maybe a guard gets pushed out or pushed in, or you might bend a wheel or something, and you may not feel it, but visually and maybe even speed-wise, it could affect the car.
Meanwhile, we've got ourselves, your race leader for the time being is Armando Vargas in the 17 car. In second is Andrew Burgess, Stephen Gilbert in third, Andy Linsky in fourth, Brian Coppinger in the fifth position, Ryan Lowe in sixth, Tyler Logan in seventh, Anderson and Pierce in eighth, Eugene Moltenhoff in ninth, and Alex Kahn running at your top 10. The guys who's going to get themselves a wave run this time by, that is Nicholas Morse, Kenneth O'Keefe, Peter Bennett, Malik Gray, Stephen Ayensi, Kenny Hunt, and Carl Taylor. They're all going to get themselves the wave run this time by. In some cases, that will put them back onto the lead lap. We'll have 36 cars scored on the lead lap as we'll come back to green flag racing. We do think, however, Paul, that perhaps Pierce hasn't made a pit stop yet. Sorry, yeah.
I'm showing Anderson Pace hasn't made a pit stop yet. I'm trying to confirm that now, but if not, I'm not exactly sure that car's still running.
He has made a pit stop. It took 16 seconds.
Okay, so I'm just getting some bad telemetry here. Alright, very good. So he has made a pit stop.
So we're going to go back to green flag racing this time by Ben. We're expecting perhaps another long green flag run here, or is DW's favourite phrase going to come true?
I've always gone by cautions, precautions, always. Every race series. It happens all over the world. Like, you watch Le Mans series, you watch the Daytona 24, you watch Daytona 500, Talladega, IndyCar, like Indy 500. Whenever there's a caution, everyone's packed back in a massive pack. They're all trying for position, especially with these lap cars. Now, I believe, no, they've just got the wave around, so that clears that issue. But these guys are in a massive pack now. They're trying to find their partners again. They're on cold tyres, full fuel. They've probably made adjustments to their car to make them faster. They don't know how they feel. They've just got to wait until they get up to speed after this pace car caution as we come down the back straight for the last time under caution.
So the cars working themselves down the back straight. We're going to go green this time by with 51 laps scored complete. Don't forget, you can keep in contact with us on Twitter all race long. Use the hashtag iRacingWT. Alternatively, also iRacing Daytona 500. We'll read out some of the best tweets over the course of this broadcast. As I said, we now have ourselves a total of 36 cars on the lead lap. Adrian Duncan, Brandon Thatcher, Malik Craig, Kenneth O'Keefe, Mike Skinner, and Stephen Ayensi are all scored laps down. Out front, however, it is Armando Vegas. He's going to bring the field back to green flag racing. Alongside him in row number 1 will be Andrew Berger. In the third position will be Stephen Gilbert. In fourth, Andrew Liensky. In fifth, Brandon Coppinger. And a little bit of an homage now coming to Fox, or shall we say, to NASCAR Fox. You've seen it over the course of Speed Weeks. As these cars coming into turn number 1, we'd like to introduce to you the GlacierTV gyro cam, which has had a lot of work done, we promise, but the pace car in the meanwhile is about to make that turn down towards pit road. Once again, we're going to ride along with Armando Vargas as the green flag is back in the air now, and these cars already spawning themselves back down into turn number 1. It's a good start there by Andrew Berger. He technically leads over the line there, but Vargas on the inside line is going to try and go right back on it as they work themselves back down into turn number 1.
Yeah, a slow start looked like by, I think it was with number 13 car, so that was going to be Dwayne Vincent had a really slow start there, and Peck kind of just ran away from him, quickly recovering, but kind of a lousy start.
But bit of a lousy start for him, of course. You did see the GlacierTV gyro cam. Let us know your thoughts on Twitter about that. But then it was a bit of a sluggy start there by that car as worked themselves down into turn number 1. Some of these other cars, however, they had themselves a good one. The outside line was working for them.
The outside line, I've said all night, it is a very, very good line to take, and that inside line, as I said earlier, is just sitting there, putting along. They know they've got the quicker line around the circuit on that inside line, but that outside line, with 10 or so to go, you may see a lot of guys jump to the outside with their partner.
But meanwhile, Aaron, the important thing for these drivers is now let's get themselves back into position. Let's keep themselves going. Because the way it is right now is you have got Mano Verges back out front. You've got Stephen Gilbert in second, Brandon Coppinger in third, Tyler Lawnett in fourth. But now on the inside line, you see Aitken Pierce. He's trying to catch up with the two guys on the inside line. And you see the run that he's getting on that inside line. Even though he's not in a tandem, he's still getting himself a great run on that inside line. He's got Ryan Norton in the 22 broken aero car, also now up into the top 10.
Yeah, that was an amazing run there on the inside with no help. I think he will get some help from Ryan Norton here in a second. But the way that yellow fella really sort of mixed up the field, so we have some different people up front. So once again, the way that yellow fell, people's partners that they're used to stuff running as we just about had an issue there in turn 2. They're going to want to find their partners. I noticed on that first lap green, 2 or 3 cars pulled to the apron down the back straightaway. Keeping that mentality that they don't want to be in the pack. So as this race progresses, I think, again, final 50 laps, we're going to be mentioning names that we haven't mentioned all race because there are a ton of good cars staying in the back of the pack wanting to avoid the big ones.
And look at Joey Schmidt on that outside line as well. He's now up into the 4th position. He's gained 4 positions in 1 lap there. Now work on the outside of Anderson Pierce. As they work themselves down into turn number 1, and you see Stephen Gilbert there move themselves to the outside line. Could Joey Schmidt push Gilbert to the point here as working ourselves now on lap number 55? And Ben, we always talk about Joey Schmidt in that 40 car, and right now he's just about connecting with Stephen Gilbert, and he's going to move in to the race lead.
Joe Schmidt has just done something that no one else has done in this race, and it's called use the side draft. He's done that all by himself, staying as close as he can to that inside line without touching them. He's actually caught up quite a lot, and at the moment I think he's going to push the 9 on that outside line in front of the 17. They'll both come down as they cross the line once again.
I just want to tell about that little bit of story about last race I had last night about that side draft thing.
Yellow.
It's actually more powerful than
Caution
you imagine, yeah. Just to short quickly, the cars on the inside line were all doing 201. I was alone on the outside, and all of a sudden my car was doing 208 at the end of the straightaway, and I actually lost my drafting partner because of that.
And it was Kenneth O'Keefe in the 5 car who slapped the wall as he came out of turn number 4. I'm not exactly sure exactly what happened to him.
The 36 had to check up behind the 18 and just hit into the 10. Spun him round, and then it looks like he was coming back on track and just got super loose again and switched it back up and took him out just on the tri-oval.
Actually, the car is Wes Weidman.
Wes Weidman
for
up
that.
before.
Yeah.
So Wes Weidman, what it looks like, he tried to get back on track somehow, and the car just took a right on him and just nailed Kenneth O'Keefe.
No, this started way back in turn 4, guys. Sorry to interrupt, but the 10 got... Oh, it actually started on the low line.
Yeah.
With the... I'll try and find a car number for you guys.
It's 36.
That's the one, thank you. The 36 had to check up for the 18 on the low line, ran high into Wes Weidman in the 10, and actually hit the wall at the exit of turn 4.
I'm not quite sure what Weidman was doing. I mean, he had that car, he got it straightened out, but he, rather than just run the apron on the front straightaway, he kind of just drove straight back onto the track, and that's what caused the secondary impact, because Mike Skinner was able to get through that okay, but then cars behind him was involved in that as well. But our second caution of the day here at Daytona, we expect pit road to be open this time by, and it was the 10 car with Wes Weidman and the 36 car of Nicholas Garrity there, who started that. We'll try and get ourselves a replay of that afterwards, but pit road is open this time by. We expect a lot of these guys to come in.
I'm sorry, it looks like this all started with the car 30. Car 30 was a little bit slow into that turn. He had caught up at a 28 and checked up, and just started the Constantino effect. car number 18, which is of course, I don't have the list with me right now. Hold on a second here. That's Chad Coleman had to check up, and then Nicholas Gortson had to swerve to avoid hitting the 18 car, and that's how that all started.
I think he was trying to avoid when he was coming back on track, not hitting the 19, and that's why he pulled down left and got on the grass and just turned it right. Unfortunate, but he'll be. It doesn't look too badly. Oh, he's done his engine, so yeah, that might be his day done.
Meanwhile, pit road is a very busy place, and it looks like Stephen Gilbert led the cars off pit road there. There were 3 wides that came out of pit road behind him. Alex Kahn getting some service, as was Eugene Mosganoff, Robin Mundek getting service, Benjamin Burmeister. A load of these cars came in. Looks like they had about 5 or 6 cars out front who didn't make that journey down to pit road. Of course, we only had a caution about 10 laps ago. However, of course, you know, strategy, you still get yourselves 140 laps to make it to the end of this race. And those guys are going to be thinking right now, working their crew chiefs, figure out whether it was worth coming down pit road this time. A lot of them thought we might as well get those extra 10 laps of fuel. Some of the guys out front thought, screw it, let's stay out.
And I'll tell you who wanted everybody to come in. Malik Ray, who had the black flag on the start. He was just 4 cars away. I only counted 4 cars in the lead lap that didn't pit. So, unfortunately for Malik, no free pass this time. He will remain 1 lap down.
Just a quick shout out to car 20, Stephen Azengi, in the position of 42. He got tagged by the 10, I believe, as they came out of 4 and had a massive moment as he tried swiveling the car, and a great save to keep it on going, and it doesn't look like he's got that much damage either.
So working ourselves under our second caution of the day here in the iRacing.com Daytona 500 presented by GlacierTV. Your current race leader is Joey Schmidt. In second position is Anderson Payas. In third, Andrew Berger. In fourth, Ryan Norton. And in the 5th position is Tyler Lawden. We've got ourselves still a total of, by the look of it, 35 cars on the lead lap. And is Joey Schmidt coming down pit road this time, right?
He is coming down pits.
Why is he doing that? Anderson Payas stays out. He looks like he was going to follow in Joey Schmidt, and then he comes back onto the track at the last minute. Joey Schmidt comes down pit road pretty much all by himself. He had Stephen Azengi come down pit road as well, but that was surprising there by Schmidt, if you ask me.
He'll be down in the 31st spot. That's, maybe he has a teammate or somebody he really likes in the back that knows he can work his way up front, but I don't see what 1 lap of yellow fuel does unless, wow, I'm confused, to be honest.
Maybe he was changing tyres. Did we see?
I'm not quite sure, but I mean, tyres, they can play an impact in this role, but you can at least do a full fuel stint on them. There was no damage there.
Changed all 4 tyres.
I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that would be, though. I mean, they've only had 10 laps on those tyres, to be fair. They all came down pit road like last time by. I think that perhaps Likens' reasoning is probably the best. He might have had a teammate at the back. He perhaps wants to see how his car works on the field. Or he might have put a little bit too much tape on that car on that first pit stop once he takes some of it off. Perhaps he had some overheating issues. And of course, these drivers can add or remove tape throughout the course of this race. The maximum they can run is 50% tape. Normally what these drivers would run in qualifying, they can run anything up to no tape at all. Of course, more tape, more speed, but the important thing is, Paul, more tape, more speed, also more heat, and it means you can't push these guys as much. You get overheated engine, chances are you could blow it.
Yeah, especially if you find yourself mired in a deep pack and you have nowhere to go to get the fresh air. You just watch hopelessly as that water temperature starts climbing on you, and the only option is really to just pull out of line and fall all the way back to the back. So yeah, I mean, if you end up with too much tape and you're not up in the front, then you can really find yourself in some serious trouble.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think a lot of these guys are going to be just running like no tape at all for the first part of this race. Maybe later on they might decide to just so they can get some extra speed, but it's no real benefit. I mean, once you've got into the draft with it, you're already there, or are you not?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Sorry. We've also got more guys coming down pit road now. Peter Bennett is on pit road. Adrian Duncan as well. There's a couple of other guys who have come down pit road. I'm not sure, but someone else can fill me in. Fuel economy here. That extra lap of fuel.
Yeah, that's going to play. You know, when you get down to the last couple of green flag runs, it might not be having any cautions, and it could go all the way to the finish. So that's really going to help you out.
Yeah, I think for Joey Schmidt pitting, I think the mentality was if we do get a long green flag run, we had everybody but 4 cars on the lead lap pit that time. So that means that he would have to pit 10 laps earlier, probably lose a lap, and if the yellow were to fall in the wrong spot, he would be in a bad spot. So maybe he figured on that first lap by more cars were going to stay out, and they didn't, and instead of risking a long green flag run, just come in and pit. We know he has a strong car. He knows he can make his way through the field. We've seen the car start 43rd, lead the race, so maybe that's what it was. Maybe he thought more cars were going to stay out. They didn't, so instead of being off sequence, he bit the bullet and came in.
He came in indeed. But
and Wiseman's pit crew's actually done a real good job on his car, and he's back up and running now. So he's in the 33rd position. So he didn't go a lap down after that.
Indeed he didn't, but top 5 drivers, Anson Pierce, Andrew Berger, Chad Coleman, Stephen Gilbert, Brian Norton, they are your top 5. Lights are out on the pace car with 60 laps scored complete. Then we're going to go back to green flag racing. Pace car is in, Anson Pierce now beginning to get the pace. The lights go back on. Gantry and we're back to green flag racing here in the RAC.com Daytona 500. A good start by Pierce there that time, and as it looks like he's going to keep the lead as they come back down into turn number 1. The important thing, let's go back to that, however, that you should talk about. You know, every single gallon you put into this car takes about 0.8 seconds. If you can save yourself a gallon on that last pit run as well, that could be important to get yourselves up a couple of spaces when you need it.
Oh yes, if you can get that 1 second, and you have a friend that you can pit at the same time, and you both get out of the pits 1 second faster than anyone else, if you can then tandem draft and push away, you can settle the race among yourselves and not have a big gap in the car. So yeah, maybe that also is too. That even if it's just that half gallon, that's 0.4 of a second. If you're looking on the track to see how far they go in half a second, that is a big gap.
Yeah, and also, in addition, when Joey Schmidt, if he's comfortable with the car and his handling right now, and he has confidence that he can work his way back up through the field, the pitting 10 laps off the sync compared to everyone else might not be a bad option, because there's always a risk when you do green flag pit stops, if we're getting into that, because lots of people tend to miss the braking zones to get the car to spinning over the grass, cause a caution, and if you're the only one who has 10 laps of extra fuel, that can be a big factor.
Guys, we've got ourselves a slow car. This is Clayton Chivsky, who's just being freight trained by all the cars there. He is way off the pace in that number 37 McDonald's car. You see that he's all the way up to the wall, and this is the last thing these guys want so far after a green flag run, where they've got all of these guys swarming past them. That 37 car is way off the pace right now, and of course iRacing.com Race Control is here, so I'm sure Shannon Whitmore will have something to say about that if he continues so far off the pace. But meanwhile, it's the inside line which is working best. You've got yourself the 9 car of Stephen Gilbert leading the way, with Andrew Berger in second, Anson Pierce in third, Chad Coleman in fourth. But now, being on the outside line, being led by Brandon Schmidt in the 6 car. He's got himself Tyler Lawrence pushing him on that outside line. This is what you were talking about a little bit earlier, Ben was talking about a little bit earlier on as well, that side draft, especially through the trail. You can pinch that guy down to the inside line a little bit more and get that side draft. It really can help you to get yourself an extra mile an hour, and that is the important part. But Paul, now we've got ourselves to the point, the 6 car of Brandon Schmidt.
Yeah, 29 car Terry Laughlin doing a great job of pushing that car on. You see he's just right on the bumper the entire time. The closer you get, the more effective the draft, and he's just staying locked right on there. We were talking about the precision earlier. He ran into some problems Laughlin did earlier when he was trying to do a push, and we had talked about it earlier. You've got to be right on, square on the bumper. Anything less, and you might end up spinning. And Laughlin almost ended the race 20 laps ago.
Number 14 just got really loose in the turn, and thankfully he managed to keep it off the wall, so we're still under green flag conditions.
We are, and I was telling you what as well, I was just having a look at this pack, and it is a pack right now. We've got ourselves about 18 cars in this first pack, and what that means is that you can't really tandem up and drive your way to the front. This is traditional pack racing here at Daytona for the time being, We've got ourselves about 6 cars on the outside line. In fact, 8 cars now on the outside line. We've also got the same on the inside line. We have a couple of guys looking now all the way to the outside line. This is the 42 car of John Bunton in the Napa Rolling Thunder Motorsports car. He's trying to get himself a bit of a push on Brandon Thrasher. They're going to try and go all the way on the outside line. It's going to have big trouble there, and they somehow save it. 3 wide to work themselves on the front straightaway once again. But Aaron, that time it was close.
It was close, and just one lap ago you said when they're 2 wide you can't tandem draft, but well, somebody must have heard you and said, well, we want to prove you wrong. We're going to tandem draft in that 3rd lane, which can be so tough.
That was very close. They traded a little bit of paint there. But the 35 car now of Brandon Thrasher might just move back down into that, what essentially right now is the middle line. But Daytona, you know, at Talladega you have distinct lanes. You've got 3 of them, and not only that, you can probably run 5 wide right into it. Here, you've only got that outside painted mark, which they use for qualifying. But inside that, you can probably get yourself 2 cars in the corners, running side by side, a car on the outside to that. Not much room, however, and we've seen just how close it's been these last couple of laps. The 24 car is still on that outside line, all by himself. That is Alex Kahn. I don't expect him to have a dance partner for the next couple of laps. I think he's going to fall back into line as they tried making the 3 wide there, and it didn't work out for them. They're going to slow it down a little bit now, but your race leader still is Brandon Schmidt, that last-time guy, with 66 laps. Now, Lord Fleet. Brandon Schmidt is your race leader. Tyler Lawlin on that outside line. They're going to make it 3 wide once again. The 40 car now looking down to the middle, and that is Joey Smith. We talk about how good he is in super speedways, and here he comes again. And now Lawlin's held out on that outside line. At this time, I also like to welcome into the GlacierTV booth, Jonathan Gove. And Gove, right now, it just looks crazy out there.
Yeah, it is. I would think when you come in and talk about these guys, it's a real pleasure to be with GlacierTV. I mean, these guys looking like, I mean, they're only on lap 67, but it looks like they're having fun out there, guys.
And Aaron, you know, this is the sort of thing that we expect to see in the last 20 laps, but these are some of the best simulators in the world. We talk about the guys with black drivers, the guys who are either pro drivers or World Championship Series drivers, and they know this off the back of the hand. We also have some guys who are super speedway specialists who race this every single day. We've got a slow car actually, and this is not going to be good.
3 wide the lead.
3 wide for the lead, and look at that car as well. It's Kenneth O'Keefe there. He's going to have to get himself off track, or they're going to make it 4 wide once again as they come out of turn number 4. In the battle for the race lead, now Brandon Thrasher is going to try and get himself to the point. O'Keefe gets himself down into the apron, but Thrasher is just going to lead that lap there by about half a car length. We saw again how he kicks down Brandon Schmidt, and that is the way to do it.
That is the way to do it, and as you were saying, well, the racing the past 5 laps, it's felt more like lap 190 instead of lap 67, 68. Joey Schmidt that last lap took the lead, but car got 3 wide in the middle, and now he's mired back in about the 8th spot. And I think also as we progress, 5 laps ago we saw John Bunton go to the outside. Eventually, we're going to see cars up on that 3rd line. They're going to be pushing. When it's time to go, that's where we're going to see the moves made. Right now, you go up there, you're going to feel like you have a big run, but eventually you're going to hit a wall of air, and if you have no support, we'll talk about you for a second, and then we'll say, oh, look, now that car is going in the back, but wow, what an intense 2 laps, huh?
But that's one of the things that these drivers are going to have to get used to. You know, they need to see how they can get their car up through the field, but also how they're going to pull back into the field as well. And that's going to be important when you come down to about lap 190, 195. And John, of course, you are a super speedway expert. You race it every single week. And a lot of these drivers, they probably know how the car will handle. They're not quite sure about the competition, however, and they need to know how long it will take them to get from, say, about 12th position all the way up to the front if they need to.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've noticed with the latest updates is that 3rd line by yourself, you can get to about 208 miles an hour. It's just amazing. And I think I just want to point out where you see the number 35 of Brandon Thrasher, and as well as the 25 Malik Ray, they are a lap down trying to race their way back to get back on the lead lap. So they're hoping to get out front and have a quick caution. Steven Izeni, your top split winner from last night, in the 20, he's also in the 40 position, trying to get one of his 5 laps back. So it's not just the leaders you got to worry about. There's a couple of cars a lap down trying to get back up there so they can win this race.
And well, I was going to mention the 35 car. That's Brandon Thrasher. He's a lap. Well, he's actually on the lead lap right now, but he is desperately trying to stay on the lead lap. And right now it's a very quick car, but he really forced the issue to try and get up into that position, and showing some very aggressive driving. But he definitely wants to be on the point and not get behind anybody. It looks like he's getting run over now.
Indeed, yeah, now the car's passing once again, and the outside line is working, and that is currently being led by Stephen Gilbert, your race leader, in the number 9 car, being pushed right now by Malik Ray. Of course, Malik Ray is another car scored 1 lap down. He's trying to get himself back onto the lead lap as well, and Zenny is in that pack as well. He scored 5 laps down. Right now, he's just trying to help Malik Ray get himself back onto the lead lap. You see now that tandem on the middle lane, work themselves through turn 3 and 4. It looks like Malik Ray is going to lead this pack as they come past the start-finish line once again. He's only got himself a little bit of right rear fender damage there. That's not going to hurt him too much. But you see, some of these drivers are actually trying to do the 3-car tandem. We saw this at Talladega last time, John. And it works, but, you know, one driver puts 1 foot wrong, especially the way these cars line up. It's going to be carnage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've noticed that one person can get a little bit loose or maybe have a little bit of lag issues in front of the pack, and that's just all you can do to avoid the big one, the notorious big one here at Daytona and Talladega. But, I mean, Malik Ray and Steven Azini, they are teammates over at the professional sim racing group, so of course Azini's going to try to help his teammate get back on the lead lap, but he's got to worry about his temperatures too, because I'm sure you've been commentating on the fact that you stay behind the car for so long, you're going to heat up and you have to get air, otherwise you will blow your engine.
Yeah, and the important thing is, of course, right now, it is still more pack racing than tandem racing. The last, you know, 50 laps of this race, we'll probably see more tandem racing than pack racing. And this is just the changing shape of the Daytona 500. And Aaron, it's one of these things that these drivers are gonna have.
We're going to have a crash.
Well,
oh, big
Alex
crash.
Kahn in front of all these guys. I see Brandon Schmidt involved.
Yeah, number of drivers
down
involved.
into Ryan Norton into the inside wall.
And there's so many drivers who are trying to save it on the apron there. The 31 car of Andy Lienski got himself onto the apron, and then he got himself loose again. Got a little bit of a tap there from Ryan Lowe, but our 3rd caution of the day here in the ISN.com Daytona 500, and once again, it is a big one. If there's going to be an incident at Daytona, it's always likely to be a big incident, and that time, Aaron, it was huge.
It was big.
Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Alex Kahn was at the high side. He was on the 3rd lap, and the car just took a right turn on him. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Looks like, I don't know if he blew out a tire or what happened, but that car just launched to the left, and that was it.
Yeah, he
Fortunately,
just switched around.
Yeah, I was about to say, unfortunately, the one thing about our big-time sim racing is that appeared to be a little bit of net code issue between the 25 and the 24, unfortunately.
And that was Alex Kahn all the way on that outside line. And you're right, it just looks like he lost himself a right front tyre. It just speared to the left of him, and that's what caused the big one. Maybe because of the fact he was at the front of the line, all the way on the outside. But he speared down into the 25, and that was Malik Ray. Of course, he was trying to race himself back up onto the lead lap. And then he caught Brandon Schmidt in the 6 car, and from there, you know, these drivers were trying to find a space to try and get themselves away from the incident, but a number of those drivers importantly did save it. And having a look at Anton Pierce, he somehow was able to get through okay there, despite the fact he got pinched from both the right and the left hand side there. Anton Pierce making one of the saves of this race here today. But meanwhile, the pace car is back onto the racetrack for our 3rd time here today. Pit road is going to be open this time by, and we expect it to be a very busy place. But importantly, Paul, it's going to be disappointment for people like Malik Ray, Steven Azeni, who were trying to get themselves back onto the lead lap.
You know, Azinze was actually making some good progress. He came from 6 laps down to 5 laps down. I mean, it's a really long race, so you never really know. Now we're going into pits.
So, pit road is open. All of these cars swarming down, led by Stephen Gilbert. He is into his pit box. He's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres and try and top up on Sunoco race gas as well. He's going to get himself his right tyres there, you see. Now he's only taking 2 tyres there, so just 2 tyres there for Gilbert as he tries to go back to the point here. It looks like a number of these guys doing exactly the same. The 6 car of Brandon Schmidt is going to beat Stephen Gilbert out of pit road there, and that is important. Looks like Dwayne Vincent beat all of them there.
And there seems to be some games going on at the back to see who can be the last one to get into the pits. There's a lot of slowing down. I was watching Patrick Baldwin and Kevin King. It's the non-race to pit lane, but I'm sure there's a strategy there.
And Will want to go ahead and point out, Izzendi was actually 5 laps down. He did get one of his laps, like only down 4, and Brandon Thrasher is back on the lead lap. They raced his way back up front. It's pretty good for them guys.
And Malik Ray stayed out, so he, as of right now, will get away from him.
Yeah,
He'll be open for a quick caution.
Importantly, for Russell, we've seen how good his car is at the front of the pack. And with 125 laps left to go, I mean, he can surely get himself back to a top 10 position. Because, Paul, that car was working beautifully in that front pack, and he led laps. Well, it led the pack, should we say.
Well, he was doing a fabulous job of staying in front of the pack and leading along. He has a very, very fast car, and now that he's on the lead lap, it's going to make things much better for him. He's got some work to do, obviously, but he has shown that he has the car to lead this race. So keep an eye on him as he works his way through.
So, to run through your order, he's going to sort himself out as he comes past the start-finish line. But it looks as though right now it's Dwayne Vincent who is going to be scored as your race leader. Brandon Schmidt in second, Stephen Gilbert in third, Anson Pierce in fourth, Ryan Lowe in fifth, and Adrian Duncan in the sixth position. Clayton Shusky is scored laps down. And then you've got Michael Johnson, who's in the seventh position. Importantly, however, some of these guys are still going to pit. You've seen that Clayton's coming down pit road, as is one of the other lap cars as well. And if you pin behind the lead lap cars, I mean, the important thing is just go and top yourself up in the field. You've got to play yourself a different strategy, Aaron. You know, if you're one lap down and the guys ahead of you, you know, you don't get yourself back on the lead up that one time, top yourself up with fuel, see if you can do it again, see if you can work your way through the field, because they've all got to go to the back anyway, and let's see whether they can have the chance to do it on the next caution.
Certainly. When you're a lap down, you really are racing with not that much to lose. I was saying we were going to see some sort of incident during that run with two cars trying to get their laps back, because for them, there's all or nothing. If they're in that second spot, that does them no good. They have to be in front of the leader. So since, because we do have lap cars do go to the tail on restarts, yeah, you are going to pit every time if you're not in front of the leader. But as we see, let's see if we do have still Duncan a lap down, Weidman a lap down. When you're a lap down, you absolutely have to push it to the limit, take risks you normally wouldn't take, and that wasn't the cause of the most recent yellow, but I was thinking we were going to see some sort of contact at some point in time with Ray and Thrasher going for to lead the pack to get their lap back.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we're working ourselves right now on lap number 77, this is the 2013 iRacing.com Daytona 500, presented by GlacierTV. Working ourselves under the third caution of the day. Will Vincent, Aaron Likens, Ben Rothberg, David Ward, Jonathan Goke, and Paul Jenkins in the booth. Yanni Backman working themselves on the cameras here today. And for those of you who are joining us, hello and a very warm welcome to you here as we conclude our version of Speed Weeks here on iRacing. And of course, the last time we're going to see this Gen 5 car here in a big race before the Gen 6 car gets launched on Monday. If you want to know more about iRacing, or perhaps join in the fun when the Gen 6 car gets launched, go to iRacing.com. Membership starts from just $10 a month. And right now, I say we're working ourselves on caution on lap number 77. Malik Way gets himself the wave around there as the car's now starting to line themselves up. Too wide once again. Brandon Schmidt, your race leader. Anderson Pierce looking as though, nope, I'll take that back. It's going to be Brandon Schmidt in first, Stephen Gilbert in second, Anderson Pierce in third, and then Ryan Lowe in fourth, Michael Johnson and Brandon Coppinger. They are your top six. And John, caution to caution, some might say, but these are some of the best racers in the world as far as NASCAR goes. We're expecting a long green flag run or another caution?
Well, I would like to expect a long green flag, right? I mean, we're going to get this restart here on lap 79 of 200 laps. You're thinking maybe they'll just settle down, not push as much, just ride. They should not be worried about pushing until the last 10 or 20 laps. They still got 2 or 3 pit stops they need to worry about. So they just need to just settle down, race, maybe preserve the reset if they still have one. They just need to just focus on just making it to the 200 laps. In order to finish first you must finish.
That is perhaps one of the most important sayings in all of racing. To finish first you have to finish. And for some of these drivers, you know, they've got themselves a little bit of beat, a little bit of damage to their cars. They've got some of it ironed out, but the important thing is they've still got 100 laps to go before they really have to get crazy. Right now, the important thing is stay on the lead lap. If you stay on the lead lap, you've always got the chance of racing at the end of this race. Make sure you keep your car clean, because at the end of the day, you cannot race competitively at the front with a damaged race car. And also make sure if you come down onto pit road, you don't speed. We saw some drivers speed earlier on, and it really did cost them dearly. We've also seen some drivers get black flags at the starts and restarts. You cannot do that. It costs you a lap immediately, and these drivers will need to make sure that they keep themselves going in the right direction and just keep everything else going for them so they can race towards the end of the race. Pace car about to make that turn down onto pit road once again, and as he does so, Brandon Schmidt brings the field back up. The green lights come back on. We're racing one more time here at Daytona.
Yeah, the field seems really spaced out at restart. I think they're all just being ultra cautious now. A lot of them just want to get to that last bit of the race to start racing. And I don't think even the pace now where the guys are pushing hard, I don't even think that's begun yet, because you've got such a huge amount of talent at the back of this pack that is going to start making its way through for the big finale at the end.
You see that? Look at the way, all the way down below the yellow line there, got forced. You can't look at that. And you saw he went below the double yellow line. Because he got forced down there, he was that 43 car going off Ryan Lowe. Because he got forced down there, he was able to carry on racing. Of course, he was very lucky that he was able to stay there, get back onto the main part of the racetrack and actually run the apron in turn 3 and 4. That would have cost him dearly. However, you've got so many cars suddenly see pack, and that was very, very risky there by the 9 cars. They worked themselves down the back straightaway, John.
Indeed, as we have Ryan Lowe in that number 43 machine leading the inside line. Stephen Gilbert on the outside being pushed by Brandon Coppinger. And it just looks like they're just trying to settle in. Maybe we can just see what happens the next couple laps. Going off into turn 3.
And as they work themselves through turn 3, I tell you what, Ryan Lowe has got a very good race car. Of course, he right now is being pushed by one of the best pushers in the business right now, the number 6 car of Brandon Schmidt. As they come past the start-finish line once again, they're able to put themselves up a couple of car lengths to Anderson Pierce on that inside line. But that 9 car, you cannot discount Stephen Gilbert, is that number 9 machine. He's currently being pushed by Brandon Coppinger and the 33 cars. They're working themselves through turn number 1 and 2 once again. And it seems as though right now these guys are just pushing each other, trying to get themselves a little bit of clean air. Importantly though, it looks like we've got ourselves 2 packed ones again, because Carl Taylor in the 14th position is losing ground to this front pack.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird, but you know, there's still a long way to go in this race, as we know, so he might just be sitting back there and not want to get caught up in anyone's mishaps, because these guys are racing hard at the front, and you know, there's still a long way to go. I don't know why they're pushing that hard, but yeah, that's racers' mentality for you though, isn't it? It's like flat out, constantly.
Wait, yeah.
Update on Malik Ray, sorry, the 25 Malik Ray, who got the black flag on the first lap here at Daytona, all the way up to 22nd position now.
Nice.
I believe he's still working with Stephen Ozinki. Yes, he is. Actually, he's pushing him now down the back straight. They're about to pass another car. He is on a charge up to the front, I'll tell you what.
And Malik Ray was really good in the Talladega 500 as well. He's been last year's Daytona 500. So he's one of those drivers who you cannot discount. He's one of those drivers who some say might be a little bit too aggressive on the racetrack, but he knows how to make the moves. And if he's in position those last 5 laps, David, he really has got a good shot of trying to go for victory.
Oh yeah, he'll go for it. I mean, if he's managed to come all the way back from there, but we don't know what the pit strategy is, so we need to I might have to go back and check through, but we need to see where he lies on his pit stops. But everything should be equal at the moment. He might be running a bit more fuel, but yeah, if he can get up to the front, to the top 10, he should be able to push through those guys, and he might be one of the guys to tip for the win.
Meanwhile, we've still got ourselves about 15 cars on the front group, and you see now actually Jeremy Walker and Carl Taylor are starting to catch up this pack, as we're now working ourselves on lap number 84. There are a couple of drivers ahead of us. This is Brian Norton and Carl McCormick. They looking as though they're at the very rear of the lead lap, and both those drivers are risking going down a lap here, because Ryan Lowe is only about half a straightaway behind these guys as they work themselves down the back straightaway once again. Ryan Norton and Carl McCormick are struggling to send the lead lap. That last time by, McCormick did a 45.8, Norton did exactly the same, but meanwhile Ryan Lowe did a 44.6, and these two guys who were big players earlier on in this race now are looking as though they might end up one lap down, and this is dangerous as we approach the middle part of this race. Meanwhile, we're going to step aside for a moment and show you some sights and sounds of Daytona. So you saw there, Brandon Coppinger, he got the lead for a moment and then he fell back. GlacierTV Brando Cam coming into force once again, but this pack has got themselves right now about 21 drivers involved in it as they've all kind of caught back up. It's actually being held, the rear of it's right now being held by Jeremy Lekoska in the 8 car, so they need to get themselves back into position in that 22nd spot. But the big story is right now is that 3 of these drivers are struggling to stay in the lead lap. You've got yourselves right now Chad Coleman, Ryan Norton, and Carl McCormack. But last time by, actually, they weren't that much slower than your race leaders. Now they've got themselves a 3rd driver. This will make things very interesting. But Tyler Lawland that last time by, who is now your race leader as they come past the stripe once again, he's at a 44.6. Those guys ahead of him that time struggled. They lost themselves 3 tenths of a second. And it looks as though that they are really having to stay on it. And these guys will not want to go down a lap right now, Paul.
No, they're doing everything they can right now to be as fast as they can. They seem to be doing, well, last lap was really kind of lousy.
Trouble.
Oh,
Caution is... Oh, no, oh, look at this. He just comes back and Malik Ray getting sideways. They come down in turn number 3. He will struggle to keep that car onto the racetrack. Will he save it? He does. All the way to the outside line. They somehow keeps it going there. That was amazing. Our caution is out, however, 4th time here today. But what a save right there by Malik Ray in the 25 car.
And this looks like this all started in the backstretch here. Ashley Miller, coming off of turn number 2, was trying to bump draft with 33, and it looks like he might have just gotten a little bit loose there. Car took a left and just smacked right into the number 9 car, and they all just, that was it.
Yeah, so he was working themselves through turn number 1 and 2. And Ashley Miller in that 12 car. And it's so easy to do, you know. If you get that car the wrong way round, it looks like Ashley Miller, he tagged Stephen Gilbert in the 9 car as he worked himself down the back straight away. Stephen Gilbert got himself speared. I believe he just tagged the inside retaining wall there. But, and then I have to say, that save by Malik Ray is one to go down in the record books. He got himself on the grass. There's absolutely no grip there. Back onto the banking and somehow pointed it straight in the right direction. That was marvellous play by Malik Ray. However, the replay up on your screen momentarily, and it did start with the 12 car. And it looks as though, John, that he just, as they came out of the corner, he just got that car on the wrong part of the rear fender of the car ahead of him. And that's just what did it wrong for him. And we've seen this so often on super speedways. You get that car on the left-hand side, the car behind is likely to go around.
Yeah, you really want to be keeping it up on the right-hand side, and it actually helps the car turn from the guy being, if you're pushing and you're being pushed and the car's up on the right-hand side, it actually helps get the car around the corner. It's just unfortunate when you get pushed on the left side and it helps you turn right, which is the wrong way.
Yeah. Road is open once again here at Daytona. keeping an eye out to see whether these drivers are going to come down this time or not. It is currently Tyler Law leading the way in second position. It's Brandon Schmidt in third, Brandon Coppinger. And the fourth position is John Bunton, then Brandon Thrasher, Andy Liensky, Benjamin Burmeister, Dwayne Vincent, Anderson Pierce, and then it's Jeremy Walker rounding out your top 10. But look at that, Matty Craig's actually back up into those top 10 drivers right now. Despite that wild spin, despite being caught a lap down with that black flag earlier on, he's now back up into position. And this is exactly what we were talking about, Ben. This guy in that 25 Budweiser car is someone who you cannot discount as you're approaching the second half of this race.
He's been driver of the day at the moment. He just had a massive, massive moment going down to turn 3, saved it. Didn't hit the wall. He's probably got a little bit of damage or fender damage from their car coming below the yellow line back up where he wasn't clearing Tad Malik. But he's come from a lap down. Like, this guy is just unbelievable at the moment. Tips on for him to win at the moment on my end.
And we were talking about drivers before the start of this race. He really is one that's come to the fold. Some of these drivers have had difficult races, however. I mean, as we're approaching the second half of the race, who is your pick right now?
I choose Malik Ray. I reckon, even though he's aggressive, as you said, he's got himself into the top 10. It's just, mate, I've no words for it. It's a great drive, really.
And Paul, you just mentioned it to me, but very lucky moment there for Ryan Norton and Tom Cormack.
This saved his race. It really saved both the races. They were in very, very immediate danger of being lapped, and this could not have come at a better time for them. So this is a new lease on life for the two of those guys.
And as we approach the second half of the race, I mean, at the start of the race, it's very easy to gain a lap back, you know, the way the cautions and everything else work. As you approach the second half of the race, especially, the guys out front are not going to give you the opportunities and the room, as you'd see earlier on. And in fact, we've seen this once already, with, you know, one or two drivers staying out deliberately to pin drivers one lap down. So that will play out in the second half of this race, especially if it's someone who, if they can get back onto the lead lap, could be a danger force. But as these cars come out of pit road once again, looks as though that Peter Bennett is now scored as your race leader in that 14 car.
And guys, I have to say that currently watching on the screen the number 42 car of John Bunton, can someone confirm to me, or is the telemetry showing wrong? Because he is currently, according to the telemetry, only having completed only one pit stop, and he's the only driver in the field with only one pit stop. So, could someone confirm that?
We'll get ourselves to that as quickly as possible.
I've been having the same problem with my telemetry. I show I'm having had 3 pit stops, though the accuracy of the telemetry here is a bit suspect, so obviously we'll have to do this manually.
Yeah, 3 also on my end.
Yeah, 3 on mine as well.
Wes Weideman, meanwhile, is going to get himself the wave on. We'll also put him back on the lead lap, which will mean we'll have 33 cars on the lead lap as we go back to green flag racing. Stephen Azenye, he's only going to be scored 3 laps down now. And, I mean, this is a guy at one point he was 5 laps down. The big question is going to be, can he get himself back onto the lead lap before this race is over?
Well, you would think no, but, I mean, let's remember, not too long ago, he was 6 laps down. Now he's 3 laps down. We've only completed 90 laps to this point. So, a lot of race left to go. Not outside of the possibility that he could make a run for it here. He's been on fire.
So with 91 laps going to be scored complete at the line, we're waiting for those lights to go out on the iRacing.com pace car. Out for its 4th time here today in the iRacing.com Daytona 500, presented by GlacierTV. Of course, we're going to be bringing you 3 more races of the 2013 World Tour. Our coverage will continue with the Pocono 400 in the Dallara IndyCar. We'll also be bringing you the iRacing.com Talladega 500 for the 2nd year in a row before concluding our World Tour coverage with the iRacing.com Grand Prix of Brazil. Of course, the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500 will be presented by our friends at GlacierTV. Lights are out on the pace car, meanwhile, and your race leader is Peter Bennett in the 14 car. Lining up alongside him in row number 1 is Nicholas Morse. In the 3rd position, Brandon Schmidt. In 4th, Tyler Lawlin. In 5th, Brandon Coppinger. 6th, Brandon Thrasher. 7th is Dwayne Vincent. 8th is Andy Liensky. 9th is Michael Johnson. And 10th is Anderson Pierce. And just before we go back to green flag racing, I'm going to very quickly try to get a word with Ryan Norton. Ryan, that last caution really was a lifesaver for you.
Yeah, it was. I was sweating bullets there.
So how's it going to work for you as we're approaching the second half of this race? I want to be very quick with you there, but you've been on the lead lap, you've been in the top 5 a number of portions in this race. What's the plan for the second half?
Just to stay out of trouble. These guys look like they're getting a little more aggressive and starting to show with the caution. So just stay out of trouble still. It's a long race yet. And race really starts with about 40 to go, I think.
With 40 to go, we'll keep an eye out on you. Good luck for the second part of this race, our in-race supporter for this race. Ryan Norton driving for a Broken Arrow. And we had a good start to the race in that number 22 car. We'll see how he goes as this race progresses. And meanwhile, the lights are off the pace car. That pace car is about to make that turn down towards pit road once again with 92 laps scored complete. It's going to be Peter Bennett bringing the field back to green flag racing. You see now that pace car is going to swerve down towards pit road, and we've seen that inside line has struggled to make good starts here today. Nicholas Morse has been very good on that outside line. Pace car is in, and we're back to green flag racing, and once again a good start by the outside line. The 7 car is going to be right side by side as they come past the stripe, and this is going to be important now to see who gets the better runs to come down into turn number 1.
Yeah, there seems to be. We got 3 wide just on the mid pack there, so they should still be taking it easy now. As Ryan said earlier, it's like the racing doesn't start until 50-40 to go. But yeah, they're still racing hard at the front. It's crazy.
Racing hard at the front isn't even the way to say it, Aaron.
Certainly, much different feel than the race I was in last night where we went caution free for 120 laps and it was clean and give and take. So far today, being broadcast is all these drivers are on it, they're going for it, and Ryan Norton said race starts at 40 to go, but if what we've seen so far holds true, the fireworks aren't gonna wait till 40 to go. It's gonna get just as wild, I think, all the way from now to the end.
Kind of have to say that the cautions are not necessarily caused by the 3 wide situations or any stupid maneuvers. I mean, last night in my personal splitter where I was at, we had 2 caution. We had a near 100 lap green flag stint, and the caution that broke it up was due to the fact that there was a so-called bumper move, which was totally accidental in like a lone tandem. So anything can happen.
Yeah, we saw that with the last one. It all started when we had that kind of bumper hook on the left-hand quarter panel. As the cars were coming themselves out of turn number 2, you just get that car to the left-hand side. It's so easy for the car in the rear to spin out of control. Of course, these cars have run 4 wide already in this race. We saw it early on when we had that green flag run to start this race. When we had 4 wide and a lap car ahead, all these guys were able to get through it then. So surely they'll be able to get through it here as well. Meanwhile, this battle for the race lead got ourselves 2 tangos. One, Peter Bennett being pushed by Brandon Smith. The other, the 7 car, Nicholas Morse being pushed by Tyler Norton. And it looks as though what comes out of the plan is turn number 3. Morse is going to have the advantage, but he's had Norton push him now for a good 2 laps, John. And that means that at some point they're going to have to switch. And when they do that, they could both fall right down the field.
Well, if they, and they do that in front of everybody, it just slows everything down, and you can see the field really pack up, and you're really sporty. So you want to stay in tandem as much as possible. You can see the number 6 car of Schmidt. He might be trying a different tactic of just backing up a little bit, and just trying to get a little bit of air on there when doing that. He's going to let other guys in. So it's a fine balance of temperature control versus speed.
And they did a very good thing there as well. You have the 29 car stay on the outside line, you have the 7 car move down to the inside. Now both of them pull their engines down, and right now the 29 car is being pushed a little bit there by the number 13 car of Wayne Vincent. We've talked a little bit about Wayne Vincent in this race, but it looks like he's a little bit less comfortable pushing than we've seen some of these other cars here today, Alan.
Yeah, definitely, certainly. This car does for better elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jeremy Lukaska, sorry, I was looking at him. He was trying to get something going on the high side, going through wide, but looks like he has now hit all there and is back in the second lane.
It's good to see that on that low line we've got 3 teammates working together already. They've already partnered up and they're all on the low line from Last Row Motorsports, LRM. And those guys, I reckon, are just going to sit there and cruise. They've found each other. Hopefully they can all stay up the front and they'll be able to work together in the later part of the race.
So they're working themselves now on lap number 97 of 200 here at Daytona. Your race leader is still Nicholas Morse. Right now getting himself a little bit of a push from Peter Bennett, who of course brought the field back to green flag racing here. And we always look at packs here at Daytona. We've seen packs of anywhere from about 15 drivers all the way through to almost every single car on the lead lap. Right now, there's 23 cars in this lead pack. Rear that is currently Jeremy Walker even in the 26 car as they're 3 wide ahead of them. We're going to be 3 wide, almost 3 deep there through the centre of turn 3 and 4. This is a 20 car there, getting himself a little bit of a push from the 18. And this is the battle right now to get themselves into the top 20. And it looks as though right now that number 20 car of Zany, but he's trying to get himself on another lap. And he's had to race his way through the field so many times in this race, David. Because of the fact he's lapped down, he gets sent to the rear of the field every time there's a caution. He's aiming to get himself, down to 3 laps behind the race leader now? And he's one of those guys who has to race and struggle.
Yeah, there's a big bump there from Miller at Ray. Yeah, number 25.
But we stay green, and that seems
Jeremy
fast.
Kaza.
We're still green, however. We see a car slow there down, and that is Jeremy Kuska in the 8 car, running himself on the apron right now.
Blow his engine.
Yeah, engine is blown up, so his day is going to be done. This is one of those things as well. If you blow an engine, you've got to get yourself off the track as quickly as possible. And if you're running 3 wide, these cars have to swarm to avoid you. But we stay green as we're now working ourselves on lap 100 of 200 here. We still got ourselves 22 cars in this lead pack. In fact, all it's done is brought this pack closer together. The outside line right now is trying to work itself towards the front once again. And right now, you've got yourself the 23 car, Michael Johnson. He's trying to get a little bit of help. You see Malik Ray there trying to go to the outside. Johnson wanted none of that as he's driving that car all the way up now to those front 4 guys. And this is a battle for the 9th and 10th positions on the racetrack. And we haven't talked at all about Michael Johnson in this race in that 23 car. But right now, Ben, he is looking very racy.
Yeah, I think anyone from anyone still in the race really on the lead lap has a chance at winning this race. But as we saw, Jeremy Lukaska just had a engine blow up and he has made it back to pit lane. Not sure if the repairs are going to get done, but anyone who is there towards the end of the race does have a chance to win this race. And we've seen Malik Ray now in position 9 running up there in the top group. He's come from a lap down. Anything can happen. Still a long way to go.
Anything can happen. We now are into the second half of this race, but still the important part, David, as they all swarming back up together once again, the important part is though that they've still got themselves about 70 laps before really they need to put the hammer down, because we've seen that it only takes 5 to 10 laps to get from the rear to the front of this pack.
Yeah, if you've got a real good team partner pushing you and you can work together, you can easily come to the front. That's why the guys in the back are the ones to watch, because when it's time to race, they're going to step it up.
Meanwhile, we're going to check in on that 20 car once again of Senior Zenye. You say he's currently scored 3 laps down, but has been driving himself through the pack. Look at him right now. He's currently about 4th in line on the outside line. That puts him at about 8th position in total in this group. And this is what he needs to be doing right now to get himself back lapped up. And he's only about 3/4 away. He needs to get himself back onto the lead lap. And it's been very, very strong performance by him here today. Some issues early on in this race. He needs to get himself back out into that position. And Aaron, it's important for him right now to make sure he keeps all of those fenders clean.
Absolutely. It's always a tough break to go down laps when it's outside your control. But can you imagine what a story it would be if he gets back on the lead lap and on lap 200 we're talking about him as a contender to win as good job with those 2 slow cars getting to the apron, but needs to keep his car clean and I don't know.
Oh!
Yeah.
Big crash there. Mercedes almost going to be involved in that. There's 2 cars who are just pushing themselves on the outside line. They're trying to keep it going, and now they get it. 3 cars more.
That was...
I thought he had it.
Yeah.
They almost did have it.
Is that Ray? Was Ray involved in that? No, he
Not
was
quite
great.
sure. We're going to have to rewind it, but it was 2 cars on the outside line, and it was Malik Ray, in the 25 car, and
Yeah.
also Brandon Coppinger. And that incident started all the way through the centre of turn 3 and 4. Looks like Manny Craig caught the right-hand side fender of the 33 machine of Coppinger, and then the two cars came together. They were running on the safer barrier. They were doing a great job for the most part to actually let all the traffic go past them. And Manny Craig was actually just pushing the 33 car on the safer barrier there at 45-degree angle. All of a sudden, Coppinger just spins out there. Another couple of drivers involved, one of them being Timothy Zenier, the 42 car also involved in that as well. Looks like everyone else is able to get through without any damage, but our 5th caution of the day here at Daytona, and there was an incident between the 33 car of Brandon Coppinger and Malik Cray, who was one of our picks for the race in that number 25 machine.
Yeah, Ray is. I've just been listening to the pit radios. He's not happy, but he's still running, so he might be able to get back up there. But did he go a lap down on that? Because he didn't get. I don't know. We'll need to check, see how it pans out.
He's still there, position 12.
Oh, that's
I've got
okay.
him on my results.
Sorry, I was watching the pace car run through the field, so he's going to be end of line, isn't he?
That's he put his man on lap 103 to get up like that. That's just, you got to go for it. There's a time for that, but just tough break. The hole formed, and then all of a sudden it was closed. Such a tough break, especially for the 20 car, right as I was saying. Keep the fenders clean. He almost had it cleared, and at the absolute last second to be hooked like that. I guess that just sums up his day right there.
So we've had ourselves one replay. We're going to get ourselves another replay as well from the perspective of Manny Cray. This say it was coming through turn number 3 and 4, working themselves in lap 103 of this race. And these guys are running 3 wide. It's not been a problem for these guys running 3 wide for the most part in this race. Manny Cray darted to the outside line as they came down into turn number 3. It looked as though for one moment Coppinger was going to go to the outside line with him. It looks like he decided to come back down, however. Always trying to come back up again. It looks like he's like going places, but at the same time as that, Ray just tagged him on the right hand rear a little bit, and then those two just ran to the safer barrier. It was game over, and then Coppinger just speared back onto the racetrack, and that is what caused out the 42 car and Timothy Zenier as well. A couple of drivers on pit road at the moment. Coppinger is on pit road, Walker on pit road, Malik Ray on pit road as well, and we've still got ourselves about 32 cars on the lead lap, however, and unfortunately a couple of big names currently though struggling.
Talk about misfortune there. I mean, Malik Ray and Coppinger, they both did like tremendous job keeping those cars attached to the wall, not trying to bring out a caution. And right as they were trying to get itself sorted out, the one car just the car in front just spears out from Malik Ray's car and just hits one car on the side, and that's all it took. But that was very courageous maneuver there to try to avoid the caution.
It's after that round of pit stops, it looks like the guys that we were watching at the back of the field, Baldwin and King, have actually started moving up to the front now. Is it, or am I looking? I'm looking too far down the field.
I'm watching Steve Zani too. I'm trying to figure out. It does look like he's going to get another lap back.
Another lap back, indeed. So we're working ourselves under our 5th caution of the day here in the iRacing.com Daytona 500, presented by GlacierTV. Your current race leader, that is Chad Coleman in the number 18 machine. In second position is, actually I'll take that back as well. A lot of these cars actually scored laps down, so it's actually Chad Coleman who scored a lap down getting a lap back, Adrian Duncan getting a lap back, Zimmer Zenia getting a lap back, Clayton Shusky also going to get a lap back, as is Andrew Berger, and Ashley Miller, and Jason Jacoby, and Mike Skinner. Your leader is actually Addison Pias. And this is important for some of these guys right now to try and get themselves lap back. We know there's going to be more cautions in the second half of this race. So some of these guys not only are going to get laps back, but as the field starts dwindling down as this race continues, that's going to make things interesting, Aaron, to see if these guys can get back into the lead lap and make up more positions.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race so far, and getting those laps back, always a good thing. And you know, I still think when we get to the end of this race, the cars up front, the way we've had so many different faces up there, and we've still had cars running mid-pack that have stayed there. I still think maybe a car that's a lap down, maybe a contender at the end, but I think some of those cars mid-pack that have been running in that towards the rear of the front pack each time, I bet people or a couple drivers that are going to be a factor for the win, we probably haven't even mentioned their name yet so far.
Don't forget, in keeping contact with us all race long, use the hashtag iRacingWT, alternatively iRacingDaytona 500. Want to know what you think of GlacierTV's new graphics package, also about the GlacierTV gyro cam, and of course, this being the last big race of Gen 5 car. I want to know what your favourite moments has been of this before we bring out the brand new cars on Monday here on iRacing. Lights are out on the pace car. We're going to go back to green flag racing, this time by Anderson Pios is scored as your race leader. He will line up back on the inside of row number 1 with Peter Bennett alongside him in the 14 car. I'm going to talk about him in a minute. And then Brandon Schmidt in 3rd, Nicholas Morse in the 4th position, and Alinsky running at your top 5. But very quickly, Paul, that 14 car, Peter Bennett, we haven't talked about him all race long, but he's in 2nd position and he's been running the top 10 for quite a while now.
He has. He's led 4 laps of the race, but being very quiet, just kind of sticking with the lead pack here. Not really pushing the issue at all, and just driving a very smart race, and just trying to stay in touch with the front of the pack for the last until the last 20 or 40 laps, and going to try and make a run for it. But he's been showing he has a very strong car. Just trying to drive really conservatively and just stay in touch.
So back to green flag racing in about half a lap time. And David, I mean, we've had a number of cautions these last 40-50 laps. The important thing right now for these drivers, make sure they don't get involved.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guys at the back who haven't been running in that front pack where they've been really racy, I've been watching them. They're all still there, so they haven't even started moving up yet. It's like there's still a long way to go. We're on lap 107 of 200, so you know they don't want to get involved in any more cautions or any more wrecks, but there's going to be some more cautions definitely if they keep racing like this.
Pace car back down on towards pit road as Pace has led a number of these restarts. Some of them have been really good, others a little bit sloppier. This time it's a sloppy one once again as Peter Bennett is going to get a good run on the outside line as the green flag is back in hand. And he's going to get himself a little bit of a push right now as they come down into turn number 1. It looks like he is going to get himself the race lead as they come down into turn number 1 once again. And I have to say, Bennett has been great on these restarts, but the critical factor for him, the guy behind him, Nicholas Morse, if we get ourselves a 1 or 2 lap shootout at the end, this guy really could be a difference maker.
Oh yeah, definitely. He can really push the car as well. It's weird though, isn't it? Like how some of the guys are faster being the pusher than being pushed. It's I don't know whether that's driver confidence or different car setups. It's quite interesting to watch, like how some guys are faster than the others as they switch around.
Checking back in with on in race report to Ryan Norton in the 22 car. He's currently working on the outside line, moving himself up into the 5th position into that 22 broken area. Rail battery car. And right now he's trying to get up to the rear to give a little bit of push to the 29 car by Tyler Lawler. Now Tyler Lawler has been a very good pusher here today. It looks like that car is a tiny bit loose as it's being pushed. And now him and Norton are still top. Let's see what they can work themselves on the outside line. As they're working their way down the middle of the back, once again, down into turn number 3. This is the 22 car of Norton, pushing the 29 car of Tyler Lawler. It looks like they've got themselves now probably up into a 3rd, 4th position even. But that 29 car hasn't got anything to raw speed when being pushed compared to some of these other cars.
Yeah, indeed. It might actually be better for him to be the guy behind. Norton might want to consider letting him push along, but it looks like they're starting to make a little bit of ground now. But definitely, the 29 car is a better pusher than his follower.
Yeah, they're coming up now. I think. Well, we've got three cars pushing. Well, maybe 4. I've never seen that before. But yeah, they. I can see Norton just hanging back a little bit now, trying to get some air onto the front of that car and make sure things keep everything cool. But yeah, We should see him push up to the front, but I think he just wants to get up there and stay out of trouble. He's seen far too many wrecks sitting at the back there, and he's been, let's be honest, he's been quite lucky not to get caught.
Oh! Getting a big wiggle there as well. We tell down into turn number 1 as he was trying to push Nicholas Moore. And let's upset the momentum there of the 7 car who was about to get himself into the race lead. That was as they were working themselves down into turn number 1. This time, the 29 car caught the right-hand side car of the rear fender of Nicholas Moore in that 7 car. And look at what they did. It cost them 3 seconds there. And again, a little bit of a wiggle for the 29 car. And this is the important part of this race here, Aaron. So you have to make sure you've got yourself a dance partner. You also have to make sure that you've got yourself someone in this race who can be your backup. Also, you've got to have someone who you can feel comfortable pushing and being pushed with.
You could see that the number 9 just moved out into the second lane because he wasn't getting any help from the 31, so he's asking the 7 for help, but now he's just dropping back, and 31's moved out now. Maybe they just wanted to switch around, so yeah, a little dance going on there.
Wow. Meanwhile, I need to turn my attention back, but those 2 cars on the outside line, now the 6 cars pushing. Brandon Schmidt, I talked about how he's one of the best pushers we've seen all day today. He is right now pushing the 35 car right now, a Brandon Thrasher even, and look at him. He's going to need to get himself back not only onto the lead lap, he is going to go to the point as they work themselves through turn number 1 and 2. And what did I say, guys? If Brandon can get himself back onto the lead lap, he could be a difference maker. He is now leading the iRacing.com Daytona 500, working on lap 113.
It was a great run by Thrasher, and I was going to mention him back when he started in 6th. That yeah, he made his way up through the field very strategically, and now he finds himself on the point, and he's kind of out in no man's land now. But he will get caught up pretty quick there and get back to it. But that's going to kill his momentum a little bit. But a masterful run so far by him. So it remains to be seen what happens when we get a little further in.
Meanwhile, Brandon Thrash is now down into the 3rd position. Your race leader is now the 6th car of Brandon Schmidt. Let's see whether he can get a push now. And this is what we've seen all race long. The couple of drivers out front, they are tandem. The cars behind them are in the pack. And really, it looks as though you've got to try and find yourself a bit of time, a bit of space to get yourself into a tandem. But these guys right now don't want to force the issue too much. We've seen some, that 3-4 wide can work without issues. We've also seen that 3 wide can be a little bit risky, especially, remember Alex Khan on that outside line, it all went wrong for him. So right now, Thrasher and Schmidt will be able to get themselves up a little bit of a gap. They've got lap traffic on the outside of them. That won't be an issue for them at all. That is the Camel 26 car there. As a huge jump there did Brandon Thrasher get as he works himself back to the outside line, getting a push now by Tyler Lorden. But look at this. They are 4 wide, but the 2 deep. Sorry, I take that back. They are 2 wide, 4 deep even. As they come down into turn number 1 once again. And this is pack racing at its very best. It's that hybrid, David, that we keep on talking about. As we see a car all the way down below the double yellow lines there. And that is Nicholas Morse who's slowing down there. It looks like he's trying to get himself out of the way. And another car.
Uh-oh. Yeah. I thought
oh, look out, there's trouble.
Here we go.
Oh, big wreck in turn number 3. We got 3-4 cars involved, and it looks like everyone's trying to slow it down. Everyone's trying to find a space, and his car just swerved all the way down the grass there once again. I'm not sure how many cars actually got substantial damage. We've got 1 car around though in turn number 3, a 6th caution of the day here, and it all started down into turn number 3, right in the middle of that front pack. In fact, it was the 3rd place driver at the time by the look of it. That was the number 6 car of Brandon Schmidt, who I said was one of the best pushers here today. At that time, it all started, in fact, as they came into the corner. He was trying to push the 29 car, and as he came into the corner, he caught the apron, then got tagged, then got turned around, then went into a slide, and it looks as though he just was able to save it there. No one else hit him, and that was a very, very lucky mistake there.
Well, and this all started with Izani, very, very slow in front of the lead pack, and he just seemed to get slower and to cut into the apron. But number 29 car of anyway, the number 29 car checked up, and the 6 got into him, and that started him down on the apron, and the car just ended up swinging out, and he caught another car behind him, and that's what started all this.
So our 6th caution of the day here at Daytona International Speedway. You're right. It's that concertina effect, and that concertina effect is what we see so often. When you have a little incident, everyone kind of like checks up that tiny bit, and it bunches the field back together. That might not cause the incident, but then the next corner, something else might happen, and that's what causes the big impact. So I'll say 6th caution of the day here. Working ourselves currently on lap number 116. Pit road is open. All of these cars forming themselves down towards pit road here. Tyler Lawning came in as your race leader. Let's see what happens now as he's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres and top up with Sunoco race gas. These guys right now, if they pit here, they'll need to pit one more time to get themselves towards the end of the race. So right now, this is probably one of the most critical pit stops of the day.
Yeah, this is good.
Go ahead, David.
No, you go ahead.
So yeah, you don't want to get caught out in a bad pit stop here, because if you end up in the middle of the pack, this is where things start to get interesting and people start to drive a little more aggressively. And if you're stuck in the middle of the pack, of course, the more cars ahead of you, the more opportunity for you to run into somebody who gets into a wreck. So the place to start, the place you want to be is closer to the front, or at this point, still lagging all the way to the back of the pack is not a terrible idea, but you're kind of running out of time for that strategy.
You are. And this is that important factor now. We say these guys can make it on 2 more tanks of fuel. And for the guys to score laps down, this is that critical moment. They've got to get themselves into position, try and get themselves back into the lead lap now. And then all of the guys cannot afford to go 1 lap down from here on, because it's only going to get more and more difficult to get yourself back onto the lead lap. Some guys right now might start rolling the dice more than they've done previously. Cars who are going to get themselves looking as though they might get themselves back on the lead lap. Mike Skinner, Brandon might get himself back into the lead. I'm just having a look, actually. He might not get himself back into the lead lap, but Jeremy Walker Pete, will get himself perhaps back into the lead lap. There's a load of these cars that actually didn't pit that time, so it's making things very confusing with our telemetry. We'll try and get you an update once these cars come back past the start-finish line once again. But as far as our telemetry shows, it's Tyler Lawland leading the way in that 29 car at the moment as they came down onto pit road. That is a situation which is going to change. Your race leader currently is, we believe, the 14 car on the racetrack, but we've also got, that's Peter Bennett. Of course, he's had some great restarts here today. He is currently your race leader. He's got himself a little bit of rear fender damage. That's not going to be too big an issue for him right now in that unique SD.biz car. However, as they come past the start-finish line once again, we can now confirm that he is your race leader. In the second position is Brandon Schmidt, who of course had that dramatic save. I have no idea why he's not getting some fresh tyres. In third, Nicholas Morse, and in fourth, Michael Johnson. Fifth is Stephen Gilbert. Sixth is Tyler Lawland. Seventh is Brandon Fasher. 8th is Ryan Lowe, 9th is Ryan Norton, and then 10th is Anton Payas.
Yeah, Brandon Thrasher is still in 7th. Again, driving that smart race. And he hasn't shown that he's led a lap yet, but I don't think that's indicative of the potential that car has late in the race. He really does seem like he's saving it. So I think after the next round of pit stops, he's going to be a car to watch.
So we've got ourselves about a lap and a half before we go back to green flag racing. Currently working ourselves on lap number 118 of 200 here. And we've talked about this pack versus tandem thing all race long. And it does look as though we have had ourselves a solid pack with a couple of tandems working themselves through the field. The important thing, however, that I'm going to ask you, Paul, as we're approaching this late stage of the race, at what point do you just start working with a tandem and trying to find your way through the pack?
Well, we've seen a couple of attempts for tandems to just run away from the pack, and it hasn't worked out. Again, the X factor here is temperature. You're going to you're going to try to you got to try and get as much gap as possible, but when you have to switch, you're going to back up very, very quickly. So the tandem racing is only as good until you have to change, and then the rest of the pack's going to pick up to you. So it's kind of a hybrid. You've got tandem racing, but then you've got the pack will just catch back up to you as soon as you try and switch out.
So, we'll check and see where the lights will be off on the pace car this time, but there's not going to be any cars getting the wave run this time. So we're going to have ourselves a total of 34 cars, it looks as though, on the lead lap. Jeremy Walker is going to be the first car scored 1 lap down in the 26 car. Then Brandon Coppinger, Mike Skinner, and Stephen Zenier, they are within 3 laps of the race leader. Retirees in this race so far, we've had Jeremy Lakuska out, Joey Schmidt out, Jason Jacoby, Kenneth O'Keefe, and Simon Crocker are all out of the race. The important thing, however, is we still got ourselves 34 cars on that lead lap, which really does show up the level of competition we've had here today.
Yeah, the guys are absolutely top notch. I mean, they've been racing hard. We've seen them go 3 wide with no problems. I mean, there hasn't really been anything like ridiculous from the drivers, like just that tiny little mistakes. But that's the nature of this close racing. But yeah, everyone's done an awesome job so far. I'm really looking forward to the last 20 laps because, as I keep saying, that's when things are going to start getting interesting.
Indeed, that is when things really will start to get interesting. So Peter Bennett is still your race leader, Brandon Schmidt in second, Nicholas Morse in third, Michael Johnson in fourth, Stephen Gilbert in the fifth position. To run through the rest of your top 10, it's then Tyler Lawson and Brandon Thrasher, and then Ryan Lowe, Ryan Norton and Anderson Pierce. They are your top 10 drivers. However, there's still at least 20 drivers who has the chance of winning this race here today. 119 laps scored, going to be scored complete at the line. And the question is, can Peter Bennett get a good start like he's had? Can Brandon Schmidt get a good start? Of course, Brandon Schmidt in that 6 car is a teammate to Peter Bennett. So if these 2 cars can hook up quickly at the start, they might have a chance to put away and trying to solidify that race lead for the time being. This is going to be an interesting part of the race, because if those 2 can do that, get themselves tangoing really quickly and get themselves to a point where they can perhaps get a 1-second lead, then they can start switching without having to worry about the entire pack passing them. So entering a very interesting stage of the race now. The 14 and the 6, the 2 teammates. First time we've had this all race long. Waiting for those lights in. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona. You see Bennett getting himself a good start. He's getting himself a better start, however. And Nicholas Morse in that 3rd position. Looking as though he's going to tag right onto the rear of Peter Bennett as they come down into turn number 1. The trying 3-car tango once again there, but they are still going to be about 4 or 5 deep there as they work themselves down into turn number 1 once again. But this right now is pure 2x2 racing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're really pushing hard at the front again. I think they're trying to establish a little bit of a gap so it's not too much of a pack finish. But yeah, how long do these cars run on fuel? Because if they...
About 44 laps.
So 44 laps time, yeah, that's going to be... might have a splash and dash for the end of the race then.
Indeed, yeah, as they come past the stripe. But once again, 120 laps going to be scored complete. The top 22 cars at least are in this front pack. They got themselves a little bit of a gap from, well, actually about everyone is in this lead pack right now. So really has closed itself up. You've got a couple of guys who are going a little bit slow. You've got yourself, for example, Mike Skinner and Ashley Miller, who are a little bit further back from this pack. And they might just want to form themselves in the second pack for the time being, knowing that there's been some big incidents all the way at the front of this field, which has caught a number of these drivers out. Out front, they're still running 2 wide. There's about 7-8 deep at the front of this race. So we've got ourselves a number of cars. Big wreck down in turn number 4. 7th caution of the day. And once again, it started from the very front of the line. And it looks like it was Tyler Lawson in the 29 car. I might be corrected there. But yes, indeed, it was Tyler Lawson and Michael Johnson at the very front of the outside line that caused that incident. And then the cars from there, it was always going to be carnage.
Well, Peter Bennett also caught up in that. Peter Bennett was right up in the lead when that occurred.
No, it looks like he just snapped loose. He looked like he got caught on the bumper. When we go through the replay, we'll be able to see. But the car just snapped loose. There was nothing he could do.
Yeah, that was wild. It did. It just looked like the car just sort of, the 29 car just sort of stepped out, or I'm sorry, the 23 car just sort of stepped out, and that just caught everyone by surprise.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing he could do. That could have been a tyre blowout or anything, or his engine might have gone. You never know. But we'll try and catch up with him later to find out exactly what happened there.
So replay coming up on your screen momentarily. The work themselves on the back straight right now as they are this is a replay from the position of Michael Johnson in the 23 car. So he was getting himself a big push there from the 29 car, Tyler Lornan, who we've said in this race has been one of the best pushers here today. They're working themselves through turn number 3, no issues there at all. They get into turn 4, no issues there at all. And just as they come into the last phase of turn 4, it just looks as though that the 23 car, they weren't aligned properly. And if you have a look closely, the 23 car just gets a little bit of a bump in the wrong direction. And that's what sent him all the way down the track there and causes a huge impact, which takes out, I believe, pretty much everyone in the front 4 cars were involved in that. Your race leader taken out there was able to get through, but then from behind them, cars were swarming to try and get themselves a gap. I believe by my watch there was about 6 or 7 cars involved in that. A number of cars able to get themselves back onto the racetrack, but another caution here in the Racing.com Daytona 500, and once again, Paul, the commentator's curse came into play there. It was right from the very front.
Yeah, it's surprising to see this. This is what the second or third time we've seen cars right up front get into some trouble. It's amazing more cars didn't get wrapped up in that. Some very heads-up driving there by the cars behind to try and get around. But you know, we're running into this situation here, and I'm not exactly sure if we had a mechanical problem with that car or what happened. But it didn't seem to make sense how that car just stepped out and spun. So it'd be interesting to see if we could talk to somebody about that a little bit later. And see what they saw. But you know, we're starting to get aggressive up front, and we're getting towards that time in the race where if you've got a move to make, you might want to think about getting in a position to do it.
Indeed, yeah. Brandon Schmidt is your race leader. Nicholas Morse in the second position. John Bunton in the third spot. Dwayne Vincent in fourth. Andrew Berger in the fifth position. Then Ryan Norton, Jamie Walker, Clayton Shusky, and Eugene Mozganoff are drivers in the top 10. And pit road should be open this time by. Let's see whether any drivers decide to make that trip down on towards pit road. Importantly, however, for the 6th car of Brandon Schmidt, he hasn't got himself his dance partner anymore because he was involved in that last wreck.
I don't know how much that's going to make a difference. I mean, again, at this point, you know, everyone's interested in being up front. So I think he will find somebody to run with. And again, after the last set of pit stops, all alliances are off. It's going to be not so much every man for himself, but everybody's going to take advantage of any situation they can to try and get up front.
Mozganoff is down on pit road, as is Alex Kahn. And this is strategy coming into play now, guys, because some of these guys are thinking, well, let's see whether or not we can get ourselves a couple of extra gallons of fuel in the tank. That might come into play later on in the race. And it is that stage of the race where that fuel strategy can come into play. And I talked about this earlier. It takes about 0.8 seconds per gallon of fuel once you're on your pit box. So therefore, you can save yourself a couple of gallons by putting it in now. That's a couple of seconds later on in the race. And if this fuel's packed up coming down onto a pit road, that's perhaps 3 or 4 positions.
Yes, it is 3 or 4 positions, and when we get further in this race, should the field finally decide to get in line, if we have green flag pit stops, then you can save yourself 2 or 3 gallons. That's 3 seconds. That's almost 3 football fields here in NASCAR racing. So that is huge, especially if you can get 2 teammates to get 3 seconds out faster. They're going to be able to break the draft and be able to settle the race among themselves.
And of course, we always race for fun, for excitement and enjoyment. There are times, however, when it does go wrong. Of course, we don't want to give much away from the nationwide race. However, a big accident on the final lap will, of course, our thoughts for anyone in the grandstands who might have been involved in that incident. We'll bring you more information if anything does occur from the nationwide race at Daytona. Back here in the Racing.com Daytona 500, however, Brandon Schmidt is still leading the way. And with 75 laps to go, everyone talks about 40 laps. So we've still got 35 laps until we get to that point. But we have seen these guys racing very crazy these last couple of laps. However, that last caution, let's not forget, that was not really anyone's fault. It's just, you know, the way these cars line up, if you just go to the left a tiny bit, go to the right a tiny bit, there are times when you just spin that car around.
Yeah, you got to be really precise when you're pushing the guys. It did look like there was some kind of failure on that car, though, from just the way it just speared off, but we'll confirm that later on. But yeah, it's hard to push the cars. It's hard to be a pusher because you can't see what's going on, and you've got to really be comfortable with your surroundings as well, especially when you go like 3 or 4 3 or 4 wide, and you've got all cars being pushed as well.
Meanwhile, we'd like to welcome into the booth our in-race reporter once again, Ryan Norton, in the number 22 even broken aero machine. Ryan, you're going to restart this time by in the 6th position, going to get yourself back up into the top 10. But that last caution, it was very difficult for you drivers to get through it.
Yeah, just like last night, just getting really lucky with his wrecks. I hope my luck holds out to the end of the race. Just looks like netcode playing a part today.
So Ryan, what's your strategy now? Is it you're just going to like push all the way through and try and stay near the front, or are you going to drop back a little bit?
You know, I still think I want to try to get to the back of the lead pack and just hang out.
Have you got any? Do you have anyone who's going to be your partner? Maybe push you across the line?
You know, every time I've tried to like kind of ally myself with somebody, they've gotten involved in a wreck, or I've gotten separated with them. So I think Ray Alfala said it best. Sometimes you just got to go to the end and just try to be moving forward and work with who you can. It looks like I might have to take that advice.
Well, we're doing great, so cheers, Ryan. We'll talk to you again. If there is another caution, we'll talk to you a little bit later on, but thanks for talking to us. And so, waiting for that pace car to make that trip down towards pit road. Once again, green flag going to be back out in the air here at Daytona with 125 laps scored complete. Brandon Schmidt leads across the line, a good restart that time by the number 6 machine.
Good restart. Now he's going to have the 7 car behind him. So this is the first time I think we've seen 2 cars be able to go nose to tail in turn 1. And in fact, we got about the first 10, 12, maybe 13 cars single file. So a much different restart than what we've seen earlier in this race.
And as they welcome themselves down the back straight away once again, Nicholas Morse right now giving a push to Brandon Schmidt, trying to get themselves a little bit of an advantage, but on the outside line, you've got Dwayne Vincent and John Bunton trying to get themselves to the point here. And Bunton, we haven't talked much about him in that 42 car, but he's had some good racing here today. They disconnect, however, and this is going to allow the 27 car of Andrew Burgess to get back into the picture, who right now is going to get a little bit of help from the 27 car of Clayton Shevsky.
Well, look, you saw how fast the rest of the group caught back up to the 6 and 7 car in the tandem there. Only good for about a lap or two. It looks like they might be holding station a little bit now, but almost immediately everybody caught back up to them. So it's going to be, you're going to have to time this very, very well at the end of the race with a tandem to try and make that effective as a way to win.
So they're working themselves right now on lap number 127. On that outside line, you still have John Bunton, who is getting himself that push from the racekins.com car there of the number 13 of Dwayne Vincent. On the inside line, you've got yourself in order Brandon Schmidt, then Nicholas Morse and Andrew Berger. Then you've got yourself Ryan Norton, who's just managed to get himself to 4th in line. He hasn't, however, needed support from the rear of the pack, because this pack right now is a lot more separated than it was at the start of the race.
It does. It looks like the cars have sprung out a little bit. I'm not sure if this is a function of just the way this car started at this particular start, or if it's by design. You know, these guys have seen a couple of incidents where cars have been right on top of each other. Looks like Morse is going to finally try and make a move on the outside there on Schmidt.
On board there before with John Bunton. He's been trying to get himself to the front of his pack. However, it does look as though cars on that outside line were struggling with a little bit, but now Nicholas Morse, he's going to go to the outside line. He will lead this lap as he comes to the track. They're going to make it 3 wide. Fast for the race lead. The 37 car goes to the high side, and that is Clayton Shipsky there, who it looks like his engine just got too hot. He had to go to the outside line, and that's just means those 2 cars getting freight trained.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be dropping back straight to the line because they ain't going to let them come down now. I mean, once you get out of the line, that's going to be all the niceness that was going on earlier is completely disappeared.
And this is the thing that we keep on talking about, Aaron. You've got to figure out how that car will work for the last 10 laps. And these guys right now are still doing that same thing. Exactly how long can I push that engine?
Exactly. That's one of the things I experimented with before last night's race. And you push consistently for about 2 laps. Then the gauges on the left are going to start flashing. And then come to the end, you can do that for about 1 to about 1 3/4 laps. Anything past that, you are risking a motor going bye-bye. So they're experimenting with that right now. also, I've been seeing cars go to that third lane. We keep seeing cars going up there, and they get a good run, and since nobody's with them, it's stopping. But I think by race end, we are going to see some magic happen in that third lane. A little too early to be forcing the issue up there right now, but be looking for that as we draw to the close with about 70 laps to go.
70 laps left to go indeed, and this is when things will start to pick up a little bit, but at the same time, they have kind of cooled down a little bit for you. See, these guys are not willing to make the big moves they made earlier on. It's that part of the race where they've done over half the race now, and they don't want to bin it this late in the race. All these drivers have got a little bit of damage, they can't afford to get any more, but as the 7 car, Nicholas Morse now is pushing once again, as he's trying to get himself to the front of the field with Wes Weidman. He's pushing there, who is now to the point. You know, you've got to pick up your draft partners as well. Some of these guys, even though they've got teammates, they're trying out other drivers as well to see who they can have out in this race.
Well, it's interesting to see too. Nicholas Morris being very aggressive at this point in the race, wants to get up front, and is doing everything he can to make that happen. So he's picked up on Wes Weidman now. Wes Weidman has been having a pretty rough day up to this point, so it's nice to see him up front. And he's prevailing, persevering through some pretty tough racing, and finds himself in a good position here. But you had mentioned, of course, that these cars all being in a pack with the temperature, you've got to consider cumulative damage to the engine too. If you keep bouncing it off the gauges, you might get away with it once or twice, but you might not have that cushion going on the next time, and you might not even get overheated before the thing blows up on you.
Yeah, and damage will come into that as well. Some of these guys, if they get some front end damage, that will hurt the way their cars work with their engine temperatures. And once again, Nicholas Morse will lead across the line. That time he led by 24 1,000ths of a second over Brandon Schmidt. And it does look as though right now, a little bit of a big wiggle there by the 42 car. Almost came across the 6 car of Brandon Schmidt as they work themselves down into turn number 1. But right now, I have to say, the 2 best cars on this racetrack are these 2 LRM cars of Brandon Schmidt and Nicholas Morse.
Yeah, they've just been solid. I mean, even on the outside lane, like when Nicholas was coming round, it took him a long time to get there. And I definitely think Schmidt's looking really strong for the end of this, and he's so vertic. But yeah, not forgetting Norton. And look at Wes Weidman. He's made his way all the way back up, and he had some big crashes earlier on, so he needs to go and take his quick fill out some beers afterwards.
Meanwhile, we're having a look on board with Brian Crutchett. This gives you a very good view of the way this pack is at the moment. Crutchett's got the score in that 35 car down into the 11th position here. However, you've got yourself a total of 15 cars separated by less than 1 second on the racetrack. So things really are hotting up once again. It looks as though that last time Schmidt was trying to get himself a little bit of air. You can see just that car on the right hand side, there's no one behind him. He's just trying to get himself some air to his engine in that 6 car. He's currently working in the 2nd position, but now here comes John Bunton once again to the outside line, being pushed by Wes Weidman as he works himself now. 134 laps scored complete. Weidman to the outside line with John Bunton as he works himself back down into turn number 1.
And this is a spirited drive by Weidman. I keep a real close eye on him. If he makes it through the next pit stops and stays right where he's at, I think he might be a contender. But also Nicholas Morse, very aggressive, and it's paying off for him right now. He's in a good position. He's getting pushed along by that number 6 car of Brandon Schmidt, and doing a great job of just really leading the pack along. Very, very fast.
Yeah, and not forgetting Ryan Lowe as well. He got pushed all the way back down the field, and he's making his way up. So all those players are coming back now. Looks like Lowe's. Okay, no, Lowe's behind Wildman. So yeah, those 2 guys were involved in that issue earlier on. I think they went a lap down and they managed to get it back.
Very quickly, I'd like to give a shout out to Jeremy Lakuska, who tweeted using the hashtag iRacingDaytona500. Old temperature gauge wasn't even blinking for 2 seconds, and she blew up. See you guys next year. Also a big shout out to Last Row Motorsports, Petri Motorsports, and also to VAJA Sports. We've also just got a tweet there from Last Row Motorsports once again as they're working themselves now down to complete 136 laps. Morton Schmidt leading the way. Berger, we haven't talked about him in that 27 car that much, but he's just been staying there. He's not had anyone pushing. He's not pushing anyone at the moment. But that 27 drive 10 and Unger car right now is just trying to keep himself in position. He's third line on the inside line, and it looks as though that he's just like dark horse right now, who no one's really talked about.
Yeah, it's a lot of the drivers that are in this, that are coming up to the front now, they've been just like slowly just turning off the laps, keeping out of trouble, and waiting for this part of the race where things are really picking up.
That was close.
Was that Malik Gray there up on the high side?
Yeah. He needs to park that car. Sorry,
Yeah.
mate, he does.
Yeah, I mean, some of these cars, you know, they are running way off the pace. And to give you an idea, with Malik Gray, he is currently running, I need to get my camera back over him, he's running 176 miles an hour. I mean, I was in this position in the race yesterday. You know, you can still drive that car, it's pointing in the right direction, but you're 20 miles an hour off the pace. And when that pack comes up, especially if they're running 2-3 wide, it gets very, very hairy, very, very quickly. As in that front pack, they bunch back up together once again. They are now got 8-9 cars on the outside line. You've got 9 cars at least on the inside line. They are double file, multiple row seats once again. And the last time we saw this, we saw a huge wreck. You see the 43 car just going below the double yellow line there. That's okay, he didn't advance himself a position. But out front, you've seen now the switch over from the inside. It doesn't happen to him. The 7 car of Nicholas Morton's going to have to go down the middle. He's going to get himself freight trained all the way here. But the 42 car can't make it work on the outside line. And this might just be the lifesaver that Nicholas Morton needs there to stay ahead on that outside row.
It looks like Weidman showed some mercy and just let him back in.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get that third lane and get number 7 dumped, basically, but no one wanted to follow him up there.
Of course, so with 10 laps to go, they will be using every single inch of the racetrack, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of courtesy there. If we have 10 to go, I don't think we will see that courtesy. So right there, a little bit of give was shown, but as each lap dwindles down, it's going to get just a little bit less and less. And move like that later in the race may result with some cars spinning around. But right now, about 60 laps to go. And this is shaping up to be any of these drivers in the top 20 really can win this race.
Anyone on the track can still win this race.
And outside of the pictures, one guy that we haven't talked about almost at all, number 34 car, Kyle McCormick, from that last restart, he's the man on the mission right now. Came up from 17th position and currently running in 9th and between 9th and 8th positions.
Yeah, I've been watching him. He's been with following Lowe's and Wes through. So yeah, those guys are all moving up slowly. And there's a couple of the other guys, Dwayne Vincent, he's been coming up. So, you know, if we can keep the green flag going, we should see him. But don't forget, we've got pit stops coming up, and we've got some crazy strategies that the guys have been doing. So maybe fuel saving will play into this.
Well, that's interesting. Let's talk about that 34 car a little bit, because in fact, we'll try and get the gyro camera on as well, if Yoni agrees that they're working 3 wides. They're coming out of turn number 4, trouble!
Oh
no! The 27 car involved there. Caution going to be out once again here. The 10 car got turned around. That was Wes Weidman. And the 31 car of Adam Jensky is involved in that as well. Also, Clayton Chevsky was involved in that. Amande Vargas involved. Andrew Berger, who started that incident. The big one really kicked in here at Daytona.
Wow.
And it
Did I curse that?
You did curse that, so you should. But it was as they worked themselves out of turn number 4. Wes Weidman, again, is one of these cars pushing from the left-hand side. He just got his car a little bit loose, and it was no real fault of his own. He just tagged the side of the 27 car. He tried checking up, and behind him, Brian Lowe, in the drive to end Hunger number 43 car, ends up slamming into the wall. And this was the biggest wreck we've seen all day, guys. I'm having a look through, and I see at least 10 cars involved.
Yeah, that's taken out a huge amount of the field. So there were some lucky escapes though, but yeah, really unfortunate, because Wes had been involved in a big one of the other big ones earlier on, and he got dumped down the field and managed to fight his way back up.
I think only about the top 6, about 5 cars made it through without any damage. I don't know, cars in the back probably missed it, but everybody mid-pack, really nobody made it through that. That was definitely, per the definition, a big one.
You know, another lucky guy there, Ryan Norton. Ryan Norton just happened to be in the right place at the right time, saw it happen, and just took a little bit of a jag to the left and missed the whole thing. Really, just the right place, right time.
He had the move of the race. If he ends up winning this, that was definitely the move of the race for him.
And we're going to get ourselves another replay of that as well. You've seen a couple of angles already. And you've seen the cars work themselves through turn number 3 and 4. And it always seems to be towards the front of this pack as well. It's the unfortunate part. Work themselves through turn number 3 and 4. We're going to get ourselves a GlacierTV X-Slope cam here. Another new feature for 2013 here on GlacierTV. And as they work themselves out of turn number 4, you see it was just Wes Weidman. He got himself to the left-hand side once again of the car, the 42 car. Just a little bit of a tap there in the wrong direction. He then slides into the 27 car of Andrew Berger, and as he does that, the 27 car just gets speared into the wall, and then it was absolute carnage. The entire track got blocked there. Cars were just using any edge of the racetrack at all, and Ben, that was the big one.
It certainly was the big one. We were all waiting for it. It's been 142 laps now, and that's the one. The people who I'm looking at right now are those guys who are hanging back. Chad Coleman, Kevin King, Carson McClellan, Richard Dunsett, Benjamin Burmeister. Those guys were about 5 seconds behind that lead pack. All don't have any damage, and look where they are now, just outside the top 10.
Precisely, and that is important as well. And it shows how this race can change in a blink of an eye. And, you know, that was one huge wreck. And some of these guys who've been trying to keep themselves clean, got involved in that through no fault of their own. And the thing of this track is as well, the way the apron works is that all you need to do, you get your car onto the apron, trying to correct it, you automatically overcorrect there, and you just spear back up the racetrack. It's not like Talladega, where you have that more smooth, progressive banking, so you can slide down and try and save it. Here, it's a big jump. It's a bit like Texas Motor Speedway in the 1.5s, where if you get it loose, you caught the apron, you're going to spear back up into the wall. However, keeping an eye out, see where pit road is open this time by. See, Armando Vargas is down on pit road getting repairs. Ryan Lowe also getting repairs. Andrew Berger and Michael Johnson coming down pit road as well. A number of these cars have got substantial damage now. And this is going to make things very interesting, and a load of big players now out of this race.
Yeah, this is really a bad break for a lot of front-running cars out there, but this is the kind of thing we were talking about at the start of this event, is, you have to survive to win, and, with this tight pack racing like this, you can be taken out by no fault of your own. That was an incident where the track was completely blocked. There was literally nowhere to go for some of these guys, and, all you do is hit the brakes and just pray that the hole opens up, and, it didn't. And again, we were talking about Norton, and I think that was McCormick was with him. They were drafting with each other and just happened to be at the right place at the right time. A little turn to the left and managed to miss everything.
Yeah, in fact, we have got our own race supporter, Ryan Norton, in that number 22 Braille battery car in the booth once again. And Ryan, another lucky escape there, but I mean, it's been the order of the day, being in the right place at the right time, almost preempting what could happen ahead of you. But once again, it was one of those moments that no one could really envisage. Those cars just getting themselves a tiny bit too far to the left and right hand side, and these cautions are almost coming out of absolute nowhere right now.
Yeah, it's certainly no room for error right now. Like you said, just a little bit to the left and made it by, a little bit more to the right, and I've been taken out. So I'm kind of getting tired of providing all these highlight reels, but we're still out here racing, so that's all that matters.
That is all that matters. And you've got yourselves, about 55 laps to go when we get back to green flag racing, and we're at that point where you've got one more stop to make it to the end, and then it's go time. I mean, how important is it now to make sure you get yourself to that next pit stop and get yourself into a position from there where you can fight towards the end of this race?
I'd say with the way we're going to have fuel play out, it's going to be real critical, because we're only going to come out with probably 5 or so laps to go. So, you know, that's going to make a big difference. If you're, you know, even as much as 2 seconds back from the leaders, you might not have a chance to even get back up to them. So, getting on and off pit road is going to be key on this last stop. And again, it's you know, it's 50 laps to go, but we still got to stay out of trouble. It's not I don't think it's time to push yet. Even though I'm up front here, I'm still taking it really easy, and I'm still getting lucky. So just try to keep the shiny side up.
And we've heard that a number of these crew chiefs has got wads of $100 bills going around trying to find dance partners. You found one yet?
Still haven't found one. Cars are cycling through too fast to really try to work with anybody. So, you know, if it gets down 10, 15 laps to go and we're gonna pit, or it's looking like we're gonna pit, I'll try to find somebody. But we're just getting jumbled up too much, and too soon to figure that out yet with the way the field's stacking up.
And of course, if you are in the race and you'd like to work with Ryan Norton, call 1-800-DANCE PARTNER. Ryan, we'll talk to you a little bit later on. Good luck.
Alright, hopefully after the checkers, but we'll see.
10-4, talk to you in a bit. And that's the thing, you know, he makes a very good point, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. I think of the top 5, I think the only 2 consistent drivers up there have been Morse and Brandon Schmidt. For the most part, it's been a revolving door up there. Now we add Ryan Norton to the top 5, but he hit it right on the head. The drivers, the positions are changing so much that it's hard to get locked up. It's hard to have a consistent teammate, even for the teammates out there. There's been so much jockeying, so many yellows, that finding that one person for the rest of the race, wow, it's been a constant change of characters, and I'm not expecting that trend to end anytime soon, as we are about to go green.
Getting ready to go back to green flag racing here once again. Nicholas Moore Springfield back to green flag racing. You see Ryan Norton getting himself a little bit of a bump already here. Green flag back out in the air. However, Carl McCormick timed that wrong. This is going to mean that inside line this time is going to get the better run. The 7 car being pushed by the 6 to work themselves back down into turn number 1 once again. And this is one of the things we haven't talked about much in this race, Aaron. That, you know, if the guys try and bump too early, then they can lose themselves a number of positions.
Trouble in turn 1.
And we've got trouble in turn 1. It looks as though the caution is going to be...
Out.
Out, yes.
Burmeister is involved. Oh. Whoa. I think we had a grabbing car come back on. Yeah. Let's see. That would be the Ryan Lowe with a damaged car there. Ooh.
Yeah, and it all started down in turn number 1 and 2. And to run through it bit by bit. Having a look from the number 11 car, he got severely impacted in that. But it was down towards the rear of the field, and it was 28 car of Robin Mendek and Ryan Lowe in the 43 involved in that. You talk about that, Ryan Lowe, you say his car was damaged, they came back to green flag racing. All of these cars were trying to swarm to avoid him. I'm not quite sure Robin Mendek realised how much damage there was to that car. It looks like he actually tried bump drafting him there, and the last minute realised what was going wrong. Those 2 weren't involved in the initial impact. That was actually Steven Izanier who was involved in the initial impact. And also, by my watch, it was, I think it was Burmeister, I'm not quite sure. But yeah, no, Steven Izanier was the guy in the 20 car who had the first bit of impact there. He speared down into the apron, connecting the number 28 car, Benjamin Burmeister, then speared right back up into the wall, and in doing so, collected the number 11 car of Devon Hall, and then you also had cars trying to get themselves out of the picture, but the 23 car was turned around there as well. Another impact from the number 11 car, and cautions, once again, Ben, Breed, cautions.
That they do, yep. But when you have a car as damaged as Ryan Lowe's, I mean, his car is crabbing down the straightaway. Anybody behind, as that car goes into the corner, it's really not going to stay steady. So, unfortunate for everybody behind that car, because that car is not going to be up to speed. So, oh man, that's unfortunate.
So, we're going to get ourselves a quick replay here once again, as we're coming past the start-finish line. And, Ben, as we work ourselves through that impact, it did look as though that Ryan Lowe, no one realised exactly how much damage I think he had to his race car. And as he came down into turn number 1, you saw that Izanier tried to move himself to the high side, didn't have enough room to do so, and then just caused a huge impact. Now, I think there's at least 4 drivers got some substantial damage there.
Yeah, the view on mine is there are guys out there with damage now. A lot of the guys don't know who they are. I was watching it on the pace lap on the original caution, or the last one, not this one. And there were guys out there trying to catch up with crabbing cars. And the thing is, you don't know when your car's going to snap. when it's crabbing sideways or if you've got wheel damage. You don't know if it's going to snap sideways or if it has less straight line speed or whatnot. And that's the problem these guys are having at the moment. Because they've used their reset and they've got damage, no one knows who has damage and who doesn't, especially if they're not on TeamSpeak or not talking together in a team channel.
Indeed, yeah, and we still, however, got ourselves 29 cars in the lead lap, and a lot of these guys right now are just trying to make up places, get themselves as high up the field as possible. Of course, there are no real points for this race, however, for those of you who haven't been a part of iRacing before, these drivers are measured by two things. First of all, their safety rating, secondly, by their iRating. Now, safety rating is involved by how many corners they have between incidents. Their iRating is determined by where they finish in relation to other drivers. Now, this split, of course, is gridded by iRating, so these are the best drivers in the service as far as NASCAR is concerned. Importantly, however, because of that, if they come towards the rear of the field, they will lose dramatically in the iRacing front, and some of these drivers are preparing to try and go, for example, for Pro this season or race in the World Championship Series. That is important for them. But Paul, it is getting to a point right now that some of these cars do just need to take down pit road, turn the engine off, go and have a cigarette, and perhaps go and sit in the grandstand with a hot dog.
Yeah, you know, in all seriousness, it's really disappointing when you see that. I mean, if your car is that damaged, really, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be out there. And you have a responsibility to the rest of the competitors in the field to know when your car is too damaged to continue and just park it. I'm really kind of disappointed to see that.
Yeah, I think race control needs to take a look at some of these cars and maybe just show them the flag.
Yeah, this isn't a series. This is a one-off. There are no points. There is no champion. Only the race winner truly is the champion. Unlike real life, you're not going to get a couple $1,000s for progressing a position. Let the guys who are undamaged race it out, go for the win, and don't be a factor.
Of course, we are... We're going to start again. Of course, we are currently working ourselves under caution on lap number 149 of 200 in the iRacing.com Daytona 500, presented by GlacierTV. Will Vincent, Aaron Likens, Ben Rothberg, David Ward, Jonathan Goke, Paul Jenkins in the booth with Yoni Backman on cameras. We've had ourselves, I believe, about 8 caution times today. Someone will prove me right or wrong about that in a moment's time. Of course, we'll be bringing you 3 more World Tour events this year. The first one will be the iRacing.com Pocono 400, a new event for this year in the IndyCars at the Tricky Triangle, one of the most technically difficult oval car combinations in all of sim racing. 400 miles around the Tricky Triangle. We're bringing you coverage of that. And also the iRacing.com Talladega 500. Last year, they went 5 wide to the finish. We're bringing you broadcasts of that once again here. And of course, the iRacing.com Grand Prix of Brazil, our final World Tour event of the year. GlacierTV also providing coverage of 14 of the 16 iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series races. The first 2 races of that and the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500 presented by our friends over at PSR TV.
Had 9 cautions at the moment, Will. This is our 9. Just a quick thing against the top runners. I'm actually seeing a lot of these guys pushing the clutch in down the straights and letting the car idle and roll. Saving fuel maybe. Can you get home if we have another caution, if you save enough fuel? It's going to be a factor in the later part of the race.
They're all coming down Baldwin. Patrick's coming down pit road now, so I don't know if he was involved in that big one earlier, but yeah, he's going to change for 4 tyres and quick splash and dash. So yeah, everyone's just topping up and going back out again.
I think we're going to see some guys trying to stretch this to the end here. If you get another yellow, you might possibly be able to do it. It's going to be real close.
It is going to be incredibly close.
Less fuel though at the end, though.
Yeah, makes for a faster car, but I think that they might be able to stretch it. Just it's a gamble on the yellow, and the way this race is going, has been going at the moment, I can see another yellow coming out.
Don't tell me that we're going into IndyCar territory here with the Indianapolis 500.
So, how many laps, if we go green the rest of the way, and you are in the back of the pack, and you are half throttle, 3/4 throttle, boy...
It's going to be close. I mean, I could tell you yesterday when I had a damaged car, I was doing about 180 miles an hour, so about 10 miles an hour off the pace, and I was able to, that way, save about 10 laps of fuel over what my normal fuel number would be. So, you know, taking that right foot off the gas a little bit is worth an absolute lot, especially if you're in a pack of cars all drafting each other. So this is going to be incredibly interesting. The last 50 laps of the race, and we're going to get ourselves 50 laps left to go as Nicholas Morse will bring the field back to green flag racing. Our 9th caution of the day is going to be in the books. Nicholas Morse, your race leader. Brandon Schmidt in second. Nicholas Gortson in third. We haven't talked about him all race long. Carl McCormack in fourth. And John Bunton will round out your top 5. Waiting now for the iRacing.com pace car once again to make that journey down towards pit road. And once again, we have the 2 teammates out front, Nicholas Morse and Brandon Schmidt. That's what happens. See what happens this time. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona. A great start there by Nicholas Morse. Schmidt is going to try and tuck in now on that inside line. He couldn't change lanes before the green flag came out, but now we're single file for the most part for the first 5 or 6 cars. But as you see that even 4 car there of Kenny Hook decided, no, I want to run on the inside line for the time being. Dwayne Vincent is all by himself right now on that outside line. The next guy on the outside line is Alex Khan. He's even now dropped down to the inside. So single file racing for the time being. Perhaps these guys are doing what you were saying, Aaron. Try and save a little bit of fuel early on in this stint.
That they are. One thing, Clayton Klavoski, I think he might have had a black flag. He came into pit right at the green. But if we are playing the fuel game, I do think we are going to have a lot of cars in the back of the pack of the lead draft. And if that's the case, we may see, I hope, a calmer next 50 laps. It's been a wreckfest past 50 laps as drivers are going for it, but if we have a lot of cars in the split strategy, those guys are going to get single file, and they are only thinking fuel mileage. So you are right, we may be going into IndyCar territory talking about fuel mileage, saving fuel, drafting for fuel, and what may have been a sprint race now for some of these guys may all be fuel conservation.
And you do make a good point. The last 50 laps have been more than direct. Then you'll find the constant caution pace lap and massive pile-up. With Wreckfest. Meanwhile, as Nicholas Morse and Brandon Schmidt, they are your 2 cars out front, trying to push each other as they work themselves fast start finish line once again. Nicholas Gortson in the 3rd position and Carl McCormack in the 4th spot right now. Kenny Hook in the 5th position. All kind of changing the fast start finish line once again, but now John Bunton and Dwayne Vincent. How many times have we seen these 2 guys on the outside line? But Dwayne Vincent, those 2 cars don't look as though they like pushing each other because they always seem to end up separating a bit of the corners.
Yeah, once you separate, you're not getting the best advantage. But yeah, here they come, the 42 and the 13 coming around the outside now. They're going to be trying making move on Morse and Smith, but you know the fuel mileage thing. I don't think these 2 guys are actually bothered too much about because they're going for it.
I mean, in reality, we are still probably going to have 1, maybe 2 more quarters in this race, and going to bring in our Super Speedway expert Jonathan Goke once again. And when you're into the last 50 laps of this race, the last thing you don't want to do is think about fuel. You want to stay out in front, ahead of all the rest. If you save fuel, you're turning your attention away from the bigger picture ahead of you.
I agree. I mean, it's really, really hard to try to save fuel on free fuel because your entire motion is to have the gas to the floor almost the entire time once you're in the pack. And it looks like everybody's getting a little bit strung out. I mean, of course, we've had a couple of those big wrecks. And I mean, the fuel window here is, I'm going to say, about 43 laps. So they're about 2 to 3 laps short. And that's a lot to save on a super speedway. So they're hoping for another caution, or we might just have a dash and go at the end. I think it should be interesting to watch.
But this field has spread it out quite a bit from that last restart. In comparison to that last restart, we have the top 15 of 14 cars packed right closely to each other, but the number 15 of the P15 car of Ashley Miller now 2.5 seconds behind this pack. So quite a stretching we're seeing in this field early during this green flag period.
I'll tell you what though, we're talking about cars being 20 miles an hour for the pace. Right now, Adrian Duncan in the 41 car, this is scraping the wall once again. They're trying to let all the cars go past. He is going 159 miles an hour, and this is one car who, in my opinion, is way too far off the pace. And if these guys are trying to go 2, maybe 3 wide into the corners, having a car that far off the pace, I mean, you expect the cars perhaps to be 4 or 5 miles off the pace and you catch them through the corner. Here, it is at that point where it's starting to become a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. Those kind of closing speeds, it reminds me of the DP in the Mustang, but that's a completely different race.
Yeah, 155 miles an hour at this point. I mean, he's just moving chicane. It is completely uncalled for. I do not agree with this, but hopefully Shannon Whitmore's watching. Maybe we'll get a little bit of insight on that one.
A big shout out to Shannon Whitmore, of course, who is the Racing.com competition director. we all
a couple of cars in there.
Wow. They're working pretty wide once again to come.
Hey, we got some takers off pit road here. Will Clarkson and Kevin King.
And if they pit now, they can make it to the end of the race. So they're trying to go down the alternative strategy option. And the thing is, if 2 or 3 cars put together, they all come out together, they can just do this all race long where they just flick between each other. So they can draft each other, they can tango each other. They've not got the woes of the pack ahead of them. And in some ways, it could be the better option to go down right now.
Certainly.
Not only those 2 guys. There's only Kenny Hunt and Carl Taylor also took the trip to pit road, right beside McClellan and Kevin King. So quite a few cars decided to pick that kind of strategy.
Look at the 19 go. He's going to try. He's got a big track up there to try and make this 3 wide.
Eugene Markinov.
Yeah, he's
maybe a horrible idea though.
No, there he goes. He's going to make it down there and he's going to pass the 42.
But I think, importantly, however, that Markinov is one of those drivers we haven't talked about much in this race, in that Pepsi Max car. However, Eugene Markinov is one of those drivers who we know in the last 10 laps of the race will be a picture. You see, he just dropped back down into the line there, as they've got cars, on the outside line once again, rather off the pace. But the important thing is that Markinov has now seen how his car is handling towards the end of this race. Wake up comes down to lap 190, he's going to try and go to the front and he's going to try and stay there. Markinov is one of the dark horses right now, running himself in the 9th position. In fact, we're going to go on board of him as they come back down into turn number 1. And he's just trying to stay with that pack right now.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay there, but just going back again, I mean, the guy who I picked earlier, Patrick Baldwin, I mean, he's sitting there in the number 8 spot, so he's one to play. But Norsh and Smith, they are just absolutely monstering. When they switch positions, if you watch them now, it's like North just slots in straight behind. And,
we've had 2 more cars pit. Robert Mundick and Benjamin Burmeister came into the pits that last time by.
So they're working themselves now on lap 159. Once again, a car on the outside line going slowly. I believe that might actually be Adrian Duncan once again. You just see how fast the car's quick past them. And with that close speed of about 40 miles an hour, it makes things very difficult if these cars have to make a last minute switch. However, in the front pack right now, we only have ourselves 10 drivers. It's at a 4.1 second gap to Ashley Miller in the 11th position, who is leading a pack of 3 cars, and there's more cars coming down towards pit road now. Everyone's starting to make their last pit stop of the day. Currently down on pit road, we have the 43 cars, Ryan Lowe still getting some repairs. Devin Hall in the 11 cars getting some repairs. But these cars now making their last pit stop of the day.
Yeah, Kyle's coming into the pits now, so he's coming down with his partner, and that's letting Ryan Norton move up. But yeah, I'm more interested in what Smith and Morse are going to do, because they're going to have to pit soon, or they're just going to see if they can go to the end.
Indeed, and I think right now, I think the safe money would still be on the 6 car Brandon Schmidt and the 7 car Nicholas Morse. Of course, having 2 teammates out front towards the end of this race will make a big difference, and we've seen how good not only the 6 and the 7 car have been at working together, but also on starts and restarts. And if a late race restart, as we saw last year in the World 600, will really help their favours. And Paul, I'm going to bring you in at this point, and a load of cars are making their journey onto pit road. Some of these guys right now are going to have to find dance partners who they're not necessarily used to. And that is going to make things a little bit treacherous as we're now into the last 40 laps of this race.
Absolutely, and we've seen some people are better at it than others in terms of the drafting. So you're looking at, Nicholas Morse and Brendan Schmidt. Seem like they are. That seems to be a pretty good marriage set up right now. So I think they are at least like the idea of drafting each other, and they're trying desperately to try and escape. Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh!
Trouble!
That was Schmidt. I think Schmidt managed to get into Morse. I don't know if Morse slowed down, but Who was that? It was Norton got caught up in that.
Yep.
Norton is destroyed.
Caution out once again for the 10th time here today at the iRacing.com Daytona 500, and a big incident there once again. I think his car is still going, but this was since they came down, and this is what we're talking about, you know, when you have slower cars on the racetrack and you're trying to make that last minute maneuver, this is when things become really treacherous. And it just looks as though that Morse got into the side actually of him, and then Schmidt was the one who just got turned around. It just wasn't working for them, and these guys unfortunately are now going to have to get some repairs or might be out of the race.
And it looks like, yeah, that's a weird incident. It looks like, I mean, they came up on Chad Coleman in the 18 car as well at the pace, and I don't know, I mean, Morse was pretty low on the track. I'm not sure why he was that far down, but it looks to me like, I don't know if Morse hit the 18 car. It looks like he did. He actually did hit the car, and it just took Schmidt by surprise, and he didn't really know where to go. He just kind of bounced off and went flying.
Yeah. And Matt Smith makes a good point there, at Matt Smith. You know, side draft, sometimes it can end up as a side smash, and it looks as though that time he tried getting the side draft and it just didn't work out for him. We're talking about inches difference here between, you know, these cars as they're trying to side draft, and that time it just didn't work out. But this really does shake up the pit situation dramatically right now.
Yes, every car that pitted and stayed on the lead lap is now going to be ahead of every car now that had not made their pit stop. So almost sort of a road racing sort of thing. They worked their race backwards, and since they stayed on the lead lap, it is going to pay off. But our 7 car, our leader, is staying out.
And this is going to be very intriguing. Perhaps he's got enough fuel to go to the end. Very quickly, we're going to get ourselves a replay one more time of what happened. And it's a clumsy, I would say, incident, but of course these guys now have been racing for what, 2 hours and 50 minutes plus. So they're approaching the 3 hour mark. These cars are very heavy to handle, so you know you do expect perhaps a little bit of fatigue to be kicking in at this point. We talk about fatigue on road courses, about how these guys, you know, sometimes miss their mark and late on into the race. Here we're talking about precision proving the same rules apply, and that time it just looks as though things went a little bit wrong. But run through your race order, it does look as though Nicholas Morse is staying out on the racetrack. Now, to give you an idea, the last time he looked as though he pitted was, we're talking laps and laps and laps ago here. I believe he pitted, what, around the lap 120 mark. We'll try and get confirmation of the last time he pitted. But this really now is going to be intriguing as we come towards the latter stages of this race. Of course, now Morse has lost his teammate of Schmidt in that 6 machine for the time being. Chad Coleman is currently scored, is going to be pinned 1 lap down. Anderson Payas is going to be pinned. These guys are going to be pinned, they are going to be pinned 1 lap down here. So it's actually, I think, more than anything, a big strategy maneuver here by Nicholas Morse by pinning all of these guys 1 lap down.
It could be, but I mean, again, Morse has to stop, and those guys that made that last stop and on the last yellow flag, if we keep doing this, they won't. It is very possible that with another yellow flag event here, they may make it to the end. I mean, it's going to be very, very close. But this is kind of a gamble with Morse, and it does look like he's trying to pin some cars into the in 1 lap down. But to what end?
The cars that he's pinning, Chad Coleman was the driver that, I don't want to say initiated that accident. I mean, we've had slower cars. He was a slower car.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
He's actually
What was that?
bumped, a little bit of a bump there to the 7 car. So temper's beginning to flare now. And is he going to do it again?
No, he wouldn't be that daft.
I don't know. Tempers are, do you flare on these races? There was a definite bump there, however.
Wow.
There we go.
Adrenaline is.
And he's doing it again. Look at
Oh.
this.
Oh boy.
And this is, I mean, we have to call the action as it is, but that I have to say is unsportsmanlike to be, yeah. I mean, you know, it's a strategy thing. In my opinion, and let's be serious for a moment, it's a strategy thing to pin drivers 1 lap down. My attention has to turn to the 2009 IndyCar Richmond race when the same thing happened. Drivers got pinned down a lap deliberately because at the end of the day, if there's less cars in the lead lap, there's less positions that you can lose, there's more that you can gain. So as far as the rulebook goes, there's nothing that Morse is doing wrong. However, that bump, I'm sorry, that just wasn't cool.
Well, and the thing too is now there's damage to Morse's car. There is damage to the rear of Morse's car.
Yeah, I think Morse has got some of the damage as well from when he had the first contact. But yeah, back to that initial bump, there's no need for that because you could have turned him around. But
Yeah.
frustration there is setting in because now he goes to end of line.
And of course, even though
Wow.
this is sim racing and not real life racing, the same rules apply. You know, at the end of the day, you do something like that to another driver, there's a chance they can get involved into an accident. And the last thing we're going to want is for this race to go upside down because of another driver's actions. And, you know, I can understand the frustration from the 18 car Chad Coleman, but there's other ways to work through it. You know, you race your way back to the front of the field, you wait for the next caution and see whether things will happen that way. Unfortunately for some of these guys who are pinned now a lap down, their biggest issue is that all the cars that they've just had to let go past because of the way these double fire restarts work, they are now all going to be good to go to the end. And that is important because tyres aren't as big an issue at this track as you see at, for example, places like Martinsville or Bristol or even the 1.5 milers. Let's see whether Chad Coleman comes down towards pit road this time. No, he doesn't. He stays out. Meanwhile, the lights are off on the iRacing.com pace car, so we're going to go back to green flag racing, this time by Nicholas Morse is scored as your race leader. Carl Taylor in second, Kenny Humph in third, Benjamin Burmeister in fourth, and Carl McCormack rounding out your top five. Then Robin Murdbeck, Nicholas Gortson, Kevin King, Carson McLean, and Peter Bennett. They are your top 10.
One thing so often we see in races, real life sim racing, doesn't matter. When emotions start getting high, mistakes happen. You know Nicholas Morse is not too happy about being ran into under yellow. And you know, Chad Coleman, he wanted his lap back. He's upset. He might be driving like a madman through the field. Be interesting to see on this next stint, those two drivers, can they keep their emotions in check? Nicholas Morse, he's run a great race so far. He's been in the top five pretty much the entire day. He needs to put that aside, run his race, and at the same time, Chad Coleman needs to sort of calm down, and yeah, he's probably going to try to race his way back onto the lead lap, but in doing so, let's hope maybe there isn't any more contact with any other drivers as he sorts out his desire to be on the lead lap.
30.
Predict another caution, to be honest.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm sorry, definitely, David.
What
It's
kind
gonna
of
be-
commentator are you, man? You really want to commentate cautions? Shut up! It's always a commentator mentions something, it's always happening.
Okay,
Here they
look,
come into turn
let's
three.
be serious. I'm
88
going to
miles
be
an
the
hour.
only one that stays serious in this, but 34 laps left to go in the line. You, of course, are watching the iRacing.com Daytona 500 presented by GlacierTV. Will Vincent, Aaron Likens, Ben Rothberg, David Ward, Jonathan Goke, and Paul Jenkins in the booth with Yoni Backman working on cameras. Lights are off on the iRacing.com pace cars. Going to make that turn down towards pit road. Once again, Nicholas Morse will bring the field back to green flag racing here at Daytona International Speedway. And guys, it is now officially go time. Green flags back in the air. This is what these guys are really going to let rip. Nicholas Morse gets a good start. A nice bump from behind there by Kenny Humph. They're going to get clear. And that's about a 4-car length lead as they come down into turn one. But then all of a sudden, Humph moves to the outside line. He's now going to try and work with Charles Taylor, try and get himself to the point as they work themselves down. It's turn number one and
Kenny Humph on the outside, being pushed by Carl Taylor. Looks like they're going to overtake Nicholas Morse on the inside.
Yeah, but now you've got Kyle pushing Morse, and they're on the inside, so they're definitely going to be back up front in no time.
And
Let's
it's
see if that-
slow down on the apron there, by the way.
Seen that a couple of times where he's been down there on the apron. He got a really lousy start, and the field bunched up. He very, very lucky for nobody to get any black flags on that one because of the passing under yellow or passing under the restart thing.
Yeah, and the way it works is that these guys can pass on the outside. As soon as the pace car goes in and the green lights come on, they can pass on the outside line. If you pass on the inside line before you get past the start finish line, then you will get yourself a black flag penalty by iRacing Race Control. You'll be forced down onto pit road, and so a 15-second stop and hold penalty. Right now, we've got ourselves about 15 cars in the lead pack. In fact, 16 cars as Alex Khan is at the rear of this pack. You've got Eugene Mosmanov, Brian Norton, Richard Desai, and Dwayne Vincent trying to catch up this pack. They're also trying to break away right now from Michael Johnson and Stephen Gilbert, who are currently running in the 21st and 22nd positions respectively. But this pack is still very tight. You see, all of a sudden, they're once again trying to get themselves single file. You got yourself Peter Bennett. He's caught up on the outside line. He's trying to work himself right now with the 2-car of Kevin King. And King and Bennett, as into the last 30th lap of this race, This is their time also to try and come to the fold.
And meanwhile, we have a new leader.
And Kenny Hump's out now to the point in that 4 car. He's even away from Carl Taylor. You've got Benjamin Burmeister there as well. Don't ever count out Burmeister in that 28 car. He was a big factor in these races last year. Also in the Talladega 500. So as they come back down, you see that perfect switch over there as well. Between Carl Taylor and Kenny Hump to work themselves out of turn number 4. And always
wow.
A great save. Great save there. And that was the 4-car line. I believe that was the I think it was the 30 car on Monday there. But what that's done is it's backed up that inside line. So it's a slow car from the outside line right now. That is where's Weidman. He's going to pull that car down below the double yellow. Yes, he does. So wise thinking by him. We all of course have our opinions about these slow cars going around on the racetrack. It does cause a lot of issues. But down below that line, free wide and double tackle on it. And it did punch up the fluid once again. And that is the important thing out. It does always bunch the fluid up. Some of these guys just let off the gas pedal a tiny bit, reacting to something that might not even be going on.
Yeah, we saw that one with the great save and 2 with these slow cars. I hope when we get to the final 10 laps, all the cars that are off the pace do the right thing and don't allow themselves to become a factor as they're going to go 3 wide for the 4th spot. Wow. Contact there.
There was a little bit. They get themselves back 2 wide once again, but we've once again seen that outside line trying to work. Now this outside line has been very good all race long. It does, however, take the right driver to use it, and that is the important factor of this race. 30 laps left to go. There's going to be 29 laps left to go at the line, 28 laps left to go at the line, even I take that back. But it is currently Carson McLean working the outside line at the front of that pack. He's trying to get a bit of help from Kevin King, but right now he's about 4 car lengths behind as he comes past the drive once again.
Yeah, McClellan is really just kind of hung up to dry at this point, just hoping for somebody to catch up to him or looking for a spot to stick that car in. But definitely going back to this point, there's another switch up at the front between
slow car
and Taylor.
Yeah, and he saw that the guy in the 2nd position, he had to move himself back down to the inside line. That was Kenny Hump. Sorry, that was Carl Taylor even. Yeah, I think, however, those two are actually working together right now, the 15 and the 4 cars, because they switch around and they've just been working that inside line together, pushing each other. But now, here comes Carson McLean. He gets himself a little bit sideways actually through turn 3 and 4. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but look at those two go. Kevin King and Carson McLean, the 2 pro drivers, as they work themselves now past the start finish line once again. They're now up into the 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, everyone now is showing their hand and showing what they've got. So yeah, it's a race on for the last remaining 20 or so laps.
And this is a textbook case of how to work a tandem with between Humpy and Taylor. Every couple of laps, they push themselves out a little ways, just enough to be able to pull off that switch and then get back in line, just as the pack catches up to them. And now they're going to do it again. But we'll see if we can get it done now since they're so close to each other. But I think maybe Humpy might be stuck out now. Yeah, he is. He's stuck out in that 2nd lane, so he's lost his partner. Now Taylor comes back up to try and grab him back.
They're 3 wide, and there are going to be 2 slow cars. I think they're ever going to take them this or next lap. They're going to about 175, and there's 2 of them nose to tail. So this is going to get really hectic here in the next lap and a half or so.
Especially that 15 cars looking like he's trying to go down to the middle. In fact, they are going to be 3 wide. And this is going to be one of those cases once again when the lap traffic will really come into play, because now they're 3 wide, 2 deep in the battle for 3rd position essentially. See both cars there wisely moving down to the 8th. They're still 3 wide.
Wow.
And they somehow managed to
job.
get through it. And now you see some of these guys are switching back down the moving lanes. They're a bit bumping there between the 15 and the 28 car. They are 3 wide in the battle for the race lead. We're going to have 25 laps left to go. The next time they come past the start finish line, it is currently Robin Murdoch, your race leader. You've got Carl Taylor leading the way on the middle lane. Kevin King on the outside line. Looks like he's being left out to dry for the time being. But guys, that was close.
Yeah.
Absolutely close. This is a point in time. It's go time. Final 25 laps. I would really like to see all the slow cars. Let these guys race. This is going to be a phenomenal finish. Please, please, please don't be a factor and ruin these guys' races. These guys have worked hard, and let's see it race without any outside influence with a slow car. Please.
Tell you what, those names that I rang up earlier, Kevin King, Benjamin Burmeist, Carson McClellan, Patrick Baldwin, those guys are up the front now. They just kept their noses clean early in the race. They were 7 seconds off the lead the whole race. And now look, 25 to go, they're up the front.
Absolutely.
My money's still on Patrick to do this, so...
I'm going to change my money. I'm going to put my money right now on Kenny Hunt from the 4 car, because even though he's now back in the pack a little bit, that car is really working well, that NRC number 4 machine. As they work themselves back down into 3 and 4 once again. You see, however, you've got 2 cars, you just got themselves a little bit of a breakaway up front. That's Robin Mundek and Benjamin Burmeister. Burmeister, as I said, he's been keeping his nose clean all race long. Now he's coming to the forward, and that was a perfect switch race, guys. And that is what you're going to need to do. He's going to try and win this race.
You can see that they're absolutely bunched together. This is what I said earlier. It's like the racing doesn't start until now, and with the laps just ticking down, it's anything can go wrong. I hope it doesn't. I hope we can get some green flag run.
Yeah, and you see once again the cars laps down on the apron. However, I think the issue is with these lap cars, because they've got some damage, they can't take the apron as well as others. And if you don't do it properly, you can get a little bit loose on that apron. As I talked about earlier, it is flat down there. And that means it's unlike Talladega, that you can't take it flat out. And we've seen some of these guys, come back up onto the racetrack. We saw it last time, everyone was able to avoid it. But this battle continues up front. Right now, we've got ourselves a total of 16 cars separated by less than 1 second on the racetrack. We said with 40 laps left to go, it's going to be go time. As soon as that green flag flies, it was going to be go time. Now, they are 3 wide once again as they work themselves down the back straightaway. You've got yourselves that outside line right now working really well. You've got yourselves 4 cars there. Eugene Mosganoff at the rear of that, but down in the middle, here comes John Bunton in the 42 car. They're all jostling for position. They can't just touch the wall there. That was the 24 car, but Alex Khan just went all the water a little bit. No real damage to his race car, but he loses contact with that outside line. And now you've just got yourself 2 cars that work together there, and that is the 4 car and Kenny Hope, and also then Carl Taylor actually now moved down to the middle lane. He's going to now give a push to the 38 machine of Nicholas Watson.
And Burmeister and Robin in the lead, and they're in the survival mode with their tandem right now, because every time they switch, as you saw right there, Benjamin Burmeister, as soon as he got back into the tandem mode, there was a tenth of a second between him and the third place runner right behind him, Nicholas Morse. So the tandem are slow, extremely risky.
You know what?
Yeah, these flat cars really are causing an issue right now. I mean, these cars can still run. This is Stephen Gilbert this time, but he's running, I mean, to be fair, he is running with some speed. He's running about 193 miles an hour, and he tucked in behind this pack. He's not as close as the other ones we've seen, but this flat traffic could make a huge difference in this race, especially the way these guys are taking every single inch off the racetrack right now. Out front, it is still Robin Mundek. It's leading away from Benjamin Burmeister. These two have been handling ever since this race restarted. They've got themselves perhaps, probably a lap before they have to switch once again. See, now Burmeister goes down to the inside, and he's going to try and he will take the lead back to the 30 car, who will slot back in. But this time, you see how Douglas Martin catches up right to the rear of them, and the speed differential there means that Morse just gets really hung up dry there.
Morse had nowhere to go there, except gave it a little bit of a bump rest there, but really he had a huge run. If there would have been, if he would have had the outside lane, he probably would have been able to go for it, but he was sort of pinned in. Great switch once again, though. Oh boy.
And see, this is where we're going to run into it. When you get that tandem and they make that switch, you see they back right up. Now, they don't time it perfectly. You either get into an accident or somebody gets flying off the dry. This is where you can really run into trouble.
Yep.
And a switch once again.
Another switch, and this is the important thing. They've got to time those switches, and I think both those drivers right now, however, will be paying attention to how long it is between switches, because even though they're working together right now, come lap 199, they're going to want to be going for the win. It's Nicholas Morse looks down to the inside of the 36 machine there, of Nicholas Gorton, and will complete that pass, move himself up now into the 3rd position. We've got ourselves now 20 laps left to go. In fact, we've got less than 20 laps left to go, as these cars will work themselves back down the back straight away. Slow car moves down to the apron once again.
Well, I promise you. So
Yeah,
when
so
it comes
I don't think it was Nicholas Morse's idea to actually come back to the inside like, with the pass. First it looked like he was actually going to tandem right past the leading two, and then he slid right back in. And my guess is that it was because if he had stuck in the outside line and that wouldn't have worked, the inside line would have been packed since then. So I think he's just, number 7 car is just trying to secure his position for the final few lap battle here.
What I'm finding interesting, the leaders are switching every lap in turn 3, and yet nobody has been able to pass them. Normally when you switch, you lose a lot of speed, but in the middle of the pack, they're 3 wide. Nobody's really working with each other as this lap car. We're going to go 4 wide.
Oh, trouble!
And we're just about making it. And this is what it's going to be. These last couple of laps, these guys are not going to give an inch at all. Kenny Hunt is in the middle line right now, trying to get up to the rear of Carl Taylor to give him a push, perhaps to the race lead. But this time the pack is a lot closer to Burmeister and Mendeck. You see now the 4 car is going to work down to the middle as they work themselves past the tri-oval. And what a great move that was right there by the 4 car of Kenny Hunt. He's going to move himself up into a net 3rd position as the 2 cars head up the switch. And I tell you what, this time it's going to be very close. And if this tandem on the outside line can get going quickly enough, they could get themselves up towards the race lead. Now you see already the 7 car, he tried moving out to the outside line. He didn't have enough room, but here comes Kenny Hunt, and you see a little bit of blocking going on. What's that? Caution out here.
Carl Taylor flipping down the backside into turn 3.
And that was a huge moment there, down on the back straightaway. And this is what we were talking about. These guys do not give an inch, and that was a very, very hard lick there, as they were trying to get themselves, I think there was a 3-car tango going on there with Patrick Baldwin in the 1 car, and as they came down the back straightaway, it just looks as though the 1 car just speared the 15 machine of Carl Taylor up into the wall. He hit the wall at a speed of 180 miles an hour. He flipped upside down, barrel rolling down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. I believe another car was involved in that as well. That was Ashley Miller in the 12 car. He was, he's pretty much going to be out of the race now as well, but a big, big impact, and it shows what happens towards the end of these races. That was a huge, huge lick there, and he's going to be out of the race right now for that car. And also a couple of other drivers getting very loose as well, but are able to save it. We're going to get ourselves a replay up on your screen momentarily. We're going to rewind it back to the start-finish line, and it was the car who went up in the air. It was, I say, the 15 car of Carl Taylor, as they're working themselves down the back straight. We're going to get some replay up on your screen momentarily. So just bear with us 1 second. But it was Carl Taylor, as they're working themselves, say, out of turn number 2. He was trying to push the 4 car of Kenny Hunt as they're working themselves down the back straight. That was all fine, there's no issues at all. It was then when the 1 car, Patrick Baldwin, came involved in there. I don't think he realised that the 2 ahead of him were tangoing, and then he hit the wall. Replay, see, they're just coming out of turn number 2 right now, and this was when it all went wrong. When Baldwin tagged onto the rear of the 15 car, I think those 3, he thought those 2 cars ahead of them were just drafting. He touched the rear of the 15 car, and bam, into the wall, spearing, flipping up into the air. And to be fair, that incident could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, luckily only 2 cars seem to have been involved in that. That was a really heavy crash. I think that's his race done. But this is now giving it down to a, is it 10 lap shootout? Oh, just 10 lap shootout now. So yeah, this is going to be interesting now.
And importantly, for Nicholas Mawson, let's not forget, he stayed out on the last caution to pin some guys 1 lap down. He's clutching that car right now, but he might just have enough fuel to go to the end of this race, Aaron.
Yeah, he might. Running 4th right now. I just looked, and we have 20 cars on the lead lap. If it's too close, oh man, what do you do? I mean, if you're marginal, we had all 20 cars. He has had a very strong car. If he is short right now, we do see him on the apron, probably either turning the ignition off or holding the clutch. If he's marginal, do you risk it right now, go back to 20th and work your way back up, or do you go for it? That's a very tough call if he's right on the fence.
I would say you go for it, for the main reason being, if you get 2 cautions in a row, then you're still going to be in the top 5. If you go to the back,
We have. This is a one-off event. What has he got to lose? His life doesn't depend on it. He doesn't have. There's not a massive trophy he gets the end of it. He gets the bragging rights of Daytona 500 if he wins. Why
Yeah,
not give it a shot? Be the underdog.
Be
Yeah,
the
go
underdog,
for
and we
it.
saw that last time. Let's not forget the at the Talladega 500. We saw the underdogs coming to the fold, and I think right now, I mean, to be fair, if I had a teammate in this picture, I'd shut the engine off and actually just get pushed the entire way around the racetrack. To be fair,
He's not pitting.
he's not going to pit, so he's going to stay out on the racetrack. To run through your top 5 momentarily in the race lead, it's Robin Mundak. Second is Benjamin Burmeister. Third is Kenny Hunt. Fourth is Nicholas Morse. And then 5th is Nicholas Gottsam. And we're having a look through the field at the moment. We still have 20 cars on the lead lap. We've also got a number of drivers pinned 1 lap down. That is Michael Johnson, Chad Coleman, Stephen Gilbert. I just lost my order there. Andrew Bircher has scored 1 lap down.
And well, we want to talk. I mean, you were talking about how Robin and Benjamin up front were switching every lap, or almost that, and that leads me to believe that they went ahead and put about 20 or 30% tape on their front grille to make their car a little bit faster in a straight line. I'm just wondering, did anybody pit that time? Because it was about, we're gonna have what, 12, 11 laps to go. I mean, they should really put some tape on to go fast for this last little stretch.
Well, yeah, that is one of the things. If you were to come down pit road this time by, you know, it's one of those risks you take at a big race. Put some tape onto the grill, see what happens. I mean, at most, we're going to be running 12 laps, and if you're to time it perfectly, stay with the pack, get yourself a running partner, and then those last few laps, try and drive through the field. It could work. Of course, there's many variables. Of course, we don't have green-white checkers here, for example, so that would mean that if we get 2 cautions in a race, it's going to be over. You'll be all the way down in the 20th position. On the other hand, it could work out for you. But you do make a good point. Those 2 drivers were having to do it every other lap. Thankfully, their engine temps will cool down a little bit now. But the way they've done it, they've done some very good switchovers. However, these last couple of laps with other tandems working together, that last lap, you're not going to have the same running partner at the end of the lap as you did at the start, in my opinion.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. Coming out of turn 4, you have no teammate. You're just going for it. And we're probably going to get the 1 to green right here. We'll probably have about 12 laps to go. So I'm thinking maybe we should run through and see, who do you think? My money is on Nick Gertzen in that number 36 from PSRG. I think he might be able to pull it out. What do you guys think? What do you think, Aaron?
Burmeister.
Yeah, I think, yeah, anybody, well, Burmeister could win, Mundak could win, Patrick Baldwin could win, let's see, we have 20 cars in the lead lap. Any of those drivers could win, but at what point do the 30 and 28, Mundak and Burmeister, at what point, as we are 1 to green this time, at what point does the swapping end and the car in the lead says, oh no, I'm not going to let you back around? At what point does their teamwork cease to exist?
Lap 199.
That, and it all depends on who's around them, because if they're out how far enough they know they can make those final 2 laps, then they'll do it. But like I said, come out of turn 4, teammates are out the window. They just want to win the Daytona 500.
Very quickly, we did say that we'd bring you an update on what happened in the NASCAR Nationwide Series race. Of course, there was a very big incident on the last lap. We have reports that there was debris that ended up in the grandstand. A number of people are presumed hurt. We are not aware of any fatalities. Of course, our thoughts and prayers are with everyone who may have been involved in that incident. Race winner decided not to celebrate after that race for concerns about the fans. Of course, we're not going to give away the results of the race, but a very violent impact on the last lap of the NASCAR Nationwide Series race, and our thoughts and prayers here at GlacierTV with the fans who may have been involved in that carnage. Meanwhile, back to racing here at the iRacing.com Daytona 500. We're going to go back to green flag racing with 12 laps left to go. Robin Mundak is going to be leading the way back to green flag racing with Benjamin Burmeister in 2nd. Kenny Humph in 3rd, Nicholas Morse in the 4th position, and then Nicholas Gotson in the 5th spot. Patrick Baldwin in 6th, Brandon Coppinger in 7th, Alex Khan in 8th, Ryan Norton in 9th, and then Kevin King rounds out your top 10. A total of 20 cars still on the lead lap. A little bit of concerns for the fuel number for Nicholas Morse. He perhaps might need 1 more caution to get to the end. We don't quite know. However, what we do know, we said go time last time. This time, it really is going to be go time. The pace car back down on towards pit road. Robin Mundak is now going to bring up the pace. We're back to green flag racing here at the iRacing.com Daytona 500. A good start there by Mundak, but on the outside line. Burmeister with a good start as well. He's going to tuck right in behind Mundak as they come down into turn number 1. And these two are looking as though they're going to work together. They got themselves a 3-car length advantage over Kenny Hunt. And also on the outside line, Nicholas Morse is trying to work with Patrick Baldwin. They're going to be tangling up as they work themselves back down onto the back straight away.
And a very good start by Munnik and Burmeister. You saw Burmeister had actually gone high, and I think the reason why was so he wouldn't lose any momentum, but he took a longer trajectory just so he could slide in behind there without having to lift. So it looks like we are starting to work up some tandem drivers now, so people find us some dancing partners.
We talked about this at the start of the race. It will be more pack racing. Towards the end of the race, it will be more tandem racing. This is what we're seeing right now. I'm keeping my eye on Patrick Baldwin in the 1 car, who right now is pushing Nicholas Morse in the 7 machine as they work themselves now. 189 laps forward complete. Back down in turn 1 they go. Patrick Baldwin, I'm talking about him. Pretty much always long. Look at him with the good there. Always sliding over the rear of Nicholas Morse as they go down into the back once again. But guys, this right now is close.
Baldwin was one of those drivers at about lap 40. I said, we have all these drivers in the back of the pack. In the last laps, we're going to be saying a name we haven't seen all race in. That's, I think we're going to see that as they had a run, they became disconnected. That would be Morrison Baldwin on the outside.
Yeah, and now you see Baldwin, his engine tends to look so they're getting a little bit too hot. You see, he tried to get some air as they came out of turn 3 and 4. That is going to put these two guys back into about the 4th and 5th position. You see right now, Kenny Humphrey does not have a dance partner. So this could be very interesting as they work themselves back down into turn number 1. Will Hoop try and cut off the 1 machine there on Patrick Baldwin as they come back down? Because it's looking as though he's without a dancing partner. It's becoming a 4-horse race up front right now. They're all kind of jamming up behind him, and on this outside line now, Alex Kahn getting a huge push by Eugene Moskinov.
The leaders are switching.
Yeah, here we go. And we just came here.
Oh, they got a huge run. They can force the outside.
Oh, and he cuts back down with them as well. They disconnect. And Moskinov now on the outside line. Will he try and push Kahn all the way around the outside? They're going to be 3 wide as he comes past start finish line with less than 10 laps to go. IC.com, Daytona 500. However, it is still Benjamin Burmeister leading way with much further second, Nicholas Morse in third. And look at this, 3 wide from turn 1 and 2.
Third lane is open. That's a 24-19. That would be for Alex Kahn and Eugene Moganov. Do they have enough on that third lane? I think if they get a good enough run, they're going to break apart right there.
Yeah, and Moskinov is trying to get a bit of a push right
number
there.
2 car.
Very close. Yeah.
Oh, it's good save.
Staying green, however, and this is the important part. These guys want it to stay green till the end. Of course, if it was to stop right now of caution, we'd have ourselves about a 2-lap shootout. We know what happened the last time we had one of those here in a World Tour event, but Burmeister still leading the way. Robin Murdenbach in the 2nd position, Kenny Humph in 3rd, Nicholas Morse in the 4th position, and then Nicholas Gortzen rounding out your top 5. Right now, you got Patrick Baldwin by himself on that outside line. I think he's trying to wait for Eugene Moskinov to be his dance partner for the last couple of laps of this race. But when we talk about these tandeming, we've got to talk about the timing. And right now, some of these drivers will be thinking, wait a minute, how many laps would it be before I have to switch speed of car up front? Right now, Kenny Humph might actually be in a good position. The way it all shapes out, he'll end up back at front of that tandem with Nicholas Morse once they come to the white flag lap.
Will Benjamin Burmeister let and do a tandem swap with Robin? That's the thing I've been watching quite a while. Robin's been ducking and weaving to get some air into that radiator, and Ben's been blocking down the back straight, so I'm not sure Ben wants to give up that 1st position.
And of course, the inside line.
And Nicholas Morse on the outside finally take the lead over that tandem on the bottom.
Another thing I think is going to be in their minds, I want to see this race finish under green, but if we get within 4 to go, a yellow is going to end it, so you're going to want to lead it all the time just in case that were to happen.
Well, and they're going to start running into problems now, too, because the tandems are next to each other. They can't switch. They cannot switch, and you're seeing what's happening here. It looks like Montag had to back off to cool the engine off. He had to do it, and that's gonna slow that inside lane down.
To the point,
more standing inside.
It would be Nicholas Morse now. He's going to look himself down to the inside lines to come back past. 194 laps scored complete. He got himself to the race leader, and Kenny Humph now. A perfect switch over by him as they work their way. Oh, 4 cars involved. Ryan Norton involved in that wreck there, the 22 car. Caution is going to be out, and guys,
that is
this
not
could
the race.
Be a 1-lap shootout once again.
Lap.
Ring a bell, Talladega 500.
I still remember that commentary off by heart, by the way. So can I just repeat it?
Outstanding.
What an amazing! Oh wow! And you saw this happen in a lap before, where that middle lane just got slowed up a little bit, and again with the Constantino effect, 31 car checked up, and the 33 got into him, and Norton almost saved him by rear-ending him. Actually, almost straightened him back out, but just wasn't enough.
One lap shootout then, so that's going to be hard to pick.
We're going to get ourselves a replay of the incident from Carl McCormack in the 34 car. And they say it happened as they were coming through turn number 1 and 2. These cars, you see, they're trying to come past start finish line out on your replay. And they were 3 wide in the middle of the pack. And of course, the way these tandems work, you try and find yourself a gap. In fact, they were 4 wide as they came down to turn number 1. You had a little bit of a bump actually between the 33 car of Brandon Coppinger with the 31 machine of Andrzej Lienski. They were trying to go 4 wide to themselves down into turn number 1. And then it was Lienski, he just tapped the rear of Nicholas Gortson, had to check up a little bit, and then ran into the rear of him, did the 33 car Brandon Coppinger. And as that happened, that's when all trouble broke loose. He saved it immediately, and then got another tap, and then another tap. He almost saved that car twice, actually. The third one is one that turned him around. It was Ryan Norton that ended up turning him around there, the 33 car getting tagged in the rear by the 22 car, which caused that final impact, which lost the car there of Coppinger. He also got tagged there by Carlson McLean. Carl McCormack, I'm trying to have a look, he's got himself quite a bit of damage, but I think he just tagged the wall a bit there, and that's what bent up the front end. Until that point, he almost saved it. But guys, we're going to have ourselves perhaps a 1, maybe 2 lap shootout to complete this race.
Yeah, what an unfortunate thing for that awesome save of Kyle McCormick to end up like inch more space between the bumper of him and Carson McClellan in the inside line, and that would have been the save of the race. But yeah, there was nothing that Carson could do to avoid that bump, but that was, well, I was inch away from saying that unbelievable save.
And it was very close, Ben, to being a perfect save. We've seen some big saves here today. It was just that secondary, tertiary, and quaternary impact there, which really hurt him. Because until that point, he had that car pointing in the right direction.
Certainly did. When you're up the front and you've got so many cars behind you, as soon as you get loose, everyone's going to check up, and more than likely there's going to be an accident, unfortunately. But the one person I'm going to look at and I'm worrying about is Nicholas Morse. He's made 1 less pit stop than everyone else.
And he's now good to go to the end.
He is?
Yeah. I
Hmm.
mean, with this caution, he'd be good to go to the end.
I can still see him saving fuel.
But, you know, you'd save fuel just in case. You always see these drivers saving fuel just in case. But we thought with one more caution, that last caution, he'd be good to go to the end. This time, he pretty much is guaranteed to be good to go to the end. But you always want to make sure you've got that extra couple of tenths of a gallon left just in case. And I think that's what he's doing right now. And it was a great strategy, you have to say, to pin those cars 1 lap down, make it easier for him on these last couple of laps, and also help out the other drivers in the lead lap. But of course, they still got to get their cars to the end of the race, and we know what happens in these wild finishes at Daytona. I mean, after all, this is Daytona, the home of the wild finishes.
And I have to say that the strategy of the number 7 car that we saw earlier under caution with Chad Coleman, where he refused to let Chad Coleman get his lap back, that basically destroyed Chad Coleman's race, even though there was, like you said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with strategic wise. But Chad Coleman is still a lap down and in P23, and if only he would have been able to regain that lead lap, wonder where he would have ended.
Guys, it's going to be a 1 lap shootout.
And the thing I like about that, Will, is that means as long as the cars cross the finish line and take the white, there will be no yellow. So this race on lap 200 is going to finish under green regardless. As long as they don't wreck before the finish line when the green comes out, this race is going to have a green flag finish.
Indeed.
You really have to say that. Now the commentators curse in the air.
Woohoo! Curse to the commentators.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's be serious once again. I don't want any explanation. I just want a name. Who's going to win this race? Yoni, go.
Oh man. Nicholas Gertson.
Aaron?
I'm going to go the outside driver starting second, Kenny Hump.
Ben?
Burmeister.
David?
Baldwin.
Paul?
Kenny.
John? John?
John!
Yeah.
Go! Who's
What?
gonna win the race?
Who do I think's gonna
Give
win
me a
the race?
name. Give me a name.
Yes.
Gertson.
Thanks for being plugged in there, John.
So,
We'll let you
I'm
go back.
sorry, I was talking to some other guys. And I was actually talking to Gertson. I apologize.
Oh,
We've
two for
even got a
Gertson.
crazy German in this race right now. Marius Conenbeck says, "Go Germany."
So two for Hump, 2 for Gertson.
I am going to go with Burmeister.
I
And-
apologize.
Burmeister.
Nobody chose our driver that's going to be leading us to the green. I find that kind of odd. Nobody
That's,
I know.
chose.
that's where you don't want to be, Aaron. I tell you, you do not want
Yeah.
to be the leader on the white flag.
What do
Yeah,
I
no.
say? The guy on the last lap leading the race is always a sitting duck.
Unless there's a collision before the flip start.
The lights were out on the pace car and they've just come back on. They've just gone out again.
Yeah, we're going to go back to green flag racing with 1 lap left to go. I think the pace car was doing a little bit of a dance, but we're going to go back to green flag racing next time. Bye. To run through your top 10, Nicholas Morse, he's your race leader, who will bring the field back to green flag racing. In second, Kenny Hump in the 4 car. In third, Benjamin Burmeister. In fourth, Nicholas Gortson. In fifth, Robin Mernbach. In sixth, Eugene Mozganov. In seventh, Patrick Baldwin. In eighth, Andy Leginsky. In ninth, Richard Desai. In 10th, Alex Calm. We have got ourselves a total of 19 cars on the lead lap. We've got ourselves a number of cars pinned 1 lap down. They are Clayton Jiski, Yami Walker, Chad Coleman, Michael Johnson, Andrew Berger, Stephen Gilbert, and John Bunton. You're watching the last lap and a half of the iRacing.com Daytona 500. If you're a fast tweeter, tweet us quickly. Who do you think is going to win the iRacing.com Daytona 500? If we see any of them coming up on Twitter, we promise we'll read it out. Big shout out also to Kevin Kev. He just won his Daytona 500 splits. So good win for him. Woods, what a race. Freaking so awesome. Meanwhile, these cars are just pacing behind the pace car. And I'll tell you what, right now, I've got that Talladega 500 last lap replaying in my mind repeatedly. So it's going to be exactly the same thing. It's going to be a 1 lap shootout. To conclude, the iRacing.com Daytona 500. Will Benson, Aaron Likens, Ben Rothberg, David Ward, Jonathan Goh, Paul Jenkins in the booth with Yoni Backman on cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to go absolutely mental here at Daytona. The virtual fans have stood up on their feet. In fact, they've been stood up all race long. But the important part is this. The iRacing.com pace car is about to make that journey down towards pit road for the final time. Nicholas Morse beginning to pick up the pace. We are in to the white flag lap here in the iRacing.com Daytona 500. Immediately, Kenny Hunt comes down to the inside line. He's going to try and push Morse as they come down into turn number 1. Behind them, Benjamin Burmeister hasn't got a dance partner. Neither's Nicholas Gorton. They're pushing themselves down the back straightaway. You got yourself like 2 cars up front. Morton tried looking down to the inside. He didn't manage to make it happen. Now the big push comes from Robin Mernbach, trying to push Benjamin Burmeister as they work their way down the back straightaway. This could be the tango to upset the party for Nicholas Morse as they work themselves down the back straightaway for the final time. Half a lap left to go. Morse comes down to turn number 3 for the final time. You've got yourself Kenny Hunt behind him, but look at Burmeister. I don't think he's going to be close enough. It's going to be a drag race as they work themselves down out of turn number 4 for the final time. Who's it going to be? A little bit of a wiggle there for Morse. They're going to be 3 wide as they come on stop. It's like seconds of records. And Burmeister is not going to win it. Yes, he does. And it's the closest finish. The second closest finish in iRacing GlacierTV history. The cars are wrecking there, but Benjamin Burmeister wins it by less than 1/10,000th of a second. They were 3 wide at the start finish line, and guys, if Morse wasn't loose, he would have won.
I don't believe that finish. Wow.
I've
And
got to go
then-
to work, but I don't
And
want it.
immediately we wish to apologize for the telemetry because of the photo finish last second change. The positions are showing incorrect, so Benjamin Burmeister did win the race even though he's showing P2.
Guys, I want to reset this. In fact, I take it back. The closest finish we had previous to this was in the ISOWC Michigan 600. That was 4/10,000ths of a second. This time, I'm having a look, and as they come past the stripe, actually, from some angles, it does look as though Nicholas Morse was ahead. The thing is, because his car is pointing in the wrong direction, his timing box was pointing at the wrong angle. Benjamin Burmeister, who had his car going straight, won the race. That's how close it was. This is officially the closest finish in Glacier TV history. The closest finish, perhaps, in sim racing broadcasted history. And Burmeister.
What would Daytona be without a little controversy? Wow. Wow.
That was a crazy finish.
This is like, I had enough trouble trying to pause the screen in Michigan 600, and I'm pretty sure I will have double the efforts to try and pause this one.
I'm almost there.
I will do my best. Losers always whine about their best, but I'm gonna do my best.
Cool.
Thank you. No, what I was going to say was, if Morse didn't make that move to attempt to block the bottom at the very last moment, he would have won. The fact that that car was sideways is what lost him the race, and he wouldn't have been that way if he didn't try to make that move. I honestly do believe the number 7 car would be in victory lane if he didn't try that move.
Wow. Okay, so we see the replay is up on your screen of the last lap, and we're going to slow it down as much as we can. But there were 3 wide coming to the stripe on the outside line. The guy who no one talks about, the third place driver, Kenny Humph, and he was 23/1000ths of a second behind the race winner. You had 4 drivers separated by less than a tenth of a second as they came past the stripe. But the craziest thing is that if Morse's car wasn't pointing at a 10-degree angle, he would have won the race. That is how close it would have been. And I have to say this, David. Have we seen a more exciting finish to a Glacier TV race in history?
No, I think they get more exciting every race. That was just ridiculous. I can't believe how close that is. Yeah, the last one that we saw was with Randy Krosno at, where were we? Michigan?
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to watch this replay of the finish again.
So we'll run through the final race results, and then we'll get straight on to post-race coverage. However, Benjamin Burmeister in the 28 machine wins the iRacing.com Daytona 500 by less than 1/1000th of a second. We are talking 10,000ths of a second we're talking about here, because Benjamin Burmeister and Nicholas Morse out the stripe, it was a photo finish. In third place, Kenny Humph. In fourth place, Robin Mudlenk. In the fifth position, Nicholas Gortson. In sixth, Eugene Mozganoff. In seventh, Patrick Baldwin. In eighth, Richard Dassey. In ninth, Andrzej Jensky. In 10th, Carson McCloud. In the 11th position was Amanda Vargas. In 12th, Kevin King. 13th, Peter Bennett. 14th, Ashley Miller. In the 15th position, Alex Kahn. In 16th, Dwayne Vincent. 17th, Ryan Norton. 18th, Brandon Coppinger. 19th, the last of the cars in the lead, that was Carl McCornack. And then Chad Coleman in the 18 car rounds out your top 20. The rest of the results coming up on your screen momentarily. And Aaron, simply put, what an amazing finish.
What an amazing finish to... I mean, what a send-off. This is the Gen 5's last race. What a send-off. A finish that you look at from 3 different angles and you have no idea who won this race. Great one-lap shootout. Very, very glad this race finished under green the way it should finish. And we're going to be talking about this race. Wow, every race, every Daytona 500 after this one, how can it live up to this finish?
How can it live up to this finish? Indeed. It was a great finish there to the race, but I'm going to have to ask you all for your drivers of the race, starting first of all with you, Mr. Yanni Backman.
Give me just 3.2 seconds. I'm going to try it one more again, try to better pause into this finish.
In the meanwhile, Aaron.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I'm here. Stop. Shit. Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologise for Backman's language just there.
No,
but...
I didn't say it, and I was trying to make shush. Driver of the race.
Just lost the translation.
Well, I wouldn't say it was Burmeister, even though he won the race, but I would say... Oh god, this is a tough one to call. Nicholas Morse. Even though he lost the race, he was in the lead pack through the throughout the race. Every time we saw top 10 pack, every time number 7 car was there, just did close to perfect job, but didn't quite get it, but still.
Aaron?
I'll partially agree with Yoni, but I'm going to go, and I have to say, Burmeister, if you win the Daytona 500 in such dramatic fashion, you deserve the drive of the race. I'm going to give it to Benjamin Burmeister.
David? What?
Yeah, Burmeister. I mean, he just came from nowhere at the end. It's good to see that someone who wasn't at the front just kept it quiet. He had a quicker car, so yeah, well done, mate.
Goki?
I'm speechless. You gotta love Daytona. You just gotta love Daytona. I know we got some interviews waiting upstairs, but God, what a way to send off the Gen 5. I mean, what was that, 1/10,000th you said, Will? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is exactly why I love Super Speedway. It's the best racing you'll ever see.
I think we can all agree on that. What a way to send off the Gen 5 car. Of course, the Gen 6 car will be here on iRacing in the next couple of days. The Gen 5 car, the last big race it's ever going to see. What a great finish. Paul, very quickly, you drive the race.
I got a hand to Nick Morse. Just a solid drive the entire day, and you got to realize, 4 hours worth of racing. This is just such a grind. 3.5 hours worth of racing. I mean, it's just such a grind to try and keep your head about you the entire time. And if it wasn't for that last little maneuver, I think he would have won it. And I think there's going to be some argument whether or not he won it or not. I know what the computer said, but man, it just looks just so close.
Before the interviews, where exactly is the technical box? Because I finally managed to pause the screen exactly to the yellow line on the start-finish line. So if it's on top of the wheels, that's as close as you can get.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this is actually as close as you can humanly possibly get. This is the closest finish, can we say, not only in GlacierTV history, but I'm going to go out there and say on a limb, the closest finish in all of sim racing history. And the laugh that you hear there is the guy who unfortunately came home in the second position. Nicholas Morse, I'm just going to have to tell you this. If your car wasn't pointing at a 10-degree angle to the left, you would have won the race.
Yeah, I gotta thank all the guys at LRM for the setup, especially Rory Kostecki, Joey Brown, and those guys. I need to start by apologizing to Chad Coleman and my teammate Brandon Schmidt. I just flat wrecked them. I was trying to side draft him. I was not happy with Chad for running that low when we were stacked up, and I just tried to show my displeasure, and I accidentally wrecked all the leaders. So that was a huge mistake on my part, and I want to apologize for that. And I'm sorry. So I'm pretty happy with first. I'm gonna go ahead and say I won because I have to appeal that. It looks like I crossed the line first, and I did not force him under the yellow. He just went straight for the yellow. But I've never been in a race that close. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad that Benjamin got across the line too, and I'm happy for him too. It was a lot of fun. That's what these are about, and I had a great time. I thought that was super cool, and I just gotta send an appeal and see what happens.
And to run through your race, you've been at the front pretty much all race long. You also had a very interesting strategy. You got yourself a little bit of a love tap there from Chad Coleman. We saw about 3 cautions before the end when you decided to stay out and you pinned a number of guys 1 lap down. Question is, how close are you? How close were you on fuel?
I think I had like 6/10 when I crossed the line there. And Chad, I know Chad wasn't doing it because I kept him a lap down. He was pissed off because I wrecked him, and I understand that is my fault. The lap down thing happens. I had decided if there was 60 laps to go, I'd pit, and I wouldn't pit again. And I made it 59 laps on gas. I don't know if I could have made another one. I'm sorry all those guys got trapped lap down. That's my strategy. I still think I won, so we'll see. But I knew I could make it. I had tested that. We knew we could do it if we saved gas and rode a little bit during the middle section there and caught some cautions. And it caught some people lap down, but it worked out for me. And just really super fun race, and I had a good time.
And coming to the start-finish line, of course, they always say on that last lap, you do whatever you can to win the race. Is there anything you could have done differently?
I could have blocked him, but when I saw him go on, he was under the yellow well before the tri-oval, and so I didn't think I need to block him because you're under the yellow. You can't advance your position. And then when I saw, oh crap, he's going to pass me, I did try to block him, and he got into me. I got sideways, and it still looks like I crossed the line first because my right front nose was stuck out there. And I mean, there's nothing else I could do. I hit him pretty hard. He hit me in my left rear, and I think I broke some of his momentum. Just wasn't enough. Kenny said he was going to push me to the finish, and I knew he was only going to push me off 4 because he's trying to win the race too. So I did the best I could, and it sucks to do that and come home with a disputed finish. I wish I just could have won it outright.
Well, I tell you what, go and see Shannon Whitmore in the iRacing.com NASCAR trailer. See what he says. But congratulations. I'm going to give you half a win. Is that fair?
I don't want half a win. I mean, you don't do this to get half wins. Once again, congrats to a good race to Burmeister, and that's a good way to start the season, I think. But I got to just see what Shannon says, and we'll go from there. A lot of fun, and it's always cool when 4-hour-long races come down to close finishes like that.
Indeed. So congratulations on losing the iRacing.com NASCAR Daytona 500 by less than 1/1000th of a second. Very quickly, we also like to talk to the guy who won the race yesterday. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a difficult race here today. Stephen, congratulations first of all on your race yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. Last night's race definitely went better than today's race. Today's was kind of doomed from the beginning, losing the internet, but you can't really do anything about that. We tried getting our laps back and got involved in a couple incidents.
Yeah, let's go through that. I mean, at one point you were 5 laps down. You were able to get yourself back up. So I believe at one point you were 3 laps down.
2.
2 laps down even. And at one point it looks as though you were actually going to get yourself back to 1 lap down, and the way the cautions would have worked out, you would have got yourself back into the lead lap. But then it all kind of went wrong for you with about 60 to go.
Yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for that wreck I was involved in with Coppinger and Malik, I'm not sure what happened. I think it was a netcode deal. I honestly think I could have gotten back on the lead lap. The car was absolutely so fast today. I got to thank Tom Moustakis and all the guys at PSRG for a wonderful setup. It was absolutely amazing. And my internet went out. I felt kind of bad about that. Went about 5 laps down with, I think, like 5 laps into the race. It was pretty bad, but got the majority of our laps back. I know about a 2 down when I got wrecked, and the car was so broken, we lost another one. I think I caused the wreck with Schmidt, and he got turned. Sorry about that, Brandon, and I don't know whoever else got involved in that, but and got wrecked again after about 30 to go or 40 to go and decided to park it.
And to take us through, I mean, your I want to call it speed weeks in perspective. I mean, 1 good race, 1 not so good race. In many ways, it sums up what Daytona really is.
Oh, definitely. I know last night we had a dominant car. I had a 15-second lead at lap 100 in the race because we were caution-free and just a lot of mistakes by other people. I mean, it was really amazing to be out front for so long. I think I led 70 laps out of 200. The last night was definitely the dominant car in the race, and today, kind of having I'll go in from the start, it's kind of like having a struggle from the back, and it was definitely a whole different perspective. I enjoyed it, trying to come from the back multiple times. I think I passed about 150 cars today, but not much you can really do about it once your internet goes out.
And of course, you talk about a great start to the season. It's a great way, of course, of sending off the Gen 5 car. iRacing launching the Gen 6 car in the next couple of days. And importantly, a season in the Gen 6 car. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, we're going to make a run for pro with my teammates at PSRG. I know we got a couple of guys that are going to be running. Moustakis is running, Nick Ertzen, and a couple other guys that are going to run the car with us, and we're going to make a run at it and see what happens. I'm really looking forward to it coming out in a couple of days now. I think 2 now, so should be a lot of fun testing. Can't wait to get the season started.
Well, congratulations on your win yesterday. Tough luck for your race here today. But,
Thanks.
Stephen, coming home today, unfortunately, all the way down the field, scored in the 36th position. Meanwhile, we would like to welcome in the first guy in history to win a race by pretty much being second, Benjamin Burmeister. Congratulations. If you turn on your microphone. No, have a button. We'll try.
It's the blue one, Benny. Blue. Blue button.
Blue button. Oh, okay.
We have a translator.
We can't get Benjamin Burmeister. However, we're going to get Robin to translate. So I'll ask a question to you, Ben. Congratulations on the win. The closest finish in GlacierTV history by far. I mean, how must it feel going yourself down into Victory Road? I believe we're just waiting to try and get ourselves a translation from Burmeister to Robin.
Oh, hello everyone, to the fans. First of all, thank you to Benny for the great work and congratulations on the win. He already told me what to say. It was the biggest race he won ever in his whole sim racing career, and he's very happy.
Well, say congratulations for the race win. Winning the race by less than 1/1000th of a second. Closest win. And I think you sum it up, you know, these races are the closest races that you can ever get. And they're also the most competitive races that you get in all of sim racing. So, congratulations to you, Benjamin Burmeister, in the 28 car. Importantly, though, Paul, as far as I'm concerned, the first driver to win a race when it looks as though, from a number of angles, you weren't in front.
This is going to be interesting to see how this works out, because it does, the more I look at it, the more it really does look like Nicholas crossed the line first. And I guess it's all a matter of where the sensor is and what crosses the line. But, I mean, if we look at it, if Nicholas's car was driving straight, would he have crossed the line first? It's a very tough call. I mean, it is about as much of a dead heat as you can get. So keep an eye out and see if there's any last-minute decisions on this.
And Aaron, we've talked about, you know, how this is a great race here at Daytona. Despite the cautions, it was still great action up and down the field. But the important thing is, what a way to send out the Gen 5 car.
Yeah, what a way to send the car out, and very much like the first Daytona 500 when there was a controversy as to who won. This race sort of has it. Timing says one thing, the pictures may say another, but, you know, controversy has always been a part of racing. But through the entire race, great racing up front. Had a little bit of, I guess, more yellows than a lot of the drivers would have liked to have seen, but, wow, what a finish. That final lap. That final lap at Daytona that we just saw, I'm sure it's going to be remembered for a long time. We'll probably see it in promo videos for iRacing. That last lap is everything that iRacing is about.
It is. It is everything, not only is iRacing, that's what Super Speedway racing is all about. And this is why the fans love it so much. And, you know, if the Gen 6 car is anywhere near as good as the Gen 5 car, we've got ourselves a great future of NASCAR ahead of us. And David, I'm going to come to you first for final thoughts.
Yeah, fantastic race. It was better than we could have possibly imagined. Taking out the Gen 5 and coming in with the Gen 6 tomorrow, I'm sure all the guys are going to be straight on that. But fantastic race, great racing by all the guys. Yeah, I can't wait to see them all in the Gen 6 car running around here doing the same thing.
Paul?
Yeah, I agree. This is a great way to send off this car after a long time of service. And I'm really looking forward to the new machine coming out on Monday. And I think the racing is just going to get better and better. This is such a great series. And what an amazing show.
Yoni? Talk.
Wow, my painkillers worked.
And Aaron?
Final thoughts. Again, I just have to say, tremendous race. It was. Thanks for having me on board for this broadcast. Such an amazing race. Such an amazing last lap. And what more can you say except the most thrilling green and white together finish I know I've ever seen. So I'm speechless. Great finish. Great race. And wow. Wow's the only word that can sum it up. Wow.
Indeed, wow. And what a great way, one more time, to say goodbye to the Gen 6, to the Gen 5 car. For those of you, of course, who have not been a part of iRacing before, then all you need to do, go to iRacing.com. Memberships start from as little as $10 a month, and you can experience the same thrills that all of these drivers have had here today. Of course, GlacierTV will be bringing you 3 more races of the iRacing.com World Tour. We've got the Pocono 400. We've got ourselves the iRacing.com Talladega 500 and the iRacing.com Grand Prix of Brazil. Also bringing you 14 of the 16 iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series races. Also got a great lineup of coverage for you this year as well. Some great GT multi-class racing, some great IndyCar racing, some absolutely great races. And if you want action, Glacier TV will be your place to be in 2013. Unfortunately, however, we did have to end this broadcast on a slightly sad note. Of course, we mentioned it earlier on in the broadcast. The last lap of the NASCAR Nationwide Series race at Daytona, there was a big incident on the final lap We have unconfirmed reports that we're not going to talk about. However, we do know that 15 fans were injured as debris went over the catch fence into the stands. Always one of the most dangerous things to happen at a racetrack. 11 people were sent to Halifax Medical Centre, one of them on their way to surgery with head trauma and listed in a critical condition. 4 other fans were transported to Florida Memorial Hospital with minor injuries. They expected to be treated and released. Of course, our thoughts and prayers with everyone here at Glacier TV are with all of those fans and their families, all of those that were injured at Daytona. And all we can say is Godspeed, and we hope that every single one of those involved makes a full and speedy recovery. And on that note, unfortunately, it is our time to say goodbye. We'll be back with you on Glacier TV this coming Tuesday for the 16th Street Racing League. Until then, goodbye.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR High Racing.